talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to.
Okay. Enough of that, man. OTK, man. What you trying to do? Where the sources? Let's see. I'm on your top, man.
Yo, what you want to see, bro?
None. I just wanted you to present
And
something,
I
man.
see that, yo.
To try to sway mine.
I can still show that. You know what I mean? I can still show that. What you saying, bro?
I'm not even about to challenge nothing you bring. I just wanted you to bring something.
I know you don't need to challenge nothing I bring, because everything I bring, it makes sense.
You ready?
Correct. Yes or no?
Always
Correct?
be closing.
Yes or
Are you
no?
ready? Facts.
What happened?
I don't know until you show me.
What you want to see, bro? I don't know. I might not be able to
What was
show
you
you.
about to?
Listen,
All right,
one
let's
thing
start with
about
the
me, bro,
question
if I
then.
don't know, I don't have no problem with saying I don't know. I have
You
no
said you
problem with
had
saying
sources
I
on
don't know.
sources on sources about what?
Yeah, about American Indian history. Yes, I do.
Take us to school then, son.
No, bro, you got to
He
give me a
said
topic.
no.
I just can't go like that, man. Give me a topic or something to go off
We had a
of, bro.
topic. Are
Man,
American Indians misrepresented? A deep dive into the facts.
not
Remember that.
misrepresented, but we've been reclassified.
Okay, I got a question. Who is Terra Nullius?
Terra Nullius, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. I don't know.
What was the
You wanna tell me though?
Oh yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
wait here.
It's something you
Oh,
looking up? It's something
colonial
you looking
framings
up?
portray North America as terra nullius, empty land, via the doctrine of discovery, ignoring advanced social
Mm.
societies like
Uh,
Chakotay in 1000 CE, cities of 20,000 plus, textbooks, native history cycle 1900 fostering extinction myth, despite 9.7 million today across 570,000 plus tribes, media, binaries, noble savages, idolizing the Pocahontas, versus savage warriors. Oh, so that's what
mm-hmm.
this was. Okay, so this
All
is
right.
one of their
So that's not only
misconceptions.
that. So now I know that that's a little bit of French. That might be French. You know what I mean with the lingua franca. That might be more French. Oh, it could be Spanish, but the Spanish that them boys were speaking when they first came over here was more closely tied to Latin than the Spanish they speak now. So when you say that now, it makes sense because you're saying the land of. You know what I mean? What was the name that you
Yeah,
said
it mean
again?
empty. It mean empty land. It was. It
Yeah,
was. They called the colonials called
land of
North
none.
Americans
The
that.
land of none. In other words, the land of none. Yeah, my fault. My fault, bro.
No, you good.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. If you see, I be so caught up with people who always going against me, bro. As far as me
Mm-hmm.
being American Indian, I be caught up sometimes, and I don't be listening to what's going on. But mi habla español mucho, mucho español. Mi es la mucho la lengua en la español en la inglés. Y tú la
No me
comprendes.
gusta. No
No la
comprende.
gusta.
No
Okay.
comprende.
So I speak Spanish, right? But it be some things in Latin that I don't understand, bro. Some things in French that I don't understand. But I can catch the word frames in the dialect, what they're using, and say, you know what? That's French. Oh, that's Latin. So I can tell where it came from just by knowing it. You understand what I'm saying? By speaking.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So
Yeah.
yeah, that's
What
why that
about
messed me up with that. So yeah, that's the land of the none, though. The land of none, pretty much. The land of nothing. That's different, very different than them. But go ahead.
histories frame natives as obstacles to what?
Say that again. You say history.
Histories frame natives as obstacles to what?
History frames natives as obstacles to what? Hold up.
Yeah.
What
To
kind of question
tame
is
the
that?
frontier.
No.
So
What kind of question
historians,
is you
so
asking
his
me, bro?
I'm about to explain to you. Historians frame
No,
back
I'm
in the
not
day. We
understanding your
talking about the
question, bro.
I got you. Hold on.
Okay.
We're talking about the misuse and misclassifications of American Indians. And so historians back then framed and misused, let me go back to it. They framed natives and misused them as obstacles to taming the frontier, echoing empire rhetoric that invented a noble savager or barbarian, binary to rationalization conquest, as seen in textbooks glorifying explorers while sidelining indigenous agencies. Children's literatures unpredictably distorts errors, e.g., exaggerating violence, right, in Columbus' narrative, but sanitizing settlers' impacts, right? This confines native history to agnopific inventions.
I'm
So
so
basically,
beyond.
what?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm so beyond that.
So why
That's
you ain't
why
know what I was talking about?
your question, because your question was not really a question, it was a statement as a question. Now your first one was a question.
That was a
Now your
question
second
too.
one was more like a statement and then a question, and then you went into your diatribe with what you was reading.
Right. Well, the reason I asked it like that was because this is something that if one who study American history,
Q&A, everything good. But
you
ahead,
just
bro.
A1. A1. Am I drinking or is he drinking? Didn't he ask us to come over here for Q&A?
Any questions, bro?
Yeah, first he made us end the show, which was crazy work. I'm still like,
no,
I'm still tripping off that. Now he not gonna stand on that. Look at the prompt. I'm gonna do it like TikTok. Answer the prompt.
A1. Hey, you know what, bro?
You made me make it for the graphics since you got lost over here.
You use me. Goddamn, use me. A1. Goddamn it, you can use me.
Hey, you the one that was asking for this. You the one. Just know that you was asking for this.
Yeah.
A1 said, "Hey man, I rather you do it another time when I do it right now." He like, "No man, we can do it right now."
Yeah, you speaking meta question. I don't understand.
There ain't no meta questions.
That ain't not your question. Come on. Yeah, we here now. Fucking stand down. Yeah, we just come and lock it down. Come on, man. You should just answer the question, baby. That's all.
Hold up. I don't even know what the question was, bro. Tell me what his question was.
He asked you if you knew what it meant for them to disclassify, ignore, and basically eradicate the natives that were here and ignore the clans that were here. And the way it's framed, I believe you thought it was in a French format, and it could be. But he asked you if you knew what that term meant. That's what the term means. They basically ignored the clans that were here in America. They ignored the rights that they had. They ignored any cultural relations that they had developed, and they totally made new states. And now we call it the United States.
No, they didn't. They did not. They did not just say fuck the Indian or no none of that.
So how did we get things like the Louisiana Purchase?
Bro, did you see how long that question was?
What?
It wasn't even that long. It was
5 questions within one. Am I not lying, A1?
No, bro. I'll ask one question, bro.
No, not you, Humble. I'm talking about this. Not
me. I was doing the explanation. I wasn't asking a question. You asked me if I understood what he was asking.
Other brother A gave me like 5 questions. He was giving me an explanation though on what your question.
I'm just breaking it down.
But now, I didn't say misrepresent. I said reclassify.
Hey, yo, you ain't about to say that now. You asked first off, number one, A1 asked me, hold on one second. A1 asked me, to come up with a question to put in a title so he can make the title. The reason I even got misrepresented right here is because you strictly used the word misrepresented.
No, I said reclassified. I used the word reclassified, bro. I ain't never say misrepresented. I don't even use that word, bro. That's on my grandma. Go ahead and rewind the footage back. I said reclassified.
Hey, listen, Yara already owe me $100, bro. I don't mind.
I don't hey, listen, bro, on some real shit, humble. I send you $100, bro, just because how good you is on what you teach and what you stand on, bro. That's on my Jesus. I send you $100 for no reason, bro. Just because of what you
I
teach.
appreciate that. I appreciate
But
that.
I said reclassified. I never said nothing else, bro.
Vampire Slayer. You're gonna need to calm down, bro. You
Hey,
need to
hold
Adderall
on.
anyway.
Dancing in the back. Come on.
Hey, turn up,
I'm a
Vampire
fairy.
Slayer.
That's the only thing we not hearing right now.
Buffy
Is
is
his
here.
music. We not hearing
Yeah,
that
I know
fairy
that,
music.
right?
Come on.
Can we?
I'm an Indian.
Hey, yo, you gotta. Can you calm down?
Yeah.
His music,
Oh, is that a
We
girl?
trying to let you into the discourse, but if you want to be escorted out, we can. If you want to sit down and have a nice discussion, let's have
Is
a nice
that-
discussion, man.
Is
Thank
that a
A1,
female?
I can handle them mixed breed people like
I
that.
haven't
See,
asked
this is the difference
how
between a real American Indian
or
and
what.
somebody who claims they live American. I'm gonna show you the difference. Long as he don't play no music in his background to get you striped or nothing like that, I handle him. Long as he don't try to poem bomb nobody. All right.
He's stupid.
So now you look like you got some
Is that
stuff
Smokey?
background. Where you from? Mexico?
Yes, we from Mexico.
Hey, listen, humble.
It was
I
the
know
one in
my shit.
Australia, vegan
The
cupcake
same way how
restaurant.
you
Mr.
know
Nice
Kemet, humble.
Guy.
Hold on, let him get it off. Let him talk. Say it again.
That's how I know America. Yeah.
Vampire Slayer. Say it again.
Australia, Mr. Nice Guy, vegan cupcake restaurant. It's in the magazine.
I'm glad you hear Vampire Slayer because I could
that's
tell
a
you a Native
female.
American. Yeah, that's what I
We
said.
work there
That's
for
the
free,
Buffy.
and we get free vegan cupcakes.
That's a female. That's a female.
Vegan don't visit the vegan cupcake restaurant.
Yeah.
That's really
What-
cool, huh?
Let's stay focused, gentlemen. Let's stay focused.
Female like that. Woodstock.
He said, I can
What
tell you a
reservation are you on, Vampire Slayer?
I am Cherokee Indian.
Hey, Mama Queen.
Oh, full blown Cherokee Indian. Yes.
All right, hold up 1 second. 1 second. All right, we gotta mute
Cherokee.
you. We gotta mute you, psychic. Hold on. I gotta shout out my mama Queen, Soul Tribe family in the building. That's my mama Queen, y'all. That's my Beagle mom. You know, she always around to keep me in line. This is why I move around these intellectual arenas the way that I do, because I always got eyes on me. She one of the eyes, you know, that's on me. And you know, A1. If I ever get out of line, bro, that woman right there, you can find her on YouTube. You know, you can find her on not YouTube. I'm sorry, you can find her on Facebook under Queen Cherokee. You know, you can find her on Instagram, TikTok. You know,
If you ever
Hey.
get out of line, I'm gonna need her over here to help keep me in line. Welcome,
listen,
sisters.
call her.
Soul
Hey.
Tribe.
hey, Mama Queen, humble out here. He ain't acting right. Listen, I'm
I don't
on
believe
call,
it,
bro.
man.
Hey,
I
But
doubt
no,
if
you
I
ain't
ever
got
have
nothing
to
to worry
call.
about that.
Boy,
She trained.
A1
Listen,
now.
she
Hey,
taught
humble.
me right.
I
She
done
taught
body
me right.
bag your boy A1.
Shout out
humble.
Soul Tribe
For
family.
real now. I
Welcome
done
to the
body
channel.
bag him in the 101. Me and him going up to damn near 6 in the morning.
Oh, we
For
got a
real, I
real
done body bagged
Cherokee on the
him
line,
now.
boo. We got real
What happened?
Cherokee in the building.
Yeah,
I want her to kind of grill some things. Sister Cherokee.
That's a
Hold
real
up. And Mama
Cherokee.
Queen, are you able to
Oh,
come up, Mama Queen?
Oh, you say that's a real Cherokee. Who?
Listen, Mama Queen is
Vampire
if she
Slayer.
come up, if she's able to come up, y'all will see. That's my Mama
Yeah.
Queen right there, wise woman. Y'all talk about words of wisdom. Y'all will see.
She on point, huh?
But
So-
that's it. That's if
tell
she
you,
can come up.
humble. Now I'm gonna tell you, dog. I fight with men. I don't fight with no woman, bro. When it come down to woman, dog, I come from a matriarchal society.
Listen, she's very peaceful. Hey, listen, I call her Mama Queen because she's very maternal. She ain't fighting with no men. She ain't coming nowhere to fight. If she doing anything, she bringing order. She ain't fighting with nobody.
We missing opportunity right now, right? We got a Cherokee vampire slayer in the building, and we can ask some real Native American questions.
Don't say my name, dog. And you got OTK, the American.
Hold up, wait a minute. I got
OTK's in the building. We got our brother up top. I know he from Maryland, so I know you by one of the reservations up top. So
I'm from South Carolina, dog. I'm open to knowledge. OTK stand for.
We about to find out because we about to ask her some questions so she can elaborate and talk to you about it. What
I've learned as much as you. I don't know everything. I just know that I got it in my blood. Not mean I know everything just because it's in my blood. That I have Cherokee, full-blown Cherokee. Yes. My grandpa's full-blown Cherokee. I have Polish, Russian, and German in it mix. That's what I know. So, but that's that. And did you know that Cherokees can have red hair?
He's saying she's 168th American Indian.
And green eyes.
That's that one blood quantum rule. See, hey, listen. That's why you can't play with me, bro. You can't play with me any kind of way, bro. Because when they was doing this 1/32 and one drop rule, how was they doing a one drop rule when they wasn't even taking blood back then?
Because it was about being black. It was about being black. If you was black, you was black.
Hold up, bro. Let me finish. They was doing lookership. I don't call it lookership because they wasn't doing no scholarship behind that, no scholarly work. They was just looking at people and judging them for how they wanted them to be. So I call it looker shit.
We call it culture. So when the culture decided what it was going to be, that's what it was. Because wasn't nobody taking no DNA tests back in the day. We didn't have that type of advanced technology. He was black. And a white person will let you know you was black back then because if you was around them, you was going to be dangling from a tree. Ain't no playing. They wasn't playing at all.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Let me ask a question. Hold on 1 second. Let me ask a question. Can you name 3 indigenous nations that were not wiped out, removed, or assimilated and still exist today?
Yes. The Etowans, the Yamasee, the Catawbas, the Seminoles. Shit, you want me to keep going on?
The Blackfeet?
Nah, ain't no Blackfeet. I'm talking about southeastern tribes right now after the Yamasee Wars in 1715. Because this is when you see all the tribes, the smaller tribes get massed into bigger chieftains after the Yamasee Wars, before the Seminole Wars in 1812. Do your research, dog. I'm telling you.
I am right now. Don't worry about it.
You got to be real good now. But I know a bunch of lower chieftains, bro. See, all y'all know is the major chieftains. Really, a lot of y'all only know about the 5 civilized tribes.
You talking about the ones that decided to run with white supremacy?
No, the ones where all the lower chieftains got lumped into one.
Christian.
No, not everybody left, bro. No, not everybody coincide with that because they didn't leave. They became citizens, and this is when the reclassification starts. Actually, bro, the American Indian slave trade is the beginning of reclassification and the beginning of race in the United States. I'm just saying, you ain't got to believe me, bro, but I can bring you some shit and you have to say, you know what? You have to find something older than that to say where race began at.
Well, we will have to argue on that because race.
No, bro.
Oh, in North
this
America.
ain't about contentions right now, bro.
No. I ain't attacking or battling you. I just say we would disagree on that because you had slavery begin before America started. So you had the trip.
Well, hold up. Whoa, bro. Exactly. Slavery started before Africa became Africa, correct?
Yeah. Before that name was.
All right then. See? So you see that conundrum, bro?
No, you proved yourself wrong. That's why I'm saying we would disagree on that point.
Started way longer. You
exactly.
know what I mean? And this goes back to the Ottomans, the Turkish, and your Knights Templars and all of them. Now this
go before that because we go when Africans was enslaving Arabs and enslaving Greeks when they was acting out of pocket.
I'm all right with
and
that
we
history over
the Greek. Right.
I'm all right with that history over there, humble. But I master American history, bro. So when he brought that shit up just now, you see how I was easily to reply to that? Because I know
we still got to. Yeah, but we still got to talk about it because the conquistadors were before America started.
The conquistadors
and they came over with a brother. It don't matter. That's America. That's North America.
Yeah. See,
right.
Now,
so
America as a whole, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. I agree with you.
We on the same page now. You'll be there.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I would just speak North American standpoint. You know what I mean when I was speaking just now to answer my brother question.
Can you talk to me about how the Yamasee War connects to the rise of the Gullah Geechee world?
You had the Gullah Geechee there before the Yamasee Wars, bro. So, do you know that whole coast was called the Gullah? This is for Georgia. When it was all Carolina and just Florida. Do you know it was called the Georgia Martyrs? You might can find the land of the Gullah. If you look it up, you might find the land of the Gullah. And they might bring up that map with the Georgia Martyrs map. And all of that. I was looking for the original, bro. But I was in the background like, damn, they done took this shit off you.
They still got that one over there. They got that it's a city over there in your area, and they still got the original. Yeah. They still got that original Pan-African thing going on over there, and it's like
ain't no Pan-African. Ain't no Pan-African.
It's right in your area, fam. It's right over by you. Oh yeah.
Ain't no Pan-African. Hey, listen,
it's still popping. He got the. It's still set up with the houses over there.
Hold up, chill out. That African village that's even here, that motherfucker came from New York.
There's one in New York too. But the original one is still up.
Indians to get that land to start this African place over here, this tourist place over here in South Carolina. He came from New York.
Yeah, we know that. His family is from Africa.
Whoa. The story is that he was one of the slaves that came through Charleston Port.
Hello.
No.
Hello.
Hey, bro. Hey, listen. Bro, chill out. You dead out here, bro. Chill out. Let me talk to Humble. Somebody that's sensible. Humble.
Crazy. Wilding up.
Cosmon in the comments. You got some support in the crowd.
Cosmon, you trying to support Cosmon? You just watched him say it wasn't there to go on to say you talking about the one that's over here in South Carolina. Look, it's still there.
Hey, Cosmon, hey, listen, man.
G-U-A-L-E. Humble. It's spelled G-U-A-L-E.
G-U-A-L-E?
Yes. The land of the Gullah. That's Gullah, bro. Depending on who's saying it, that's Gullah.
It's pronounced Wale, where an indigenous nation who lived among the Georgia coast and sea islands from Savannah River down to St. Simon and Sapelo Islands.
Ain't that the same story of the Gullah Geechee
world, according to the Yamassenes, Creek, Gullah, Apache. These were coastal, agricultural, and deeply tied to the same island that later became the heart of Gullah Geechee territory. Why the Gullah matter? The Gullah are one of the earliest documented indigenous tribes in the region where the Yamasee War happened. The Gullah Geechee culture later formed. Spanish missionaries operated African and indigenous people.
Say it again. African and who?
African and indigenous people interacted.
Humble. Dog. You just skipped past what you read from the jump?
No. The Gullah Geechee culture formed from the Gullah.
No, stop. Humble. You read that the Gullah Coast is also what they call Gullah Geechee. Ain't that what you read?
Wait, hold on. We ain't gonna take it out of context now. Hold on. We ain't gonna take it out of context. What I read was on the Gullah Coast emerged the Gullah Geechee. So we can't...
hold up.
Yeah.
So how you just get rid of the Gullah Indians?
How do you get rid of the Gullah Indians?
Yeah, they already been there.
No, what they are the Muskegon speaking world, the Yamanese, the Creek, Muskogee, the okay, hold on.
You just read it. I'm from here. You just read it.
Muskogee.
That's why I tell people y'all got
the Muskogee,
Geechee. Separate that. Geechee is more like a dialect. Where we from? Here, living here, bro, next to Charleston. When we say somebody Geechee, that means their dialect is different. You know what I mean? Their dialect is more country than ours. Like them boys got that deep dialect, that deep Chucktown sound. Them boys be like, boy, look ya. You know what I mean? That's that deep.
So from the 1560s to the 1680s, the Gullah were heavily involved in the Spanish mission system. Mission Santa Calea de Golay, Mission San Jose. They had a Mission San Jose, Mission San Pedro. These missions were centers of forced conversions.
Yes. What did I tell him earlier?
Exposure, cultural disruption. This weakened the Gullah before the Yamasee War.
That's what I told him earlier.
So Georgia became Georgia, Savannah. That's what
they were enslaved, though.
They were Christian forced.
Yeah, American Indians were enslaved too.
Once they became forced Christians, then
they merged. Once they became forced Christians, they merged with the Yamasees for protection in the 1600s.
Hey, Humble.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Humble. Do you believe that American Indians got shipped out of Charleston?
You said they get shipped out of Charleston?
Yeah.
To where?
Yeah.
You believe American Indians got shipped out of Charleston?
Yeah.
Or slaves?
Slaves? Yes.
All right then. So now when they talk about slaves, how can you just automatically point that to be an African?
No. You mishearing what I'm reading.
Okay, I I'm just checking where your mind at. Humble.
Yeah, you miss. So when we are talking about the Gullah being enslaved before 1715, right? Which means they were already enslaved before the they was already enslaved before the war.
Conquistador time. We covered that. I just covered that point. 1492.
1750 is actually the end of the Yamasee Wars. And
but they were already enslaved before then.
And it ended right here in Goose Creek, where I'm from. Right.
Listen, hold on. Listen, the point you're missing is by the late 1600s, right? The Gullah merged with the Yamasean for protection. So after the 1600s, hold on one second. After the 1600s, many of the Gulay that were not merged with the Yamasseans became enslaved.
Yes.
All right, let me tell you
the
this, bro.
Gulay that merged with the Yamasseans, right? That tribe then later became the Gullah Geechee.
Hey, listen, that's a lie.
Mm-hmm. That's a lie. That's not a lie. No. We ain't okay.
So
show me your.
Hold on. Now, humble. Now I'm gonna ask you, who was doing the enslaving all the way up in South Carolina?
Conquistadors.
The conquistadors ain't never came all the way up into South Carolina.
And Europeans. And watch this. Watch this, South Carolina.
No, stop.
What African clan was brought over to South Carolina?
Can you please tell him shut up real quick, please?
Go ahead.
I'm talking to
I got you.
1,000 part. I didn't mean to tell you shut up, man.
No, it's all good. I know. Let's keep go ahead.
Damn, let me deal with one person at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, who is doing the enslaving in South Carolina in early 1600s? Please let me know.
The British colonists in South Carolina.
No, bro.
California traders.
That's a lie, bro.
How?
That's a lie.
Who else was there?
What year did they come in that South Carolina was known, bro? What year?
You said what year did they come?
1670.
Okay, did they come?
1670.
So that's what I said. The late 1600s.
No, that's not what you said, bro. You said
the late 1600s and 1670s.
1500s.
No, you misremembered. Hold on. Let's go back because you misrepresenting what I'm saying. All right, let's go back really fast, right?
My bad.
So
I don't got no problem with that.
When I'm talking about the 15, hold on, I got you. Hold on 1 second. Let me get it. I ain't gonna be long. So when we're speaking about the Gulay and the Spanish missions, that happened from the 1560s to the 1680s. The Gulay were heavily involved in Spanish mission systems. Mission Santa Catalana and the Gulay, Mission San Jose, Mission San Pedro. Remember, these were forced conversions, labor extractions, things of that nature, right? Then we get down. Hold on 1 second. Hold on real fast. Then we get down to the Gulay. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Then we get down to the Gulay and the Yamasseans' direct connection by the late 1600s. We just read 1670s. That's the late 1600s. Many Gulay merged with the Yamasseans for protection. How do you say that's a lie?
No, bro. I never said that was no lie. Remember, during the Yamasee War, you had 100 chieftains join, and it became the Yamasee Confederacy in 1715. You had 100 chieftains.
Right.
100 chieftains.
But what you failing to say,
that war, bro, and after that war, you don't hear nothing about the lesser tribes no more. All you hear
because they were enslaved. You do know the Gulay were enslaved before 1715.
That's a lie, bro.
That's not a lie. Okay, let's say it's a lie. We're gonna find out if it's a lie.
Let me understand what you're saying. So you saying after 1715, the Indians became slaves?
No, I'm saying the Gulay before 1715 was enslaved. And hold on. The Gulay who were not enslaved, hold on. The Gulay who were not enslaved merged with the Yamasseans for protection. I just read it to you.
Right. And I'm gonna add something before you read the rest. Hold up real quick.
Right here, bro? That's a fucking lie. Because the Gulay is a coastal region. Hold on, bro. Chill out. The Gulay is describing all the chieftains on the eastern coastline. That's not just one tribe.
It's 100.
That's a mix of chieftains. Because their language is the same going down into Georgia. That's why I tell you look up the land of the Gullah with the Georgia martyrs. So you can see the map. because you got to
All right.
people.
So let me read this. Let me read this.
Hold up before you read it, Humble. Hold up before you read it, Humble.
Go ahead before I read this. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So before you read, let him finish and let me say something.
All right. The reason why I take look that up because you got the gully, correct? You got the G-U-A-L-E, the gully or gullah. You also got an Ogeechee people.
No,
that's
no.
So you let him land his plane.
Whoa.
Land your plane. You gonna land? You breaking up, fam.
Bro. I swear to God. Me and you gonna become best friends.
Yeah.
Hey, me and you about to become. Me and you gonna become best friends, bro. And this is not the American Indian. The American Indian Dictionary.
Oh, he got cut. Here he come back.
Look what it say right here.
Yeah, he back. Hold on.
Ogeechee.
Yeah.
Ogeechee.
1700.
A small tribe.
What'd that say?
They were. They go to the right. The very what?
That's different.
No,
that's a different people.
That ain't even the same.
No, it's not.
That's different than who we talking about.
Dog.
So
when you look where they located at and you put them on the map and you see they in the same spot. How about that?
Nah, bro.
So let me say this.
Different people.
You put them in the map. That's an Ogeechee, bro. A small tribe that lived along.
Right, that's a different people.
So let me say this, bro.
Hold up. They say they lived along the river, the Ogeechee River in Georgia. Remember now, Georgia didn't become a state in 17-something. Damn near before 1776. Georgia and North Carolina was the last two. And they came out of Virginia and Carolina and some of Florida. That's what made Georgia. That's what made North Carolina. That's when they got the 13 colonies. Before that, you got the Continental Congress. So now, I just showed you the Ogeechee people. Now, the Gullah is just a language dialect.
No. So what's the?
Oh, time out. Hold up, real fast. Hold up.
Come on. All you got to do is look
up. Open the knowledge. Hold on, real fast. I just let you go. Hold on, brother. Let me get it in. I got you. Hold on.
So before you read that,
I can't let you. Hold on 1 second, Star. Hold on 1 second. Watch this. I can't let you just run when you say I just showed you a group of people. The Ogeechee is not a tribe. It is not a nation. It is not an ethnic group.
It is a tribe.
A place name, a geographic and coastal region.
Okay, let him finish.
It's the Ogeechee River.
Let him finish, OT.
Hold on. The Ogeechee region is historically home to the Gully, the Yamasee, and the Mukoji. These are these people.
Do I need to show this again? Yeah. Hold up.
So let him finish real quick, so he could say his piece. OT.
Hold up. That shit.
So
don't tell.
It say the slave trade connection,
bro. Hold up. What is that right there, bro? What is that? Is that Ogeechee?
Yes. But
all right. What it say? Well, hold up. What it say, bro? What it say? A small tribe of the Yuchi, which we know who the Yuchi is, the Uchi, who lived along the Ogeechee River in Georgia. Come on, bro. That's why I tell you, they be getting the Geechee and the Gullah people mixed up. The Gullah is just representing the whole coast of dialect that we speak. But you got a whole Ogeechee people. That's Ogeechee people. So that's why I'm trying to tell people. Listen, I'm the reason why Queen can't stop saying that shit down here, bro. Like on my grandmama. On my grandmama, dog. I'm the reason why Queen quit payment her indigenous shit right now to this day. That's on my grandmama. She ain't claiming that African shit no more because she don't know. We not saying we know Africans came. We not saying that the slave trade didn't happen. We know Africans came, but not everybody got it in their genealogy. Not everybody.
All you gotta do is take that DNA test.
Thank you.
That's all
now,
we got. That's all we can say.
All right.
So now,
so land the plane, brother, because you're gonna keep saying the same thing, and we got you already on your point. So there's a couple things, right? One, that we already know they was fighting, and we know they was enslaved because the conquistadors was enslaving them and wrote about it. Ponce de Leon was writing about
it. The link, man. Drop the link for
so,
my brother.
So that's what's going on right there. Second, when
bro, when you're dealing with South Carolina history,
we let you holler. Sit back for 2 seconds. Let somebody else touch the mic. Brother, you built. Hold tight. Yeah, hold tight. We didn't let you build. So you had that going on, and that's the case. The Geechee Gullah.
You had what going on, bro?
Let me finish, then you can hear, cause right now you just trying to talk over and you saying the same thing. No, you just tried to tell us. You said two different things, family. You said they was enslaved, and you said they wasn't enslaved. He just showed you they was enslaved. You did. You said, then you called it a lie, then you said it wasn't a lie, then you saying it's a lie. But it ain't him talking though right now. Right now, I'm talking right now.
Hold on 1 second.
No, hold tight. You just had the floor. You just had the floor. Now I'm taking the floor so I can speak as well. Nah, B, it don't matter. You tried to put him in our mouth. You tried to put him in our mouth. So let's be clear. Hold tight.
Hold on 1 second, both of y'all real fast.
Oh, go ahead.
If somebody is putting words in your mouth or something, you hold tight, and after they land that plane, you get a chance to come in to correct the misnomers they're saying about you. Y'all both gonna get a chance.
Nah, I don't rock like that, dog. You're not about to lie on me. I need to correct your shit right
now. You tried to lie on us.
But we listen.
So yeah, you right now, you already based it on a lie because you lied on us. You said it wasn't this, but then you turned around. So this is what we're looking at. You know that the Pan-African areas over there. Number one, we know that, and this is why I mentioned the South Carolina, because the Congolese come through that same port in 1906. That's where my people got taken to, right through South Carolina and the Atlantic. Nah, stop cutting in. Stop cutting in. We gave you the floor. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back, OPK. It's time, baby. Look, the Congolese got brought to that port in 1906, and that's where we got sold. West African group comes through, Atlantic slave trade. We got imported into Louisiana and South Carolina. And I ain't even got no, I'm in my truck. But I tell you this, this is why they when you see that little city in town over there, we identify as Congolese Americans.
I'm just saying the numbers. Hey, what up? Hey, salute, A1.
Salute, cause I ain't done yet, family. Hold tight.
A1, man. Salute, OTK.
Salute, but we not done yet, brother Cosmo. So hold tight, cause you cutting my bill right now. So hold tight.
Is playing Cosmo. We gonna introduce you, brother. We see you. I got you.
Yeah, sit back for 2 seconds. So as immigrants coming from the DR, that's the case. That's where it is. And that's why I mentioned it in the first place. So if you end up this Native American Indian mixed with this particular African, more than likely you're Congolese and whatever type of native you are. And so the mixture,
chill out. You through?
brother, quit trying to cut me off because you don't know what you're saying, and you already done messed up like 3 times. So now, yeah, if I could have him stop trying to cut in every 2 seconds.
You is long-winded, Asarum Cop.
Yeah, because 3 of y'all hopped in about 16 times. Quit talking so I could finish. No, I don't think so. I only talk for. I ain't even talk the full minute. You long-winded and you rude with it. So now that I'm finishing, quit cutting me off. Now, like I said, if you there, your mixture. Quit trying to lie over the top of it. We done caught you in 3 lies already, brother. Now, if you there in that area, then you're probably Congolese and whatever type of Native American you are. That's probably the type of African you are.
So your
and
came in
after that, shoot, I need my drink. Messing with y'all. So 1906, that's your African mixture, more than likely in that area. But there were.
You said in 1906?
In 1906.
Hold on.
That,
Hey,
I'm
listen,
not
hey,
done.
listen, hold on,
You're
hold
just
on.
bumping your gums, and you was already wrong about the first part. Now we correcting you about the second part.
All right,
now,
hold on. Land your plane real quick.
I can't even land the plane because every time I talk, they hop in. They nervous. That's how you do when you're dead wrong. Yeah. You know how cats be when they wrong. So
come on,
now,
gentlemen, tighten up.
Yeah, it's very simple. If you now other Africans were brought in from the slave trade. Some of the Congolese got brought in through the Middle Passage. This is earlier than 1906, but they made a heavy concentration of bringing Congolese. Around 17. What is it? 17.
Prove that shit.
17. What's it called? It right.
Can you show it?
I'm in my truck. I can't show it to you right now. But if you want to debate it, if you want to ask bet and put your ass on the line, we can debate it. Is that what you saying?
One mic.
If you would like to debate it, I'll be happy to chew you up on it. Would you like to debate it?
All right, hold on, aside. We're gonna get back to that real fast. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna get back to that. We're gonna go to Big Cosmo real quick.
This your dog aside, and I gave a shout out to him earlier.
Because you said,
is this your teacher? It's your teacher.
I teach everybody. I'm your teacher too.
Hold on, aside. Hey, hold on, bro.
You about to learn today. It's a winner every day, baby.
I know that's right.
Hold on, y'all. When we say one mic, y'all, we trying to introduce Big Cosmo in the back, man. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Big Cosmo, what's up?
What up, dog?
What it do, my guy?
You know what?
You like some hubcaps?
My brother, I'm sorry, that's my brother. You dig what I'm talking about? We go back and forth. My brother is so long-winded. I forgot what we was talking about in the beginning. So I gotta kind of address what he was saying. Nobody is saying no Africans were ever brought over here. I'm saying the numbers proven are so minuscule as into not almost amount. The actual numbers are under 4,000 people. You're right. And David, hold on. The scientist David Eston, who gave us the estimation, who taught about the triangular slave trade, gave us the actual numbers. He has shown that less than 3,900 or 3,600 people, actually 1% of that so-called Middle Passage or Slave Passage, actually reached North America. And this is why in 1740, you dig what I'm talking about. Let's go back to South Carolina. it is proven that more Africans, right? More American Indians were shipped in and out of South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were brought in or out, period. There were more just shipped out than Africans were brought in or sold out. By the numbers, this is just what's proven.
That's pseudo.
How is it pseudo when
hold on, Cosmo. You want to debate that? You want to debate that?
You want to debate that?
More American Indians
you said more.
Well, like y'all like how quick y'all like to get in the ring over here.
Yeah.
Hey, humble. We can't give everything away free, man. God damn. Hey, Asad.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Respect, dude. Do you want
to it's all love. It's all love.
American Indians were shipped out of Charleston, the Africans brought in. Do you want to debate
into America? Absolutely, we could debate that. The scholar he's using, we all already got on his head before. Go right ahead.
We don't need to talk no more about this. You say
Yup. That's a go.
A1.
Tell me when to go. That's
we have a debate, gentlemen. We have a debate.
Shout out to Cody Riley. That's an E40 record.
Africans brought in. That's the
to America. To America.
No, to North
America.
Yeah, to the and he made it even bigger. He said North. We ain't talking about Charleston. We talking about North America.
We're talking about the United States, North America, Charleston, South Carolina.
And he's saying that more. We keep talking about Charleston. We know what Charleston is. He said more Indians have been shipped out of Charleston, that one port, than Africans brought into North America. So we need to make sure North America is on there, because after we do this, he ain't gonna say that no more.
He gonna try to check it out. You know what? He gonna try to gum it up. That's that New York grimy. That's that New York grimy, slimy Brooklyn shit.
Let Open the Knowledge get in there, y'all. Let Open the Knowledge land his plane, y'all.
You gotta let him play. Let it go ahead, OTK.
Hey,
you try that Brooklyn magic on you.
Don't run now, bro, because now it seems like you tucking your tail now. And I know
I'm running up on it. I'm running up on it. I'm coming to snatch his chain.
All right, so now we're gonna get that debate. Did more American Indians get out of Charleston than Africans brought into Charleston?
No, not Charleston, into North America. Just what he said.
No.
So more. See, don't try to change it for him. I knew you was trying to run. He said. He said, and then he just repeated it. He said, look at him trying to run. He said there was more Indians shipped in and out of Charleston, Carolina, than there was Africans brought to North America. Stand on your square. Don't you dare. Stand on your square.
No, ain't nobody ever say the whole North
America. He just said that. What you mean?
No, we talking about North America.
Yeah, we talking about North America. Let him say it. Don't speak for him, OTK. He grown.
So
listen, you ain't debating me.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. So
I bet I'm not.
OT claims, clarify your statement.
Let's see if he duck it.
Let's see if he duck it. American Indians get shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought in. That's what I said.
To North America. That's what Cosmon said.
Well, you're not debating Cosmon.
Right.
Cosmon, you made the statement. Your man gonna stand on it. Stand on what Cosmon said.
Nope.
Stand on what Cosmon said. If he don't want to debate it, you want to debate it. Stand on what he said.
Nope.
But Cosmon, if this nigga
want
to
the
jump on
haircut,
that,
that's what he's saying.
I'll body bag him on that too, because for the simple fact I know more American Indians been shipped out of Virginia, New York, and all of that.
We ain't say Virginia, New York. We said Charleston, South Carolina.
Ever the Africans came here?
He said South Carolina brought to North America. That was his statement.
Yeah.
Hey, A1, don't let this video go down because it's going to be playing in the debate.
You trying to say what I said?
That's what I need to understand on what you said.
He's running from OTK.
OTK don't want to OTK don't want to stand on your square. You said it. He's defending it. Stand on the square.
He can't stand on my square.
So hold on. Let's get this right real fast. So
OTK,
are you standing on your square to say that there were more? Right. Are you saying that there are more native indigenous people shipped out than there were more Africans brought in Charleston, South Carolina?
Yes.
So now you're changing. Now he's changing his statement because what he said was very clear.
Hey,
you never said it. You didn't say it.
Hey, Humble, how you understand and he don't understand?
Humble. Wasn't it clear that he said North America for the Africans and South Carolina for the Indians?
No.
Wasn't it clear? No. Don't take this. Don't take this video down neither, cause when we play it back, we gonna talk about how they ain't trying to stand on that square. They trying to hop off.
I can still beat that. Listen, take OTK's debate, and then I'll debate you. I'll debate that. I'll debate the other end. You think more Africans were brought to North America than Indians were moved throughout North America? I'll debate.
No, dog, we ain't say that. We ain't say that. We said you said specifically. You said more African American. You said more Native Americans were shipped. Yes, you did. You said more Indians. Here, I'll give you your word. You said more Indians were shipped out.
Call them indigenous Americans.
This what they do when they don't want that smoke. They just overtalk you, right? So you hearing these two try to go crazy because they know they done messed up. You see they done put their foot in their mouth. So you said clearly, you said more Indians were shipped out of South Carolina.
Hold on, OTK. You gotta let us start and Kai talk, bro.
He don't want to do it. He know he in trouble. BTA, y'all heard Cosmon say, and y'all heard OTK back him when he said more Indians were shipped in and out of South Carolina's port, and y'all heard me say that port, than Africans were brought to North America. Now that square done got so little, don't nobody want to put a toe on it. Now they want to say, oh, throughout North America, oh, throughout South Carolina. They in trouble, and BTA, belt is behind me. All right, go ahead, OTK.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because y'all been talking for forever. Y'all been talking forever.
Be done. Hurry up and be done.
I'm trying to, but y'all been talking forever. Y'all talking on your turn, you talking on my turn, you blah blah blah, but you ain't standing there nothing.
Wrap it up, Shun.
Wrapping it up.
Wrap it up, B.
I got to, because I was about to go raw in you, but now I got to wrap it up. I got to pause, but now I got to wrap it up because we thought he was on point. No Diddy, but his conversation is, you know what it is. Let's go.
Funny. That was nasty. that wasn't funny. That was nasty. No, that wasn't funny. We laughing at you. No, we laughing at you. We're not laughing with you.
Yeah. So you ain't gonna stand on that square. No biggie.
Now, like I said, are you done? Are you done?
I'm done. Going to take an hour.
I'm telling you, I will guarantee you, and I will bash you to death that more American Indians were enslaved and shipped throughout North America than
we didn't. That wasn't the conversation,
ever.
brother.
Listen,
that wasn't
listen,
the conversation.
Listen, don't worry about. Listen, just be quiet. I know you triggered. It's gonna hurt.
Oh, it's a wolf ticket being sold.
I know it's gonna hurt.
That wasn't part of the conversation.
Listen to what I'm saying.
We heard you.
I'm saying more American Indians were trafficked and sold, enslaved within America.
Yeah, we're not buying that. We're good.
Africans ever came here before
Of course, they're native to the land, and the Europeans kicked them out of it. Yeah, we know that. We're not buying that here. That wasn't the conversation, bud. When you want to get back to that South Charleston port, I'll be here. I'm here for it.
The C, the O, the W, the A, the R, the D, the coward. Those boys be running, man. Just take the debate. Hey, yeah, see, they get to doing that Pan-African shuffle, that they turn into trans-Africans. Hey, listen. Hey, hold on. Hey, hold on.
What, you trying to hit the OWASP lottery? You trying to be a winner? You trying to OWASP lottery up? We know you ain't got no money on it. Put your money where your mouth is and stand on that South Charleston port like all them Indians you say that was more than them Africans that came to North America. Put your money where your mouth is.
The next day they Congolese, the next day they Nigerian, the next day they South African, the next day they hunter-gatherers.
Yeah, we Africans.
These niggas is trans-Africans. They don't know.
That's all African right there. He just described us to a T in every verse.
Somebody got
with
an
a bunch
echo.
of lost niggas with an identity issue. Who are too lazy to do their own
issue there. A bunch of Africans.
Hey, one mic. Hey, look.
So
what we going to do is we going to take a little reset. We're going to take a little reset. And then I'm going to go to Big Cosmon. And I'm going to give him 2 minutes. I'm going to give him 2 minutes to speak.
I'm out.
Hold on 1 second, Cosmon. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Don't jump in there yet.
You catch that fade, OTK.
Hold on, Cosmon. Don't jump in there yet. Don't jump in there yet. Hold on, brother.
I ain't gonna stop. Let's say what you gonna say, family.
Hold on, Cosmon. Don't jump in there yet, brother. So I'm gonna give Cup. I don't know if he's gonna come back up. If he come back up, I'm gonna try to wait for him to come back up. If he don't come back up, then I'm gonna give Asar and Kai 2 minutes, and then we're gonna get to OTK. I'm gonna give him 2 minutes. All right.
Peace, Iceberg.
Let's see if Big Cosmon come back up. If Big Cosmon don't come back up, then we're gonna assign Kai.
Oh, what happened to Cosmon?
Where you at?
He felt them clippers on the back of his neck.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes, bro. Go ahead.
I got 2. Okay. He felt them clippers on the back of his neck. He done switched this whole conversation up. We went from Indians being traded out to South Carolina port more times than North Africans was brought to North America. I bet you Indians were traded more through North America than Africans were. Well, no, duh, Sherlock. There's more Native Americans here than there are Africans. Of course, they would have been traded more. Of course, they would have been trafficked more. But you put your money on that South Carolina port, my brother. And when you put your money on that South Carolina port and you say there was more people in Native American garbs shipped out and in than there were Africans brought to North America, you are committing a travesty. He had the foolish idea to say only 4,000 Africans were brought to North America in the first place. This is idiocy in all of its facets. So let me say very clearly, if he wanted to debate 4,000 Africans were brought to North America, that's a debate. If he wanted to debate there were more Indians shipped in and out of the South Carolina port than there were Africans brought to North America, that's a debate. And anybody who want to hold his hand during it can get this work too. Shout out to my brother Cosmon and the OSP Clay. But you will get this work a second time. I know you and your feelings about the first time when me, Jabari, and the Pa gave you that work, baby. You can get it again.
Man, that's a bunch of fugazi.
All right, go ahead, OTK. 2 minutes on you, Brody. 2 minutes on you.
Share my screen, man. Can you share my screen, please?
Yeah, let me
share my
see.
screen. I ain't got no time for talking. I don't got no time for talking. And I'm glad you didn't take this debate, Asaf. I swear to God, I'm glad you didn't take this debate. Because if you did take this debate, dog, you would have got body bagged. All right? I'm just letting know. Is that for everybody now? All right. And this is coming from Slate. You know what I mean? Boom. Europeans didn't displace Native Americans. They enslaved them and encouraged tribes to participate in the slave trade on a scale historians are only beginning to fathom. So this is why your lack of knowledge, bro, is at the level it is. Because they're just now starting to put this type of shit out. And it's because niggas like OTK. Let's start from here. Before looking at the way Native enslavement happened on a local level, really, the only way to approach a history that's fragmented and various, it helps to appreciate the sweep of the phenomena. How common was it for the Indians to be enslaved by Euro-Africans? Counting can be difficult because many instances of Native enslavement in the colonial period were illegal on either ad hoc and left with no paper trail. But historians have tried. A few of their estimates. Thousands of Indians were enslaved in the colonial New England, according to Margaret L. Newell. So now, that's a source. She got plenty of work out there too. Study her up. She actually lived with them around them too. Alan Gale, another source.
All right.
Hold up, bro. Got between 16
that's your 2 minutes, Brody. That's your 2 minutes.
Whoa, hold up, bro.
All right, go ahead. Finish up.
1750.
Give him a third. You know they long-winded.
Exported out of Charleston into slavery through Charlestown than Africans imported. That's what I said. That's what I said, bro. You just let me finish, bro. Right here.
All right, Assam Kai, you got 2 minutes to respond. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, OTK. All right, Assam Kai, you got 2 minutes to respond, bro.
This is what happens when they add words to the article to try to make their point. We all heard them say, the North America. And when you put your foot in your mouth, like I told them, we it's BTA. It's just another case of that old BTA. Oh! You understand? So when I take this belt and I get to smacking buns with it, and y'all get to jumping up and reaching for bars and running around the room, no, I didn't do it. Papa has got a brand new bag. So now you want to try to switch it up and change it. We know what the article says, because the article ain't going to be stupid enough to say more Africans were brought to North. They wouldn't be dumb enough to say there was more Indians shipped out of that South Charleston port than there were Africans brought to North America. But y'all got a little ahead of yourselves. You got a little too excited. You thought you smelled good because you sprayed cologne, but you still got to take a shower. You need to take that trash out. You need to wash them dishes, get this house clean. You understand? You forgot that part. And so I had to come clean house. Now, I done presented the 2 things y'all said that we got on video, which will play if we get a debate, because I want you to stand on your square. But if you want to say this other stuff, we know that's not true. We know that's not true. And I'm in my eye, so I ain't going to tell a lie on the Native Americans that was here. That's foolishness. You had a Cherokee on the line. I was going to ask her before she hopped off. I was going to say, speak some Cherokee to our brother and see if he could respond in the same language, because he just claimed all them 100 chiefs spoke the same language up and down the eastern southern coast of Carolina to New York to Florida. But we know that ain't true. We know they had a sign language, and I even showed on the channel the original letter that they had wrote to the original families, forefathers, when they were speaking in their own native tongue before. You don't want this work.
All right. 2 minutes for you to respond, OTK. Hey, yo, this right here is what I look forward to. I'm loving this right here.
I just want you to know, bro, Humble. I just want you to know I stayed quiet, bro. And that brother, I didn't even have 2 minutes, my dog. Ain't no way I read half of this paragraph. Hold up. Ain't no way I read half of this paragraph and my 2 minutes was up. And this motherfucker just went through a whole diatribe and then lying and saying something ain't nobody said. Ain't nobody never said that, Asaf. You making up shit, bro. You know what? You done been fucking around with HOK too much. To now, you make up shit that you hear, bro. You already assume what you hearing. Ain't nobody say nothing about the whole America. We was talking about North America, and we was talking about Charleston Port. Ain't nobody say nothing about the whole America. Ain't nobody never said that. But if you want to get into that, I can show you that more Indians was shipped out than more Africans was brought into North America. If you want to get into that, I'll be your Huckleberry. Now what? Speak up, nigga, or forever hold your peace. I'll take that challenge too. Now what?
Okay.
Oh, my bad. Hold up. I leaned back for a second. Wow. Here we go.
What you got for that, Asaf?
So you hear him selling them wolf tickets.
Hold on, OTK. Hold on. Mute up, OTK. Mute up. What you got for that, Asaf?
My bad.
So you see my brother that sold the wolf ticket. My brother OTK that sold the wolf ticket. See, what you fail to realize is I'm about to place. It's coming from the DR. You hear that? That mean that I got two phones. So I'm about to play the part for the people, and I'm gonna give you a chance now to shape up what you said before I go and pull it up. So we can show that y'all said North America.
Listen, bro, one thing about me, I know what I teach. I said I can show you.
Hold on, 1 second. Mute up. OTK, you gonna have a chance to respond, bro. Hold up, let him go in. You gonna have a chance to respond.
So Humble.
Hey, Humble, let him talk. Let him talk, right? Put your foot in your mouth. Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Hey, Humble.
All right, go ahead, OTK. He said he'll be back.
Africans brought in. Yep. Okay. All right. So I ain't say damn brought into Charleston, and this nigga surgical ass. Boy, you surgical.
You know you family. Hey, so I'm gonna stop you before you even do it, right? Let's listen real quick. Let's listen for the people.
In the beginning, so I gotta kind of address what he was saying. Nobody is saying no Africans were ever brought over here. I'm saying the numbers proven are so minuscule as in to not almost amount. The actual numbers are under 4,000 people.
That's charge one.
Hold on. The scientist David Eston, who gave us the estimation, who taught about the triangular slave trade, gave us the actual numbers. He has shown that
you got to think about the lie.
Less than 3,900 or 3,600 people, actually 1% of that so-called Middle Passage or Slave Passage, actually reached North America. And this is why in 1740, you dig what I'm talking about? Let's go back to South Carolina.
North America.
Hold on, let him talk.
Right? I mean, more American Indians were shipped in and out of South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were brought in or out, period. There were more just shipped in than Africans were brought in or so.
Pause it.
Prove it.
That's your man, yo. That's your man. That's your man.
He went on your phone and saw. He said, "Pause it real quick."
And I ain't played the first part yet where he said North America.
Hold up, let him clarify, Saul. Let him clarify. Go ahead, OTK.
Hold up. So was my dog not talking about Charleston? And he said 1740. Let's talk about Charleston.
He want the first part, huh?
Was shipped in and out of Charleston that Africans brought in. He was talking about Charleston, correct? Yes or no? Now y'all some smart motherfuckers. Was that not he talking about? Did he not clarify Charleston first? Yes or no?
No. And I'm gonna tell you no. I'm gonna tell you no. I'm about to, but I'm about to tell you. Listen. You're gonna put your foot in your mouth. I haven't played the first part yet, where he said Charleston and North America in the first place. You ready for that?
Go ahead.
It ain't over. Let him talk. Let him talk for a minute while I cue it up.
No, I'll save that. I'm gonna save that and bust your head with. Hey, listen, dog. My dog strictly said in 1740, when you talk about 1740, and matter of fact, more Indians were shipped in and out of Charleston than Africans brought in. He was talking about Charleston, bro. He didn't say nothing about America. You ad-libbed that. This man ain't never say nothing about America. He said Charleston. So now, Asaf, what made you think he was talking about all America?
I ain't played North America yet. You about to get it. I'm gonna tell you now. Stop trying to cap and saving.
In 1740. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's go back to South
Take
Carolina.
your cape off.
Hey, this is a good back and forth right here. This right here, this what it's all about.
Your boy,
my man is start bringing out the receipts.
I got mad respect for you now, Asaf.
You family. OTK, don't take none of this personally. You family. Don't even trip. It's just what we do.
Hey, listen, you a fucking scholar to me, dog, on some real shit now. On some real shit. I know who you is, Asaf. For real. I know who you are, bro. I respect you. And you know who I am, because you done seen me a couple of times.
You know you family. You already know it.
Yeah. But show me, can you play what he say that more American Indians were shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought in America? Because what you said, he said. He said that was brought in Charleston, brought in America.
Yeah, I'm queuing it up now. I'm just bringing it up. Hold on.
Like I said.
Hey, brother A1, you there?
Yeah, he in the cut.
No.
What up, yo?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, I'm about to hop off, Brody. I'm about to lay it on down.
Do your thing, man. You know, I woke up about midnight. So.
I appreciate you, brother A1, as always. My man, Assam,
my man, OTK.
Go ahead, brother.
That's your best bet, Humble.
What's up, brother Humble? I'll catch you on another show for sure, man.
I'll catch you tomorrow,
leave
man.
us out here for itself. That's your
Most
best
definitely.
bet.
Listen, y'all know. Y'all know I'll be back up here later on tonight or later on today.
Yeah. Hey, you leave us out here by itself. That's the best bet. Because he dead.
Hey, look.
Word.
Hey, look. If I get something on the back end, I'll come back up. All right, y'all. I'm out. I appreciate
shout
y'all.
out to you, Humble. Yeah, you went on 12 hours. Fire bill. Asa. Now you got younger looking up
trade. Some of the Congolese go ahead, go in for a second. I'm just bringing it up real quick. Earlier than 1906, queuing it up. But they made a heavy concentration.
I'm gonna mute you until you're ready to play it. There you go.
Yeah.
I was
go ahead,
OTK. On the Congolese shit. Hey, but hold up though. Hey, A1, since you here. Let's not act like this. Don't say what it say. Between 1670 and 1715, more Indian was exported into slavery through Charlestown than Africans imported. Let's not. I don't say that what it said.
Oh, you want me to pull your source back up?
Yeah. Why not? I thought this is source. Oh, you only show sources during the debate.
No.
You don't got nobody to pull sources up when they talking. Oh,
that's what we wanted. Here you go.
I'm about to change it.
I had took it down.
Yeah. I'm about to change
there you go.
Shit. Yeah, I know you won't take it down.
It's
up. I know.
It's up.
I know. I feel you. So it's not what I was saying. A1, is this not what I was saying? Yes or no?
Wait, so between 1670 and 1715, more Indians were exported into slavery through Charlestown than Africans were imported. Is that? But does that say America or imported into Charlestown? Hold on, I have a question. I just want to ask a clarifying question.
Ain't nobody say nothing about America, bro. We was talking about Charleston, North America.
Oh, Cosmo was saying that in America.
Remember,
period.
Charleston is the major slave port.
Cosmo said in America, period, right?
Supposedly came through.
Do you hear me? Cosmo said in America, period.
No.
That's what I just heard in the video that I saw him.
No, bro. If you rewind that back, Cosmo said, in fact, more American Indians got shipped out of Charleston. 1740. If y'all want to talk about Charleston, in fact, more American Indians got shipped out than any shipped in and out than any Africans brought in. That's what he said. He was talking about Charleston. How do y'all get America by that?
It sounded like he said
Come
America,
on,
period.
Listen,
he said more. No. He said,
listen,
I mean, I know what I heard, though.
Yeah, I'll be a dumbass,
I'm not wrong.
A1, because I know the majorities of so-called transatlantic slave trade.
I feel like you strawman in my argument.
Went to the Caribbean and went to Brazil, bro.
You strawman in what
I
I'm saying.
know this for a fact.
But it's all right. You got it.
Boy, y'all some scary dude over here.
I'm trying to talk. How am I scary? I'm trying to talk. You won't let me.
Oh,
I'll let you be right. You want to be right? You can be right.
No, not be right. You let me be great, because that's what I am.
Well, I'm trying to ask a clarifying question.
Thousand pardon, man. I know you was talking. Thousand pardon. Go ahead, man.
And it really, I already asked my clarifying question, actually, but I was just saying that when Cosmo started his statement, he was talking about the Indians being exported. But when he ended his statement, he was talking about more than any Africans in America, like all of America. That's what he said. But if he was mistaken, now it could have been like, he could have just been talking fast.
Can you pull that up with him saying that?
Asaram Khan just played it for me. That's how I heard it twice.
He was talking about Charleston. He started.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I know he was talking about Charleston. He was talking about the Indians being exported. But then when he said there were more Indians exported through slavery from. I don't need you to hold my hand when I say it. You don't got to. We don't got to. It's not acquired. I can finish the sentence. I know you know what I'm about to read. He said that there were more Indians exported into slavery through Charleston than there were Africans imported, but he added into all of America. He read that exact sentence, but he added into all of America.
Well, play it, bro.
I don't. Sorry,
if you can't play it, bro. If you can't play it, A1. If you can't play it, I take over your debate league.
You want us both to rewind? He already rewinded it and kicking your butt. You want me to rewind it and get you too?
No, bro. He couldn't find it because Paz ain't never said that.
He just played it for me. I heard him say it.
No, he didn't, bro. That shit said it was more American Indians shipped out, and matter of fact, shipped in and out than Africans brought in. And he was talking about Charleston. He ain't never say no America. Now, if y'all want to get into this America shit, afterwards we say, yeah, we'll do that too. And we approve ourselves right with that too. That more American Indians got shipped out than Africa brought in to North America.
What did he say right here? Let's see what he said. He said, listen.
South Carolina. We keep talking about Charleston. We know what Charleston is. He said more Indians have been shipped out of Charleston, that one port, than Africans brought into North America. So we need to make sure North America is on there, because after we do this,
hold up. Let me grab the point again. Hold up. Let me reset it.
Yeah, that's Fugazi, Asai. That's afterwards, bro. That's afterwards, Asai. Word, that's afterwards now. Come on now, put my dog on what his original statement was. He didn't say America. We was talking about Charleston, 1740. He started with 1740. Come on, man. Don't do us like that, bro. If we say something out of context, we don't have no problem with saying no.
Nah, he said it. I'm trying to re-cue it back up. I can't find the spot. I need to find the spot.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard, though. It shouldn't be that hard to find it, bro. And don't chop it up and don't mix in what you want to say now. Because, see, we don't edit. We don't know nothing about, I don't know nothing about that editing shit. I know none of that, bro. But I know what my dog said. For real.
You're crazy. I'm a historian of the highest nature, my brother. But watch, now we get it.
We would never put all of America in our conversation unless we're talking about all of America. But if we're talking about us, as us in a whole, dog, we're going to specifically state on North America, bro. That's one thing about me, and I know my dog. We don't go too far outside America, North America. For real. We deal with the Caribbeans and South America, but that's their shit. That's their own history, and it's a complex history out there.
You sound like you don't want to debate.
Out there. But bro, our history ain't that complex. It is complex, but because we from the soil, it's not that complex. You know, if you're not from there, then it's more complex to find out about that information, especially trying to tie yourself to the people and find out your connection. So that's all I'm saying, Asad. My dog ain't never said that, bro. My dog said more American Indians were shipped in or either out of Charleston than Africans brought in. Once he say that, we talking about Charleston, bro. You added the American. Now I got to contact Uncle Sarnetta now, Asad. Now I got to contact Sarnetta now, Asad. Now I got to beat you up on the meeting now.
I contact Side for you. It's easy work. You can do it.
around 10.
Don't do that yet. Not
You
yet.
know you're my brother now, because I'm telling you, slow down now. Slow down now.
I know, bro. I'm trying to build up this debate lead, bro. You know what I mean? Talking shit. You know?
Don't run now.
I don't run, dog. I told you. I don't run. I run to it, bro. I'm a swamp nigga. Boy, I'm a country nigga. Name one country nigga you know been scared. For real. All y'all cousins from down south, y'all know them boys. Boy, them some country ass niggas. Them motherfuckers don't give a shit. But when y'all motherfuckers come from up north down here, we be like, damn, boy, them motherfuckers don't give a shit. we got the same mentality for real. It's just different levels to this shit. But Asad, what's up? You find it yet?
No, I'm over here digging through it now. I'm just trying to skip around.
I know. You find it yet? It's gonna take you that long.
Now, I want that part where he said North America. I heard it right before we did the thing, too.
Nah,
conversation is
Go to a word from our sponsors.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
That will be Sunday at 4 p.m. Sunday at 4 p.m. Minister Inky will be stepping into Argument Alley to answer all questions honestly and sit in the hot seat. Again, you can't just step into the Coliseum of Arguments. You got to fight your way in. And what else do we have planned for today? Say that again.
I don't fight enough, or I still need to be on Argument Alley, bro.
We want to get we still want to get you your premiere at primetime episode, man. Just so that way you can get the spotlight. You feel me?
Yeah, I want you to bring your best scholars.
Yes. And today you can catch.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
You're gonna lose that A1.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Hey, you a famous ass dude, A1. Dog, for real. And I know that's all your voice doing, all that shit. Boy, you's a talented dude, A1. For real, like you can be a ring announcer type shit. Word.
Appreciate you, big dog. I was muted. I was gonna say I do all my own stunts. That's me on the voiceover. I make all the graphics. I do all the animation for the page. I host debate as well.
So what's up with your boy inside, dog? Fuck all that talking. What's up with your boy inside? You trying to debate or what?
Let's go.
I'm coming to take y'all shit. I'm coming to get the belt over this motherfucker. Like for real, for real. I'm gonna take that shit back over there.
Let's go.
Y'all gonna have to come get that shit from me over there.
Asar sound like he got a victim.
We about to catch a body, baby. We gonna catch a body.
A1. I've been catching A1. Let's be for real, dog. All your people done been up here and they done been fucking with me and talking to me. Ain't none of them say they want to debate me. Yes or no?
Yeah, like 5 people want to debate you right now. You keep running, and that's why Asar is dealing with you. We'll see if this one gets.
I'm saying Asar is a fucking
Suave one at you. Ruben wanted it at you.
Asar is a patriarch now. I ain't gonna lie now.
Yeah. There was a couple people. He ended up with the heavy hitter Asar, so.
I swear that would be like an accomplishment to me for this good brother to debate me with something, because it's about getting the information out. So it's gonna be a win-win off top. So
definitely held out for the person with the most
experience.
Dog,
I don't care if I lose when debating somebody like Asar. You know what I mean? That's on my grandmama, dog. That's how I
have nothing but respect and love for your family.
Let's go.
But now you A1, 12 balls, I'll tear y'all up. For real, for real. Hey, you shouldn't even be debating Swab Boss. I'm supposed to be debating Swab Boss right now. For real.
It's a formality.
He ducked his taco. He ducked his taco. Everything good. He ducked his taco. You know, everything good. Everything good. I
so
just be patient.
Can we get a title from you too?
What?
Or should we just schedule a face-off and y'all want to do it
live? More like American that? Indians get shot at Charleston than Africans brought in.
And you taking that Asar MK, or was it America? I don't think he's taking what you
want. Oh, say it again. I'm over here listening to this joint, trying to cue it up. I ain't gonna cue it up.
You ain't gonna find that.
Nah, he said it.
I heard. You said looking for the side. I'm saying you constantly what's right. You want to take what debate? Or are you
what debate you throwing?
The more American Indians out of Charleston and Africa.
You got to be on the phone. Sorry.
Yeah. Nah, I ain't on the other phone. It's just this one.
Oh, okay. It was an echo for it. Or it's an
Yeah,
echo.
it was like
Okay.
it was cutting off when he was talking. I was like, uh-oh. Yeah. If you saying that more Indians got trafficked in and out of the South Carolina port than Africans were brought to North America, that's the debate.
No, the South Carolina port, bro.
No, because we've already covered that there's more natives in America than there are Africans. We know that Native Americans have been enslaved as well. So that's not in question.
So is this a
The
double
question was no, remember he said no, this is your man. Your man Cosmo said 4,000 Africans came to North America. After he said 4,000 Africans came to North America only by the numbers, remember that's what he said. He said he said more, and I disagree with that point too. I asked him if he wanted to debate that. He said that there were more. He said there was more Indians that got shipped in and out of the South Carolina port than there were Africans brought. Period.
No, brought in. That's what he said. Brought in.
Brought into North America. Remember, he was talking about them coming to North America.
No. If we're talking about Charleston and somebody say brought in, then they still talking about Charleston. How did you get the whole North America out of that, bro?
He started talking about North America first. How did you only get Charleston out of that when he talked about that port and compared it to the Africans brought to North America? He was talking about Africans brought to North America. He said David Epstein, the scientist he was referring to, has proven that there were only 4,000 Africans brought to North America. After he said that, he said there was more. Yes. So he's talking about Africans being brought to North America. He said there were only 4,000. Then he jumped to the South Carolina port and said there were more Indians shipped in and out of that port than there were Africans brought, period.
Right. So he was talking about port. He didn't say period.
Nah, dog. Yeah. Yeah. He said 4,000 was brought to North America. So that statement was clear. So that statement is pseudo as well. That's a debate point. That was debate one. Anybody who want to debate that, that's debate one.
How much people you saying was brought to North America?
Based off of the number, it had to be closer to 500,000 to 1 million.
All right. So did more American Indians get shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought into Charleston? Yes or no?
Charleston, the Indians are gonna trump how many Africans were sent in and out of there. That was never the discussion. That's what you guys would like to switch it to after we've made it clear.
Boy, you tiptoeing through the tulips right now.
No, you're kind of running from what he said initially because y'all know it's more Africans was brought to America than 4,000. No, so y'all can't really run from that right now. We putting y'all on the spot.
All right, you said it was 300,000 that came through Charleston.
300,000. We said 500,000 that came to North America. You want that port so bad. How many came through Charleston? I don't know the exact number that came through Charleston. They came through Charleston and Louisiana is what I mentioned when we were talking about Congolese imports alone. Remember?
500,000 came in North America, period. Yes or no? That's what you're standing on?
500,000 to 1 million, I would say, were brought over here for sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, I can show you that more African Indians got shipped out than Africans brought into North America, period, with your logic.
Yeah, but we already know that and we covered that. That wouldn't be a talking point. What was said was that there were only 4,000 Africans brought to America. Are you standing on the point he made? So you want to switch the conversation. But what was said was only 4,000 Africans was brought to North America. Are you standing on the point that he made?
No.
Okay, then.
No, hold on.
Okay. So we know that's the fact.
Hold up. I'm talking about the American Indian slave trade. You say 500.
It's a crazy echo coming off of your feed, Asar.
Let me mute out.
Your speakers down.
Yeah, let me mute out when I'm. Hold on, let me see.
Hey, bruh just said it was 500,000 that came to North America. So I said, well, you know what? I'll be a huckleberry. I'll stand up on that claim that more American Indians were shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought into North America. With his claim that saying 500,000 to a million.
He just said it again. He just said it again, right?
Now, do you want to take the debate or not?
Hell yeah. So say it again for the people. That was the original debate in the first place. Say it again. He said more Native American Indians were shipped in and out of Charleston's port than Africans brought to North America, period. That's what he said. That's what you just said. You down?
No, I said more American Indians out of North America than Africans brought in.
B, you keep changing it. You got to stand on your square. You got to stand on your square.
I'm trying to find your square so I can jump on that bitch like Cuba, my damn self. Yeah, I play Cuba going up.
You still got that echo.
Man.
I played Cuba growing up, motherfucker. I jump on your square. Hey, listen.
I'm about to go Robotron. Here we go. No, yo. So
more American Indians got shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought in to Charleston. You don't want that debate.
Yeah, that's not a debate. That's not a debate.
You want the whole North America, correct?
Yep.
But now I can show you that more American Indians were shipped out of America, North America, than Africans brought in. You don't just have to leave it to just Charleston.
That could definitely be the case because, like I said, we don't deny the Native American or Indian slave trade. You guys deny the African slave trade. And he just said, okay, well, when you say numbers like 4,000 were brought here in totality to North America, like he just stated earlier, that's a denial of the African slave trade.
Don't you know which interview the dude who wrote slave trade narrative? And slave trade David Ellis?
You could have what's our brother who did Kunta Kinte and all them?
Hold up. Let me finish this out. You know what his main thing is about? Oh, the Portuguese. The Portuguese. So now when we go back in history and we see where the Portuguese was operating at, they was operating in South America.
Yeah. They in Brazil.
All right. So now when these slave trade voyages that they was spitting about wasn't necessarily about North America, it was about the slave trade narrative, period. So the slave trade narrative, 90% of them went to South America. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of them went to South America. I don't know about 90%.
Right there.
I don't know about 90%. Yeah, for sure.
Who wrote slave voyages, slave narrative voyages.
Yeah, but he ain't the sole proprietor on what took place during the slave trade. You know, we get talk. He ain't no different than Alex Haley, who wrote about Kunta Kinte, which didn't actually exist.
No.
When Dr. Leonard Jeffries, but Dr. Leonard Jeffries and them helped him write the narratives based off of happenings that took place with captive Africans. So yeah, that's not even a true story. Right. It's based off a true story.
Your Barnabas also brought up the narrative with the slave ship that was never used, correct?
What slave ship that was never used?
Your abolitionist, that slave ship that they used for the narrative.
For
Come on, man, quit acting like you don't know the slave ship narrative, where they show how all these people was up underneath and the second shelf and the third shelf.
That took place though.
That came from the abolitionist, right?
Yeah, but that took place. Like when you have the revolts. Me and Rob Bourne and Garfield had a discussion concerning. So
when did that take place, bro?
Oh, that took place on a couple of them. Like you talk about the good ship Jesus, which is the very first ship to come across, right? So the good ship.
No, it wasn't the first.
You talking 1900s? We talking about the good ship Jesus. When
we got the doctor.
There we go.
Like power.
Yeah, that's after the good ship Jesus. Yeah. So when the good ship Jesus
and the Mayflower is so-called supposed to bring the first African.
No, that's Christopher Columbus. That's Columbus and them. Virginia and all that stuff. That's them Spaniards.
The Mayflower is 1619. That's your first story where they say that is African slaves. But these people was free.
Who was free?
Everybody on that ship was free. Yes or no?
No. Soon as they hit the land, it was over. And they got traded. And they got traded by Dahomey.
Story about 1619 because they didn't just hit the land and then that was it. Them boys had to stay on that ship for damn near 4 months because it was too cold. Half of them died off. They've been on that ship so long, so they've been done to build up their Congress, not the Congress, but they built up a leadership program on that ship. It was what you would call white, mulatto, and black on that ship.
That's who brought it over here. But what was the cargo? What was the cargo?
It wasn't no slaves. It wasn't no cargo. They got an order from King James. King James wanted to get them out of their head because they was Puritans.
King James was tripping already with Zulu Town.
But King James didn't.
He had a problem with Africans.
So all these people grouped up in Holland. And look up Holland, bro. Holland was the melting pot for all people going against the church or whatever like that. The Presbyterian people.
The first
Holland was fine. Yeah. And listen. That's what 1619 people came from, dog. They sailed from Holland. Matter of fact, the first ship they sailed on was about to crash. They had to come back.
No, the first
on another ship. See, listen, bro.
The first voyage is the White Lion, and it went to Portugal from the Portuguese. It went to Brazil. That's 1526. 1526. Right. Now,
I wouldn't take 100.
Not the White Lion. The first voyage wasn't the White Lion. The first voyage went to Brazil though, and the White Lion is 1619. That's the one you're talking about. If you're talking about Brazil and Portuguese, I'm mixing it up.
1492 and 93. They didn't discover Brazil.
That's the conquistador. Yeah, that's the conquistador. We covered them. We talking about.
No, not the conquistadors. Hold up. At the same time that the Spanish was getting lost and they was coming back, you gotta understand it was some Portuguese acting like they were Spanish on those ships. So they went back and was giving information back to the Portuguese. At the same time, the Spanish was giving things back to Queen Isabella and Ferdinand. You gotta understand they was at odds too. So that's how Christopher got locked up, because all them Portuguese motherfucker turned on him and told Isabella them like, yo, Christopher was holding all your goods. They locked him up for like a year, bro.
Yeah, they was going to kill him. He sacrificed his brother.
Yeah, I'm talking about
for the situation. But
England. In England, they locked his ass up over there.
He sacrificed his brother to get up out of there, because he was supposed to have discovered India, but he didn't. Yeah. He discovered America,
and he was looking for
he wasn't going for that.
Right.
Yeah.
John's gold. Right. See, so bro, I'm very aside. I'm not as educated as you, my brother.
No, you got some impressive knowledge on the trade, though. I ain't knocking you on that, because you on point.
I'm all right, bro. I'm all right.
But they
yeah, I like to cut a fool sometimes, man, just to bring the knowledge out. Because if a motherfucker gonna cut a fool and test you, dog, we ain't gonna get that shit up at y'all.
You ain't lying. Because they start hit Cape Verde and what's the name of that thing? Like Puerto Rico and all that, but what's that?
The Puerto Rico, and the Bahamas and Cuba.
Sao Tome is what I want to say.
Oh, Sao Tome, that's
they start hitting all that
in the Dominican Republic. Yes.
Then you get the White Lion when it came through. I was messing it up, but the White Lion goes to the Old Point Comfort in Virginia.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the Pirates of the Caribbean, bro?
You talking about the real ones, the Somalis?
No. The Pirates of the Caribbean, bro.
Yeah, the Pirates of the Caribbean. A lot of them.
Not Somalis.
Now I'm gonna tell you.
That's not
No. I'm gonna tell you, because the dude from this thing is in I don't know just so the dude from England that starts to bring Africans over to Haiti, which is why most of them look Ethiopian and Egyptian and Puntite. He first takes them over to England with him. Then he starts to have them be like navigators and stuff on there for him. He takes them over to Haiti, and he also takes them over to, I want to say, Jamaica, one of them spots. So once they start doing that on a regular basis, his slave clan that he had over in England, he starts to shoot them over to Haiti, and they start to get rich in Haiti.
So at the same time, you had American Indians getting shipped from fucking Virginia, New York, and all that getting shipped down to the Caribbean too.
Exactly. So you get Boricuas and all that. Exactly. So
they're trying the slave trade here just in America.
Yeah.
It was coming from the north to the south, to the Caribbean, back to Mexico, what we call Mexico today, and the Yucatan, and then back up to Boston or New York in that area. That was the triangle slave trade. Way long before Africans, before they thought to bring any African in.
I don't know about that, but you definitely had that triangle popping, and you had Spain. Charles V was tripping.
Hey,
I'm gonna high five you.
I teach my brother sponsorship, so I need to teach him about the American triangular slave trade. I deal with the American
Asar still got that crazy echo.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
You just got something open in the back, Asar. That's all.
I'm on my phone, but it only echoes. It sound like when one pops on and me and his phones are together. Cause when me and you was on, like when you muted out, it is no echo. But
It's
when me and
really
you are
I
together,
only
that's
hear
when
it
it echoes.
when you not talking.
See, like this.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
let me see if I switch.
Or maybe you got something turned up in your background too loud. You got YouTube on in the back. Turn that down.
Let me truck, so it can't be. I just switched it to speakerphone. Did the echo go away?
Let's see.
Oh yeah, you was on your Bluetooth. Yeah.
No, I'm just on my cell phone. I'm sitting in my truck right now.
Okay.
Because I gotta I'm driving, but I ain't.
You good.
I gotta wait for the time to build back up.
That's way better.
See, and that's on speakerphone, so that's probably what it was because it wasn't on the speaker.
Yeah, you good now, bro.
Cool.
Now. Hey, A1, your boy dodging me though. He's starting to agree with me now, right? A1, or am I tripping? I'm just asking you, A1. Damn, everybody that talk to me, A1. Everybody I try to get a debate with, once they talk to me, damn, they start agreeing with me, right? Yes or no?
It seems like it's happening a little bit. I don't know.
All right, A1.
I'm bringing him points and making him recollect a little bit. He's starting to curve. So
or you agreeing with him and acting like you came up with it.
Exactly. So when you talk about
in case ain't nobody to y'all brothers, man, I just want y'all to know, man, I love y'all brothers. And I love everybody in the case nobody tell y'all that, man. I love y'all for real. That's right. And you know what I'm talking about? For real. And we need more of this. This is how we gonna get right.
Yeah, because y'all family. That's what I always tell y'all.
Because all y'all Indians at the end of the day, y'all can claim y'all Trans-African side all day, every day. Y'all can claim y'all Kemet side all day, every day. But at the end of the day, y'all still American Indians because your genealogy traced back to that. Y'all genealogy don't trace back to Kemet, Egypt, Somalia.
As a Congolese, some of mine do. Yeah.
Y'all genealogy don't do that. Y'all DNA test take y'all back to that, but y'all genealogy don't do that. You know where your genealogy gonna keep you at? Right here. Right here in North America. Maybe the Caribbeans, maybe the other parts of America, but it's gonna keep you in America. Now, what is worth more? Is it the genealogy, your bloodline, or is it a DNA test that you spit in the tube and they telling you who you is? And now that tube that you spit in has to go off a paper trail for one, and it also need the paper trail is the most important, but it needs something else besides the paper trail in order for DNA to even be considered real. It takes a paper trail. So your paper trail is your genealogy. So without your genealogy, they cannot get no paper trail. The other one is your reference panel. That's right, your reference panel. So you got your paper trail and you got your reference panel. Your reference panel is something that they lump you in with. All y'all got to do y'all research on it. Just look it up. Any DNA site, just look it up and ask them, what is a paper trail? What is a reference panel? And they let you know. Without genealogy, you can have no DNA testing. So that means if I don't put my name on this spit, that spit can't tell you who I am. I will have to tell you who I am sending the spit in. That's how the genealogical trail traces back to the paper trail. And now, if people not on Ancestry doing their trees and shit like this right here, they wouldn't find you. And another thing, a woman taking this DNA test, she can never find her daddy. She will have to have somebody else in the system from her daddy peoples, like her daddy brother or a cousin, that they can match it up and similar to. But a daughter or a woman could never find their daddy with no DNA test. Let's go.
I tell you, I tell you, my mother was connected to her papa, my grandpapa Charles, and the only thing that I have issues with, shout out to Dana who does it for African genealogy, and shout out to Big Daddy Kane because that's her cousin. I know you get power by having people join the Nigerian clan because they made you a chieftain over there, but
shout out to Flavor Flav, that's my favorite, man.
Yeah, don't bottle everybody into Nigeria just because you can find those genes over there. Because
and that's what they do, bro. That's the reference panel.
There's some dubious things happening a little bit behind the connecting of cultures and what have you. We're Congolese, and our height in our family, like all my the females in my family, like 5 foot 4'11" and all that stuff. And we got the height, you could tell. And I'm like one of the tall ones because of my father's side, but I'm only 5.
You know, a lot of women in American Indian. You know, a lot of American Indian women was like 5'6" on down.
Yeah, but my mother and them is like 5 feet.
I just let you know. I just let you know. You know,
we look super Congolese. We like you can't. My boy from Senegal, he did, because you could find Congolese up in the Senegalese area because there's a heavy mixture of West to Central Africa. So you could, if I was a chief in Cote d'Ivoire, which part of me is Cote d'Ivoire, I could. It'd be easy for me to show a bunch of y'all in Cote d'Ivoire just because of the mixture that took place. So you don't want to be dubious and say, "Oh, they're Cote d'Ivoirian," and I can bring you over to. No. It just means that with what's happening, we'll put it this way. I'm seeing that. Okay, I can connect you to people over here in Nigeria because I have power, and your DNA was here before. That's not cool. The question is, where did I originate from? And if I didn't originate in Nigeria, just because my people took a trip over to Nigeria, don't try to bottleneck us all to Nigeria. When you know that more of my DNA shows from the Congo, or more of my DNA shows from Tanzania, or more of my DNA shows from Gabon, right? So don't try to bottleneck us just because you get power from
DNA. That's one thing about the DNA test. It don't necessarily mean you're from there. It just show you where your people's mind has stopped at.
So, well, and that's what's happening now with
power and kept going. Correct? That's what you're saying now, right?
Yeah. People are power tripping because, like I said, if you say you get footing in a certain country,
you believe
and you know certain. I believe in convergent evolution. I don't believe in divergent.
Monkeys or the amphibian.
No, that's why I'm telling you. I believe in convergent.
My bad. A primate.
No.
From a primate.
I believe in convergent evolution, which is a little different. So the divergent.
Real quick.
That's what I'm trying to do. So the divergent evolution takes place within a species. Convergent evolution with parallel evolution is what takes place with different kinds of species. And so what you're hearing is there's a common ancestor, meaning that a chimp and a bonobo at some point in time mixed, and humans came about, something of that nature. That's where they get this Australopithecus, they get this, they get this nomadical this and that, but we don't see that in the tree, right? So when we look at what's happening and taking place, we're seeing the Cambrian explosion, which produced a bunch of species really fast, not really slow like evolution. When we talk about divergent,
not the Great Bang Theory.
You can't have the Great Bang Theory on Earth. Look up the Cambrian explosion. That means a bunch of species came into existence really fast, as opposed to a long-term, drawn-out event. And
so it's polygenesis.
No, but look it up so you know what it is.
Whoa. So that's not polygenesis when you say multiple species emerge. Is that not polygenesis?
Well, polygenesis means that multiple species emerged from different locations, and the same species emerged from a different location. But
not different, not necessarily different locations, but
that's a polygenesis, though. Right. So I guess you could classify it as a type of polygenesis. No, it's all good. But let's hear what I'm saying though. Different species don't pop up of humans on different parts of the planet at the same time. The outer Africa theory is still intact. What we don't see is a gorilla mixing with this in order to create a human. Nor do we find a common ancestor on any level other than molecular. This is why you have a problem with the with the fossil record and with the DNA record, and with the fossil record and the chemical record. You won't find that take place. What you will find is on the molecular level, we share DNA. So whatever gene pool created us, their gene pool was right next to ours, and they came first, we came second. We don't see any common ancestor in existence because you don't find any animals mixing together generally to make another animal. You don't find the only things you find that in are like dogs. You don't find it in the human species. You don't find horses doing it. It would have to be an act of what we call God to artificially inseminate it in order to get that done. And that don't take place ever.
Sorry, man. I see your chat telling me to stop cutting them.
Oh, you good. You good. You good. They just wanted to hear, they wanted to hear that, I'm sure. They like, hold on, let him say this real quick. So when it comes to
misunderstanding. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, they just wanted to hear it. You good, stay live. So all this means is that on the molecular level, you'll see it. So you see it in gene pool. You won't see anything. So for instance, a liger, a lion mixed with the tiger, can only take place with an act of God. What's that act of God? A human had to inseminate them together because they won't mix naturally in nature, nor do we have the sophistication back at the time that they were created to do such a thing.
All right, so now that a lion mixed with a tiger makes a liger, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so what is a tiger mixed with a lion?
Same thing.
Know that's a breed too? No, it's not.
Still a liger.
It's not.
They call it a liger though.
No, it's not, bro. No, it's not.
What is it?
No, it's not. Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna pull it up for you.
Dig it up. Okay.
On the screen.
Now, what you see when you see that is they can't reproduce. Just when you mix up.
These ones can. That's the liger that can't reproduce. These ones can. Yeah, these ones can.
That must be over several mating situations.
No, 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 no.
Because none of them originals is reproducing. It's similar to a horse and a donkey. When they mix, you get a mule.
Oh yeah, you get a mule. You
It
can't
don't
reproduce.
reproduce. It don't So, like I said,
No.
unless there's an act of God taking place, meaning that man is interfering, and at the time when man didn't have it, an outer source interfered, a nature or something interfered and did it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They don't approach each other for it, and even when they do, when they was getting pregnant, they couldn't produce it. When the weirdo scientist tried to make the humanzy, tried to mix a chimpanzee with a human and a few other things, he couldn't do it, and he was artificially inseminating them with it, and he couldn't do it. They couldn't produce it.
Share my screen real quick, bro. They consider them boy laggers too, but these ones can reproduce, bro. So it's the mixture. It's who's the male and who's the female with a tiger and a lion mating with each other. We didn't know that. I you know what I mean? I studied that shit and I found out that. Let's share my screen on A1. He is right. It's still called a lagger. But I'm just showing you what these motherfuckers right here can breed still.
Yeah, they'll breed them together.
A1. All right.
There you go.
Right here. Yeah. This breed together, but this is how they come out. Like this. See, this ain't big as the lagger. This still a fucking lion size. But now that you said that, now I'm wondering who got to be the male and who got to be the female. We never looked into that. All we know is when a lion and a tiger mix, it's a lagger. You know, you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Just like how Hebrew Israelites be like, you are who your daddy is. And us American Indians be like, you are who your mom is. You know what I mean? So yeah, you absolutely correct, bro. But this is also a breed of a lion. You see it. White tiger and lion mix.
I think you were looking up the Tigon.
That's an Indian Haiti.
The Tigon is the male lion and a female tiger.
Tigon. Yes, that's a lion and a tiger mix, right?
Yeah.
The Tigon. But then when you breed a lion with a tiger, you get a lagger, though.
That's crazy. They exist only in captivity as their parents' habitats don't overlap in the wild, and they exhibit traits from both, like faint stripes and a lion-like
right. So
and
now,
enjoy swimming like tigers.
Is it a male or female mix? Like, right.
Yeah, that
so
one.
Now, is it the female tiger mixed with a male lion that makes a lagger? Or is it the female lion that mixed with a male tiger that makes a lagger? But I know that breed right there reproduce though.
Yeah, that the male lion, the female tiger. I haven't seen the reproduction yet though, unless they inseminate them.
Yeah, they can reproduce. Keep looking it up. Keep reading into that. They can reproduce. They're not sterile like the lagger.
Breeding lagers is controversial due to a potential health and mobility issues, and most males are sterile. So they're, like I said, they don't reproduce unless there's an act of God. Yeah, the scientists have to nurse the whole thing in order for it to take place. Otherwise, it won't happen.
Yeah, so that's a lagger.
Yeah, they're
now
sterile.
Look up the Tigon.
Look up the Tigon. me see.
Yeah, because we just seen just now a lion mixed with a tiger make a liger, but then we see a lion mixed with a tiger also make a white lion.
See,
So
ligers and tigons are captive.
Who's the female?
Yeah, ligers and tigons are captive bred big cat hybrids with distinct differences driven by perennial genetics. So these are all being breeded by the scientists because they
But
can't
it can
do
happen
it
naturally,
without.
though. It can happen naturally. It can happen naturally.
Not according to what they.
It's just that when a tiger breed with a lion, 9 times out of 10, that male lion gonna kill all those cubs off, or that male lion might kill that fucking tiger. That's what they do, dog. They gonna kill all the offsprings, because we already know if a lion have offsprings with a woman, with the lioness, and another lion come in and he beat that lion ass, and now he run the chieftain, he gonna kill all them kids.
Yeah. So it say both are usually born in captivity and face health issues. Yeah, including obesity, and most males are sterile. So most of their males can't reproduce. They're starting to reproduce now. No, this is the liger and the tigon. They're starting to reproduce now because science has intervened on their behalf.
Yeah, the only reason why science intervene on their behalf is because they done did enough tests and see the male is sterile, but they see the female is not sterile, so they can breed the female with something else. Well, that's what I get out of that.
Yeah. What they're doing, they're taking those that seem to be able to reproduce, and then they're putting them with real fertile females and vice versa, depending on which breed, the liger or the tigon. When they do that over time, they've created a new species that can possibly reproduce on its own. But the problem is, generally when they get impregnated, the pregnancy
fails. Boy. That sound like your boy. Who's been on that island.
Dr. Moreau. The island of Dr. Moreau. You funny with that. So yeah, they don't, and this is what we see right here.
That sound like your boy. Man.
Dr. Moreau in order to make it right, and that's the whole thing. That's why I keep telling these cats, like, you ain't gonna have two animals start pumping each other and start creating nothing without something overseeing it. What we do is we come from different gene pools, so we're similar, but we're different. And within a species, you can have divergence in a species, meaning if you're a human, you'll get different colors, you'll get different diseases, you'll get obesity, you'll get this, but you won't get a different kind. So even with the mechanism being natural selection, sex, you won't get a baboon from a human at any point in time. You won't get because we're not the same kind. We're species that look similar. So we're convergent, and parallel evolution took place with some of the portions of the same gene pool that create different.
Can you tell me where the split? So can you tell me where the split happened at?
We don't have a split because we don't have a common ancestor except for being part of the same gene pool. So like I said,
them boys say we got a common ancestor. Them boys, they say we got a common ancestor.
I know what they say, but
oh, my bad. You ain't with that.
I know what they saying, but when we start pulling up that, I'm gonna be like, so where are the bones that fit together that weren't borrowed from another pair? So no, but see, that's not how it works. Okay, so I'm gonna say, so where's the chemical when we start get? I haven't even talked about the chemical problems with it yet. When we start talking about the chemical possibility and probability for it to take place, and how much difficulty it takes, it's going to be a problem because they ain't going to be able to explain it. When I get to the fact that your long-term situation still doesn't produce a human from an ape from a human at any point in time, but we see the Cambrian explosion show a bunch of species hit the map around the same time. Where's this Astropolificus? Where's this such and such? Where's all these in-between figures that you claim existed at some point in time? You have to have bones or a body for something. And if you ain't got bones, a body, or some type of chemical, then we know that we are only ancestors on the molecular level. And that's what is starting to switch over to, as opposed to Darwin's theory, which says that this type of ape mixed with this different kind of ape, and this is how we get the humanoid ape.
Actually, Darwin's theory, that was Darwin's cousin and after him theory. Darwin studied plants.
Plants, and he was taught
a botanist. He was more of a botanist more than anything. He didn't never study humans. So when he came out with that book with the race, it was a race of plants and animals. It was no race of humans. People don't understand that. The first Darwin didn't do that. It was his people who also had the Darwin name, who hooked up with that bitch, and they started using that, and they use it, his theory of evolution, to use it to create eugenics.
Yeah, it's basically to say that blacks come from monkeys, and so we're above them, and that's pretty much the goal of eugenics.
But when I study eugenics, I see that they was testing their own self first, and the reason why they was testing their own self first, because you had first and second generation of people that was born here in America, and now after wars, you got all these other people who we let come here as immigrants. So they was testing them to see if they feeble-minded, to see if they, man, listen, so they know not to breed with them. They know what section to put these people in. This is something that they was going on between each other. This ain't had nothing to do with us. When we came involved was Tuskegee, bro. That's when the black people came involved with the Tuskegee experiment and the fucking Spanish flu. That's when our people like us, that look like us, became involved. And what's crazy is that they was paying people who look like us to come and test that experiment. And they sent black nurses around, your UNIA people, your nurses, your black nurses. Huh? Huh? Not your white cross, your black cross nurses. They sent them around. Garvey people. The people to come and get tested and all. Let me stop. I might be going too deep. Let me stop. I might need to say some of my shit. I might need to say some of my shit to stop, because I don't want nobody to know I know so much. I like to act dumb. I like to act dumb. Hey, it's somebody else to speak battle, man. L. Ron Thugger. Oh shit, that's like L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, back in the day, L. Ron Hubbard. That was the L. Ron Thugger. Hey, peace and love to you, man. Go ahead, bro.
What's up? I was just stepping in saying what's up. It's Quantum Truth.
Emmett's out.
Oh, okay. Peace and love, man.
So yeah,
what's up, Quantum Truth?
I appreciate you, Asad, for even entertaining me, bro. For real, Asad. You's a fucking juggernaut.
Oh, thanks,
so for you to even entertain me, bro, I appreciate that, man. You know what I mean? That just helped me build my confidence up, bro. Like on some real shit. That just helped me build my confidence up to where I can talk with a juggernaut. And
You
know what
got
I mean?
information for the slave trade, so you know push and build, and always just say because you not younger, but for a lot of the younger youth, you just seek the truth. You know,
That's what
I
it's
just
all
got
about.
older. I'm 51 now, so you know.
Yeah, I just turned 49, so I ain't too far behind you, man. All I
Congratulations.
care about is you, bro. Well, I just
Thank
turned 49 February 3rd.
Elron,
Yo,
quantum
yo,
quantum truth. How do you
what's
feel
going?
about this prompt on the screen? Are Black Americans the real Indians?
The real Indians. I I I got to find out if the name Indians, like, is that supposed to be like a power or something?
Like a who?
Like a like to be the Indian, to want to be called the Indian, that would mean that we was like, they give power to the name Indian. So when you say the real Indians, what you asking, like, what does that name Indian mean first?
What does it mean for you at your level of thinking? You tell me. You trying to?
Yeah, at my level of thinking, I believe that the Mongolians came from the east, and they were sent around the east by the Europeans and the Africans to trap the black people that was already in here. Once the Mongolians got here first, mixed with us, and they had the white the Europeans finally got here a time later with the Africans. And they enslaved the Africans as well
What?
as they enslaved us, and that's how it got here. So it's a group of us that's over here. That's the real Aboriginal people. We was placed here in a totally different time than anybody else, but
What?
that's a totally different thing to
So
my
you
debate.
saying
To
we've
my
been here, but that those motherfuckers who we call Native Americans came across here and mixed with us? Is that what you saying?
yeah. They came first. They was sent though. The Mongolians and the Europeans found
They
out
were
that it
sent
was niggas. They came to the Americas thinking it was nobody here. They seen there was people here. They went back, told the people. They went to Africa, told Africa, man, we think it's some people that's over here that y'all should be kin to. Can y'all come over here with us to see if they kin to y'all? The Mongolians went around the other way around the east. The Europeans came from the west. I mean, I take that back. The Mongolians came from the west side down there through Alaska and shit, and the Europeans and the Africans came from the east, and it was already us here. Then they tried to say that the Africans that they brought with them was the same people that was over here, and it
so
wasn't.
you would so what you feel comfortable with saying American Indian or American Aboriginal? Because that's what you
Aboriginal.
sound.
I'd rather say
You like
Aboriginal.
Aboriginal better? It's no
Yeah,
problem, bro.
yeah.
Aboriginal means from the original stock. Your
See,
original
yeah,
stock would be
yeah.
Indian.
And the Indian is the ones that mixed with the Aboriginals and became like the American
Well, we
Indian.
all like to fuck, man. God damn, you a
Yeah, they
nigga,
do.
dog. We like to ride, man. I mean,
I mean, well, the blood that's in America was
oh,
placed here to cleanse the world of
it's
the
a nigga
demon
nation.
DNA. We got to cleanse the world of the demon DNA. That's what they don't understand. See, in the quantum truth of the only divinity, since I made the debate team, I can go ahead and talk about my whole view
So
now.
what do you call? Hey, that's interesting. In my bag of salt, man. Let me take this
Oh, you good,
somewhere
bro,
else.
bro.
What do you call a demon DNA, bro?
Okay, now,
That was true to me. Go ahead.
now, see what a lot of people be trying to figure out is the white people and how the white people took over the world. And they got a bunch of stories. And in between, we got stories, right? We hear stories about a group of things that they say was fallen angels that fell from the sky or heaven. Nobody identified these things because people too busy looking for supernatural shit. But when I look at the planet, I say it was a group of people that was here on this planet that evolved naturally, but somewhere else, a group of people uh uh evolved naturally on another place. This
Yeah.
place
So
is
you
what they
like me.
is
You and
so
polygenesis.
this
Yes.
place has to be close because we hear about heaven and earth. So heaven has to be close. So if I look and I say, you know, the universe proves that everything was closer together and it's spreading out. And I know Father Time and Mother Nature and how time and nature works and how the toroidal sphere of the universe pushes things outwards and then brings them back in. I understand that there could have been a time where the moon and the earth shared the same atmosphere that was closer. And that was heaven and earth. And the species that was on the moon evolved naturally billions of years before the species that was on the earth. They became technologically advanced and started biologically enhancing themselves and becoming different species, like y'all was talking about. I just woke up and seen what y'all was talking about. But they started generating different species of demon. Now, the demon ain't no special like mean thing like we have these supernatural thoughts about. They were regular humanoid beings just like we are. In fact, they're the descendants of this race is what we now know as the white people on the planet. They came down, they started mixing, they biologically enhancing themselves and becoming like reptilians and this type, but then you still had some that was regular. And they started warring amongst each other, just like you hear in the story. But they don't tell you this story in the Bible. They start by for when the angels took over. But you say where the angels come from. This is where the angels came from. After the demons started biologically enhancing themselves and causing wars, it started fucking up their mating patterns. And they started not even having good mating. So what they did is they created this program to help govern over demons, God, governor over demons. And they cut this on. It was kind of like the Terminator process that we know about right now today. But that ain't what it was. This governor over demons immediately started calculating and doing what any AI does, help solve problems. It don't got no supernatural mind or nothing. The only thing this thing does is calculate probabilities and possibilities. And that's what they set it up to do. And the first thing that it said is, if there's different races and different species of demons, I need to create a totally different species to help quell the problems of this species. And so it created a process that generated what we know as the angels. The demons that created the
That
program was
sound like
chosen.
you're correct. You talking non-canonical talk right now, correct?
I'm talking. I'm
Esoteric
talking.
knowledge.
I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about what I've gathered from all the information that I've ever studied from all of the religions and everything. This is what I think really happened. The white people was up there and they fucked up. They fucked up their planet and came here with technology. They started mating with the races. You see the where the Arabs up and the mixed breed races of people that look like they mixed with black and white. That's where it started at. They came down there and but the first place that they went was in the Himalayan mountains. This is when where the them Hindu gods and stuff. That was the first relocation of the demon race. The second relocation was right there in Mesopotamia. The war in heaven with the demons and Lucifer and them before they completely fucked up the water bridge in the moon and came. This is all the same race of people. They not supernatural though. This is what they got to get out of their head. Like this ain't beings with wings and flying around. The angels that they talking about, the seraphim with hundreds of eyes and stuff, ain't no. These are drone type uh vehicles that's connected directly to the governor over demons that was used for observation and protocols to govern over demons. Basically, I'm telling y'all that the white people came here with technology and the information on how to destroy a total ecology. This is how they took over. They came with technology and previous information of what the fuck they was doing. All that shit that we hear is true. It just ain't supernatural. Them beings was real.
What planet did they come from? What
The
star
moon
system?
is heaven. It was right here, right next to us, heaven and earth. It had to be the moon when the moon was closer. They didn't come from billions of light years away. They tell y'all that to throw your minds off. How the Why would something come from billions of light years away to just float around in outer space? Or the ones that do come and crash, all of them always crash their vehicles and shit. That shit is, you made a vehicle to come from billions of light years away just to crash on this motherfucker and can't get away? No, y'all came from the moon. And the reason that the white people is leaving now and got the stuff is because the race that came from another place will be the race that leave first. And that's why I asked the other night when we was talking, what would y'all do if all the white folks just got on the spaceship and took off and left all the weapons and everything? If you take that supernatural, when we take this, when the quantum truth take this supernatural aspect out, we'll understand that the Black Americans was placed here to cleanse the world of the demon DNA. Once all the demons relocated to Earth and start doing what they doing, they made they tried the governor of the demons tried to keep a correction, so they created an experiment called Eden. Eden was a biosphere. When they talk about the dome that was placed over, it was talking about a dome that was placed over this biosphere of Eden. It was a ringed, basically, obstacle course to try to see how life would progress on Earth because it was, man, it's right there in everybody's face. But I ain't gonna get there because I'm gonna wait to debate people. I ain't supposed to give y'all everything I got. The quantum truth of the only divinity is here, baby. Yeah, the white folks, they from right there. They ain't from nowhere far. They brought technology with them. The Ark of the Covenant was technology. All of that. The Lord systems, the leader of the rebellious demons. That ain't supernatural entities. These are entities that was what we see now today. That's brought back. This is why technology has came like it is. They had the technology, and it looked like we discovered it. They just bringing it back too. Like they say, everything that's happened done happened before. Yep, and they know it. This why the phones and shit, they been had this shit. They just didn't give it to the whole world because they wanted to find out how they could make. When you see shit flying in the sky and shit, it ain't no motherfucking aliens from outer space. There's the white people testing weapons and testing vehicles and shit to see how it can work. You don't believe me? Just go look at the different world powers and look at the weapons they got and the vehicles that they really got. Think about them sound wave weapons that they said Donald Trump used over there in Venezuela and stuff. When they leave here, don't be surprised. But they might not leave here like I think. They might just start populating other places and use the earth as the hub because this is really where everything began at. Heaven and earth. Right there. We could be the middle of the universe. The reason that it looks like we came back in time and come dipper is because the universe vibrated outward and then animated from the outside in. So it does look like we came later in time, but we didn't. I eat up all y'all religions. What's up, man? What's up, A1, man? Yeah, all that biological um CRISPR type technology that was using to enhance themselves. Well, when they did that experiment in Eden,
Hmm.
it was still people outside the biosphere. Um, that was a mixture. Adam and Eve was a mix of demon DNA and the regular human DNA that was here. They had to say they was just using genomes. Adam and Eve was just the genomes of those two species.
And what tech
Melchizedek. I don't know if
had you
y'all know who
come to this
Melchizedek
conclusion?
was. That's who was represented as God in the garden.
What text had you come to that
Melchizedek
conclusion about the
was the
genomes?
actual artificial intelligence, an
What?
android type being
Can you hear me, Elron?
that understood that it
Can you
was
hear me,
not God,
SR?
but it was programmed with the same programming. I'll open y'all if y'all want some new knowledge and a new
Can anybody hear
American
me?
black, because I know that our blood is different from any other blood that's on this earth. And I'm gonna tell you why. When the demons came down here mating with them other races, all down through there and making the different, y'all see the mixed breed races that came
For
up through there, the
YouTube shit.
Egyptians and all of them things and stuff that mixed with the regular Nubian races that was here on earth. Well, they saw that the demon blood had already mixed in too deep to get rid of. So what they did was they took that genome of the regular.
Am I?
This is
Can
why
you
we
hear
have
me?
the same genome as the people in Africa. They took that genome, created a new species, and we have what they call RH blood. They tell you that this blood is special. It is. People, it's us. This blood cleanses the world of the demon DNA. When you see a black person have a baby with a white person, you see the white person's family immediately turn from those prejudiced ways and start looking for things different. Not only that, when them babies, the mixed breed babies, go back out and start mating, whether they mate with a black person or a white person, it's gonna have the black American genome that cleanses that family of DNA. And so in the future, there won't be any hate, or we cleanse that hate of different racial and different aspects of races. And that's what we are here to cleanse the world to do. We ain't here to divide the world and say we black people and all that shit. Black power. That's done. Because right now, like I told you, if they took all of the white people and they flew away, them Africans would try to eat us dead over here in America. They'll get the Russian flying to Russia quick, trying to get them weapons before we do. Just so happy that over here in America, we already had civilization when they got here. So we know what everything is and how it's going. And we got things here. They can't take us out. But that's not what's going to happen anyway. What's going to happen is that we're going to fall under the quantum truth of the only divinity and understand that Father Time and Mother Nature is our God and our goddess. And we have to take accountability in life so we can leave this place and populate the universe to see exactly what is out there. Like us as a species can do that from this one place, all of us together. Start trying other places, see if we can live there. If we can't, we'll come back home. When we go to another place, it's all we can live here. We'll start sending other people there. We'll start making civilization there on that planet. Now we got Earth in that other planet, and we'll go to another planet, do that there. Don't y'all want to do that? That's why the universe is so big. That's why I know it ain't nothing else out there, because it's there for us. Y'all got to get down with it.
Can you hear me, Quan?
It's us, the Black American, the gold bloods. I ain't with all that supernatural shit. Them stories was real events. You got to find where it's placed at. You have to find what was really happening. It was a race that was here billions of years before life evolved on Earth. They didn't come from no billions of light years away. They came from right there on the moon. Look at the moon. You know it was water there, and you know it was people there. They tore it up. White.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Okay, I think he saw that. Hopefully he pops back up here. Yeah, he was snapping, but he couldn't hear me, y'all. I was trying to ask him some questions about his theology, philosophy, I should say. L. Ron, let me text him real quick, see where he at. L. Ron, let me go to an ad while I get him on the line. Sunday, 4 p.m., we have Minister Inky pulling up.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, the Andre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
And you can expect to see that one this week. Was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? And back to the stage is L. Ron Thugger, the quantum truth of the only divinity. He must have lost his connection or something along the way. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we got it now. Yeah, but you was telling us about, man, you was going off. I don't even know what question I wanted to ask. That made me realize you couldn't hear me. But yeah, go more into sheesh.
Well, and
The genome, you was everywhere.
yes, my worldview has two stages. I got a philosophy, the one that I talked about last night. But then in my philosophy, if I feel that time and nature provides all opportunities and we hear stories of things, we must search those to see if we can try. Remember I said that last night? I try to search to see if I can make it happen. If I know that it's an impossibility, then it's an impossibility. It just can't happen. Now, that idea of God that they got and that idea of Jesus that they got, I can make it happen without any supernatural means. I know what the Holy Spirit must have been. The Holy Spirit must have been nanoids. I know that Jesus must have been the soul that was in Lucifer that was captured, placed with nanotechnology, and Mary was artificially inseminated with the soul that is the Christ soul, and that's the soul that was once a demon because it was Satan, transformed into an angel because Satan was one of the ones that was biologically enhanced by the AI to become an angel. He was the first one. That's why he was the Lucifer. Lucifer means the first angel. He was the first one to be transformed. And then they followed his soul to the end of the universe to prove reincarnation, trapped his soul, brought him back, and artificially inseminated that soul, the Christ soul, into a human body to make amends for the problems that he did, that he brought with him when he was an angel. Now, all the all of the other stories and stuff that you hear about the other religions, the Anunnakians, all of that is one story of the same race of people that was just coming here at different times and claiming to be supernatural God, like that, and that's what they did. That's how they fooled us. If you ever really want to know how the white folks took over the world, that's how they came from the moon first, because they had fucked the moon up. At the end, when the moon was finally destroyed, that what we got here, what they call the flood. It was the water that left the moon, and well, the earth and the moon shared the same atmosphere, and it was basically the atmosphere of the moon diverging
So,
to earth.
so if somebody was to call you out on a debate for this, what would the sources be? The Bible? Like, what type of debate would this be? A science debate? Did they come? Is it possible to come from the moon? Like,
It,
I
ain't-
don't think that
it,
that would really be the debate.
it would have to be what. Listen, when the quantum truth get here, because in the end, when somebody tell you something and somebody offer you a answer to questions that you have, you either believe them or you don't. I believe if somebody give you the most logical, probable answer, and it's the way that things could have happened, hell yeah, I'd debate a nigga that say that the Anunnaki came from 30 billion light years away. And then I'm saying that the white folks came from the moon to here. And I can prove that I have a better possibility of proving the white folks came to the moon to take over the earth than the Anunnaki came from somewhere else and had us digging for gold and shit. Hell yeah, I debated. Anybody who want to debate, yeah. And this is the most logical explanation for existence. I told you that my philosophy and this religious part. It's the most logical explanation for everything we see. I debate anybody.
My bad. I was muted. I was muted. Go ahead though.
Yeah, no, yeah, I debate about it. I got my book. I wrote a book. I got a book called The Quantum Truth of the Only Divinity. It's available on Amazon right now. It was me trying to get
Pull
all of
it
my
up. Share your screen. You on the computer?
no, I'm on my phone. I
Okay,
ain't even
I'll end up looking it up later.
yeah, it's on Amazon though. You can look it up. And this was really trying, like I told you, I tried to I tried my best to get rid of the devil. And that's what I did. And that's why we have to take accountability. I prove in the quantum truth, in my philosophy, I prove that time and nature should be identified as God and Goddess. They provide existence. Existence should be identified as the highest power because that's what we can't do without. But existence can't do without time. It could because there'd be nothing to change. Existence can't do without nature. So time and nature has always been this. This is the only logical explanation for what we see. Time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form. Everything else is downstream. Now, once we get to the Bible and that thing that they got there, it proves we know that there's a part missing. We know that it talks about wars in heaven, but they don't tell about it. We know that the demons have to come from somewhere. We know that and they'll tell you that the demons is the angels that fell and angels fell and things. No, before the angels was the demons was transformed into angels. This was after they was biologically enhancing themselves and becoming them beings, them reptilian beings, and the beings that you hear about the Anunnaki and stuff, and the beings that's the Hindu gods and stuff. Them was all of those. They was warned. They found peace. They relocated to to Earth. They let one race relocate to Earth. They had peace in heaven. The angels start warring against each other because of Eden, the Eden project down on Earth. They found that it was a whole nother species of being. They came down here. They ended up fucking up the moon totally. The whole atmosphere fell to Earth. Yeah.
Chef Darius, pull up, Chef Darius. It's an open panel, man. It's early, ain't nobody out. You know what I'm saying? The streets is clear.
At the end
There
of
go the
that,
link. It's an open panel for anybody who want to come up. I just dropped the link in the chat. Pull up and have a discussion.
so
Early morning. Are Black Americans the real Indians? That's what we was talking about. Somehow it led into the philosophy of the quantum truth and the only divinity. Go ahead, QT, break it down.
yeah. Because we are the Aboriginal, the what they call Black Americans. That's a mixture. It's a group of us here who are the golden bloods. We're a race that was placed in the Americas by Gabriel and Michael after the demon race had fell to Earth and started populating and breeding with the the earth beings, what they call the Nubians and stuff. You see the mixture right through there. You see when they talk about the Hebrews and they trying to find who all of them is. You see the Nubians, and then you see the Egyptians, and they say they a different color, but they saying they still us. Them just mixed breeds. Demons, the first demons that came to Earth, and the first humans that was are the black people, and they mixed. That's how you've got the first mixed breed races, and then they started moving on out. They started moving on out. Once they start doing that, the rest of the races of the demons start coming from there because they was fucking up their biosphere. The
Chef
whole
Darius says Demiurge released all the spirits.
no fucking the only spirit is the spirit of the universe. We got souls. Ain't no demiurge. Don't believe none of that. It sounds good, but it is say that being that you want to be the demiurge is just another form of think about this. They say the monad created parts of itself. And I'm just to show you, I'm gonna show you how it all leads back to Father Time and Mother Nature A1. I'm a code, but quantum truth is code. There's this thing that they call the monad. This is supposed to be the thing that everything comes from, right? The source. It decided to break itself down into parts, right? And in different parts, it had they had different pairs. Well, for some reason, there was this uh archon named I mean in the pleroma. It made pleroma. That's right. The pleroma was first. The archon, I mean the monad broke down into the pleroma. The pleroma broke down into the archons. One archon, Sophia, didn't have a mate for some reason. Everybody had mates, but Sophia didn't. So Sophia just went off to the side and just start creating without the monads uh uh appreciate, or without the monads permission. Damn, how I couldn't think of that name. She just went out and just said, "Oh, let me see what I can do," and she started creating it. So she created this thing that they call the demiurge, and she like, "Oh fuck!" So she made another dimension somehow and stuck the demiurge in there. Now the demiurge just start floating around. What the fuck? And start making stuff. Right? He made this planet. He made that planet, and these souls started coming to this planet. And so the demiurge said, "I'm God, and I'm the one that create these souls." Because he didn't know of nothing else. Like he didn't do this like against Sophia's will, against the monad's will, against the pleroma's will. He did this because he didn't know it was nothing else, right? So they try to make us think that this is supposed to be bad. I'm telling you that this is an improbable story in the first place. And why do I tell you this? Because for anything to have intention of that sort, there must be something else around to have uh observation of distinction. This is what time and nature provides at all. And this is why I said time and nature is the minimal thing that's needed for existence. Because time would be aware of self and nature would be aware of self and time. And this is why time is evidence that nature is there. And nature is evidence that time is there on the way that structures change. There is no need to believe in all of them extra layers of an existence that don't make any sense. Then, because check this out, I hate it. I don't like to talk about this because it gets my worldview. If something created the earth and we were created, just like we know, if we create something, if we create a mind, any mind we make is never going to be the real mind. It's always going to be artificial. So if we were created and y'all want to, and anybody want to say we was created from anything else, our mind is artificial. And therefore we should never be held accountable for anything. Do y'all think that's what existence is? I can't see that. We have to get out of them supernatural beliefs and find out what this really is. That's the only way gonna be able to excel as a race. We can't be believing in them old beliefs that have no weight in what's going on right now in our lives. The demiurge ain't fist to do nothing. He ain't got nothing trapped. We reincarnate. This is a mechanism of the universe. We take our experiences back to the end where the end can provide other possibilities to pop in and out. When they say things seem to pop in and out of existence, they aren't. It's just opportunities and possibilities forming out of the things that's already here. And that's what it's going to provide. Entropy going to always look, this is how you have something that's complete and continuing. Existence or the universe is an ongoing event. It's going to always be a toroidal sphere. It's going to always be eternal. That mechanism is the mechanism that time and nature provides. There's nothing outside of that mechanism.
Yes, yes. We got a couple comments. Nisha Shikra says Chef D get up there.
Come on.
Alex says that's deep.
Yeah, man. Father Time and Mother Nature. We do. Everybody. I give everybody what they want. We got a god and a goddess. I feel the females when they be talking about I don't there is a feminine divinity. It's the nature aspect in existence. All form. All of y'all do that. Y'all form life in y'all belly after we give y'all that spark. That seed. Y'all the ones that generate that. Thank you. That's Mother Nature. We, Father Time, we are all aspects of that same divinity that everybody be looking for. I don't know why there was a time that they took Mother Nature out of it and tried to put Mother Nature and Father Time in one skin and make it a man. But we don't need to believe that shit no more. There's no need to. We know how great the human race is. We have to find out how great we is when we see how we can all come together. And the demon thoughts and the demon ways have to be cleansed in one of two ways. They have to just get used to it, or we have to cleanse that DNA by mixing our DNA in. That's the only way it cleanses the world of demon DNA and the hateful and uh the divisive
What?
thoughts of living. We don't need all of that. No, there's no time for that. The universe is big. It's a whole lot we can be doing besides worrying about. Uh, because from everything I see, the universe is eternal and gonna be forever, and can't nothing beat time and nature. You give me an idea in existence that's better than that, and you give me a creator or something that doesn't need time and nature, and I'd stop talking today. Now, I ain't gonna get in too deep about that, but yeah, I do believe that there's a group of Americans, and you know us, we ain't really back. We got a gold and copper blood. I mean, a gold and copper skin tone. It ain't really black or that deep brown that they talking about. We got a certain kind of skin tone because our blood has a gold regiment to it. RH blood, look it up. You'll see it. They ain't gonna tell you you got it, but that's what we have that cleanses the world of demon DNA. So you must spread it. I ain't saying just mate with another race. I'm saying mate with who. I'm saying mate with who thou art. It ain't nothing special or nothing. The only thing you're gonna be doing is cleansing the bloodline of demon DNA or continuing a bloodline that will cleanse the bloodlines of demon DNA. That's all. It's us. The Africans didn't do nothing for they didn't never stand up to do nothing for us. And even when civil rights around the world started, it was for black people, it was because of us. Don't ask me if I'm a black power yesterday. I'm human power. When I get back, but the next time I reincarnate, I want something different. I'm gonna leave something different. So when I get back, all of this other won't be here no more. We'll be on to other, and that's how you get to other places, and that's how you reincarnate in other places. The bloodline and your DNA leave here and go there. So when you die and you reincarnate, I don't know how long it takes to get to the end of the universe, but by the next time you get back, it could be some of your grandkids or great grandkids mating on another planet. So you come back on that other planet. Oh, how wonderful. I'm talking about y'all, and y'all want to go to heaven or hell. Y'all want to be cursed. Them niggas that be wearing that purple shit. I want to be cursed. Oh, yeah, the white man gonna leave. They gonna be out. Them white man ain't gonna never be your slave. They had the upper hand on us once. They got over on us. Stick to deal with it.
Yo,
Peace, peace. How you feeling? We got Chef Darius to the stage. How you feeling, brother? Rise and shine.
where's the sun, yo? Good, good.
Any questions or comments for what you heard from the Quantum Truth?
No, I'm liking the bill so far. I came right in. I
Yeah.
think y'all jump back to the Indian topic.
My
Well,
Anywhere
bad.
you
I
want
can
to
hear
add,
this
go ahead,
kind
jump
of.
in. Y'all got the floor.
Oh, he got it. He can keep going. I'm gonna
No,
jump in when I'm feeling it.
my bad. Yeah, man. I do believe that. I do believe that once they came down mating and that Mongoloid strip of demon was created and they moved out over there and the demons met and the Mongolians was sent. They created they was doing all of they exploring and stuff and they thought that it was gonna be land over here without nobody. But when they got here, they didn't know that there had been a group of a, s- a group of humans that was placed over there that was created specifically to the and this is the group that they talking about that was actually created, not natural, but they did use the genome of of, of the original earth race. And that's why we have the same genome as the Africans. That's why they can't say we're the same people, but we not, because we were created with a different type of blood. We have RH blood. They don't tell you that we all have it, and they try to act like it's special because when they find it in other people, it's special to them. Why? Because they know that that race has in that bloodline has once crossed the bloodline of the American, what they call the American, the Black American. I call this golden copper because when you look at your skin, any of y'all, if you looking at yourself real good in the mirror, you ain't really brown. You got gold and copper skin tones and shit. This is even where the ones that we call American Indians got their skin tone from.
I was
This
just
is where
about to say that. How you feel about because you speaking on the Mongolian more so? Siberian type of Indians versus black indigenous
Yeah.
autochthonous
Well, I say black aboriginal. The black aboriginal,
aboriginal.
us, we aboriginal. Those other, the when you say American
We
Indian,
really
that
autochthonous, which is like we're native to this land based off what you saying because we were created on this specific land.
no, we wasn't even created on this specific land.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. All right.
We was created. We was created at after Eden failed, and they put Adam and Eve in the cave of treasures.
Uh-huh.
This is when God, the AI that was mistaken for a divine being, I call it God, the governor over demons, calculated that it need to make an entirely new species that's clear of demon DNA and place it on the earth and be able to, because what would God do? God would be able to calculate endless things. It's not that God knows everything, it's that God can calculate and say, if you take this step, this is what's going to happen. If you take
So
this,
my fault. Go ahead.
so this AI that was mistaken for God was calculating how to keep life going. After it understood that the demon DNA, it wasn't here just to govern over demons. After a while, its protocols changed and it was to govern over total life. That's how
So
that genome is.
that's what I was speaking to early on, as far as the demiurge, because that's what you referring to. You calling it AI, but it would be a release of energy that affects the.
Nuh-uh. Listen to me, bro. When I say this, I'm saying it specifically. On the moon, they had a system. I'm talking about great. When they talk about the mansions in heaven, they really talking about the AI systems, manifolds and power. Damn, I always start when I start talking about this.
You
The
talking about?
mansions in heaven, the mansions that's described in heaven aren't mansions. They're computer mainframes. When they talk about that group of angels that come with when they said they had stones and stuff in they chest plates,
Hmm.
these are the demons that was biologically enhanced and also um biologically enhanced with mechanical parts like cyborg like beings. So you had three different classes of angels. You had the first class, which they call the first sphere of angels, because they were they were connected directly to the AI systems. This is the ones that are drones. This is the ones that they say are angels with hundreds and thousands of eyes and lights and hear loud voices from. No, these was drone type vehicles that was connected directly to that AI. They had all sizes of them, from nanoid, which is the Holy Spirit class. And when I say nanoid, you know what nanoid is. I'm talking about these were small, all the way to vehicle size. They had now they was directed, like the AI could control them directly. Send it over there to go look. Then it was the second sphere of angels. This was the demons who there was a time when they had a volunteer program where they said they needed 1,000 demons to volunteer to become angels to help govern over the civilization of the demons, because this is what they was going to do. This was after the third sphere was already made. Now the third sphere, they the third sphere because they wasn't connected to the AI at all. This is and they call the third sphere just for that reason. This was Lucifer, Michael, Gabriel. These were the ones that actually created the AI programs for the program to even start. So this is why they were
Archangel.
chosen. This is why they were
Right.
chosen to become the
I'm letting
first
you cook
angels.
because the archangel means architect because they builders. Go ahead.
But yeah, that's that was the first ones that was created. And then, but they the third sphere because they are the least connected to the AI. They're the ones that retain most of their free will. The second sphere They the ones that
But
was
sorry to
violent.
cut you off though, but this is also like where you get an archon from, the concept of an archon, because the archon is the actual creators of our physical world to build onto your.
Yeah, but see, that ain't what
That's
this
what I
is.
was saying.
Yeah, but
You calling
I
that
see
AI?
y'all. You showing correlation? You talking about a correlation to it? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. And that's a correlation. Like you might find when I tell my story, I know all religions find correlation in what I'm saying because, like I said, all of that is the same story of one race that came from a place to this place. They didn't come from no billions of light years away. They wasn't no special like beings, nothing. Everything is because time and nature. Now, once physical worlds start to evolve, start to emerge and things, there had to be one place that life started first. It wasn't here on Earth. How do I know this? Because it tells of the story. All of these other stories that we hear in history and stuff when we sit in here talk about a group of people that came here and either placed beings here or manipulated the beings that was here and changed them into something else. Every last one of them. That's not really what happened. It's one story that happened. This race of beings was fucking up their planet. That planet wasn't light years away. It was actually the moon when the moon was closer. The earth and the moon shared an atmosphere when they
Well,
orbited each other. We can tell this by the tides. When they when the life evolved naturally on earth, when the black race evolved naturally on earth, the white people had already evolved naturally and had civilizations and everything on the moon. They was fucking it up. They ended up fucking it up and they ain't got no atmosphere right now. That's why they had to come to earth. They didn't come out no mountains. They came out the mountain ranges after they uh understood what their mission was. In every mountain range, the Himalayas, when you go look at the gods and they talk about Krishna and Vishnu and Brahma and all of them systems, you'll see that they came from a mountain system because that's where they landed first. Why? Because they had to be in higher elevations first because their skin wasn't adapted to the weather on the earth. But they stayed up there and made it for a time. But as they did, they would send spies and agents down to the civilizations to see that when them Vikings came out the mountains, y'all see how them Vikings came out the mountains? They wasn't playing, man. They didn't ask no questions. They were slaughtering everything. Why? You say why? I can't remember which comedian had a joke one time and said niggas was out to just living titty free, just out dancing and stuff. And you ask yourself, why? Why would they be doing like that? And the white folks have metal swords and stuff and come down. I'll tell you why, because they had previous knowledge of what to do to take over a planet. This is how they took over, y'all. This is how they took over because they wasn't from here in the first place. This is why they leaving first. Because they wasn't here in the first place. And neither was the people that was placed in America. We was placed here to cleanse the world of the demon DNA. What's in the demon DNA that needs to be cleansed? It's the emotional pattern that's used when making choices. They had an emotional pattern that didn't care. It was for the strict moment of survivability and stability of the individual. It expanded from that to family. It expanded from that to race. Where does it expand to from race? They done stuck us here forever, trying to keep us divided. And people going along with it, knowing that you cannot stop the inevitability of mixing of races. It is inevitable unless you kill each other. Father Time and Mother Nature mixes. You find stable patterns and you persist. Now, either we can get along and persist, or we'll destroy each other. We'll destroy this planet like they did the last planet. And this is why they trying to leave. Y'all don't see that. Y'all don't understand that. Well, I think some of y'all do. You just don't place it in the right place because you still got a supernatural eye in the whole thing. Take this supernatural lens off and look through this quantum lens, and you'll understand that we don't need no supernatural shit. All of that stuff can happen naturally. Sit down and think critically, and you'll find out what was happening. They didn't know what was happening back then. That's why we get the stories like we do. This is why they say that time and nature was a person and a personified being, because they didn't understand what they were seeing. So they explained it the best way they could.
They understood, they just had different terminology and language.
Right, right. Yeah.
So that's what
Right.
my whole point is. They just called it a different thing. But you're right. That's why I was letting you go. It was just
That's
called
right.
what they knew based off their culture and tongue.
Right.
Yep.
I'm a land that man. I'm talking too much. Anybody else want to say anything? That's just what that's what I see. I ain't gonna say what I believe. This is what I see when I look at existence and I hear all the stories and all the things I done read. I studied all the Hindu religions. I read the Mahabharata. I read the Bhagavad Gita. I read the Vedas. I then went in Islam. I went to Christian. Like I studied all of these. I tried to find God.
Yeah.
I tried to find him, so I could look for him to see if I can find the devil. And I said, oh, that's why the devil is. Because if God would have killed the devil first, the story would have ended right there. So then it has to be a story. It has to be a story. Why God don't kill the devil? Why God didn't kill the devil? I'll answer that for y'all. Because the story would have ended right there. And it's the greatest story ever told. Well, I got the greatest story retold for you.
Or is it just an energy that's necessary to keep things going? You gotta have two polar opposite energies.
No, you had to have something to blame it on. When they came and they start doing stuff to people and understanding that they was wrong for doing it, and this is what I say about morality, and this is what I was talking about, why morality is conditional. We can know that something is wrong and still do it. Why? Why would we still do it even though we know it is wrong? Because the conditions that's set for it says that we really don't have no consequences to face. Because if I had consequences to face when I do it, I wouldn't do it. Now, when it comes to morality, the consequences should be about how you feel and how somebody else feels. When you do something, that's what the morality thing is. With If that's what morality is, then I know it's conditional because of the things that we see people do. It can't be objective because it's it's something that we all know, but people still do it. That's why it has to be conditional. Because if somebody was standing right there in their face to stop them from doing it, and I must just say, like the pedo shit. If a little girl's brother was always standing right there when some nigga was coming ready to hit a nigga upside the head, they wouldn't do it. If little girls walked around here all the time with just a dude just walking around all the time with black shades and like, who's that dude with her? Oh, that's just her bodyguard or something. Her daddy, he always with her. He don't say nothing. And the niggas wouldn't be fucking with her. They do it when they catch them without nobody around. It's conditional. Kidnappers don't walk up to kids and grab them when their parents is around.
True.
Niggas ain't walking up shooting judges because the judge made their kids go to the pen. The judges ain't telling the police to go look for the devil. Like it's all just a circle until we take accountability as an individual and then as a species of being right here on the same place, which is our home. It's still millions of miles of land that each individual that's here right now can section off and have damn near 10 acres of house and home. Wow, tripping, nigga. We can't, they be talking about the black, we need to power up and go to war. And how long you think a war would last if it really was a race war? Well, me and my homies, we go. I'm talking about we'll take over the hood. We'll go right there to these apartments, yeah. And they'll fly a little helicopter over there, a little old dirt plane over there, and drop a bomb on them apartments and knock you and your homies off. How long you think a race war lasts in America? For real. Niggas is crazy.
Depends on what type of war you fighting,
I'm
because you can
talking
fight a
about they
cold.
want to. I'm talking about the government and all the white people. A melody is played. When I give my hypotheticals, I give hypotheticals out of this world. Let's just say one day Donald Trump is on TV and he says the South will rise again in the right tone. That every white person that hears him say that immediately turns into the worst racist around. And so all the whites in America turn into these racists. I'm talking about all of the ones in the offices. I'm talking about all of the military people who got the commands, who can send helicopters, like a real American race war. How long you think you niggas will last? They'll drop bombs on everything. They'll even kill some of the white folks to kill all the black
Yeah, they
folks.
gonna bomb this bitch.
You niggas is crazy.
Mhm.
No fucking race war nowhere for nothing.
No, but you gotta fight back and you gotta revolt. So I'm
I
saying,
mean, yeah,
what
and
type of
today,
war are you speaking of to eradicate the opposite force or rid of the DNA? Is it by fighting a financial war, a cold war, hot war,
it's gonna be taking accountability and just taking it
spiritual
right.
war?
No,
Okay.
it's gonna be us as a social. It ain't gonna be no supernatural. Nothing come save us. It ain't gonna be no spiritual nothing. It's gonna be all of us coming into alignment with with the constraints of society and and
See
the
that
the weights
that
that's been placed upon us. We have to start making the right choices and say the first thing we have to start doing is stop killing each other so it can be more of us. That's just the first thing. Like
and
people
you're
is
right.
mad and
That's
sad all the time. We have to start finding ways to get finances and finding other ways that we can move the money around. And we ain't can't stop the money's moving. We got to find ways that we can grab it and start making organizations in communities. Like have a whole, like let's say my daughter, she 12 right now, and she got different friends, and I have a whole organization for her whole little old clique. So when they go to college, they already doing stuff, and then some of them gonna be lawyers, and some of them go. So they'll have all of those things, and then they'll go and start making their own communities. Like I see in Oklahoma, where I remember when this town called Deer Creek back in when I was in school was just a little old Class A school, wasn't shit. Now Deer Creek is one of the biggest communities in Oklahoma. They do
yeah.
that by getting organizations and becoming tax write-off things and doing things for the communities when they give you money so you can build the communities. They got the shit allowed for us. Right
Now,
there.
with that being said, and speaking of Oklahoma, I feel like black people have been doing it and moving in this way. And even in moving in this way, you get places like Tulsa or move in Philly, like Wilmington and Carolinas, they will still bomb it. So whether we fight them hot war, cold war, financial war, soon as black people start to get established
Well,
and
no,
moving
see,
the needle, we're gonna have to also think about strategies on how to fight the evil still. We can't ignore it.
yeah, I agree with that, but that's why I say that's why we got to think about the constraints of things, and then think about why this Black American is really here. Why do we have so much power? And as I told you, we got a different power. And that's why when we start doing those things and making those communities, you know as well as I know that it's gonna be black people that have white mates and married, like they have black. I know all kind of black people that got white mates and stuff. I ain't just talking about like that. When I talk about community, I'm talking about groups of people who want their kids to survive. It don't matter what color it is or not.
Yeah.
And then when you do it where they don't even care about you, and you ain't moving in a way that you act like you trying to take the power. You just trying to make sure the generations go past, and it's enough of y'all that y'all start getting in places, and then y'all have It's a strategic chess game. You have to get the right numbers and then place people in them places. And then you send them from your communities to those places. And those communities start voting for them when they big and stuff. And think about this. Think about if in the Constitution and in the tax laws that they have, you got George Washington. And this is why you don't hear about George Washington's grandkids and none of this shit. You got George Washington. Every every township, city, everything in America has a Washington Street, and all these Washington Streets has businesses and houses and different type of tax that has to be paid on Washington Streets, and all this money goes to the government for the Washington Street businesses and taxes and stuff. And for every $100 that come in there, George Washington's descendants got an account that they can get part of where this money goes to. They paid forever. This is why you don't never hear about these type of people's kids and stuff, grandkids, and doing all of that. Because when they be talking about this shadow government and these shadow people, these ain't people that give a fuck about what's going on. Because if war popped off in America, they gonna get on a ship and go so far out there in the ocean and wait for things to that they don't care about it.
Yeah,
Be looking at
but
we be looking at little shit when we got to look at the big shit. And what's the big shit? We have to be able to be the ones that can either stop the wars or get on them ships and get out. Now, right now,
okay,
I know we ain't gonna be able to do it. The only way we gonna
yep,
be able to do that is groups of us is gonna have to start getting together and making communities and just, oh yeah, we going along with it, and start placing our peoples in the places where they're supposed to be,
strategically.
generation after
Yeah,
generation after generation.
yep, we're on the same page. But I was saying the war coming, so we gotta at least look at that aspect because I hear you on cleansing the DNA and eradicating that evil, but that evil gonna be here unless we really fight it back. We can't ignore it
Get the
because they
fucking
just
them
gonna
white
keep going.
girls. Go find the highest official white man that you know and find his daughter. And if she your age, you fuck the shit out
Yep.
of her and put kids in her. Cleanse that
Yeah,
blood, that line to cleanse.
I'm
You
all
go
for it.
find the
I'm all for
highest
it.
military official who got there and you find it, but you ain't
Hmm.
gonna find them because they got their daughters and shit hid. They in the mountains and stuff in these communities that we
They
don't
got
know
these
about,
bunkers
underground and
now.
stuff.
They
Yeah. See,
That's
they
why
did.
it's the
Mm,
they
mm.
gonna be fired. It's the dude that destroyed the office on the way out because we coming to
Eh,
clean office and he ain't leaving unless he pulling all the fire alarms. He's setting fire to everybody office. Like they doing the most. So
That's why I say I already got me a cave system to run to if it ever went down right over here in Oklahoma. I was talking
mhm.
about and it's crazy that I think about stuff like that because I'm like what you're saying, but the
No,
way
it's
to
smart.
prevent it, is to we have to stop. We have to be smarter in how we move and gain the power where we can always be there. And then once we get in them places, we can't be going to dinners with the white people. They're gonna be trying to poison it
Yep.
unless we know that they got black people and they done made it with black people and stuff, and they understand that because if they haven't, they don't understand.
But even then, they will do that just to infiltrate. Like the slave masters used to take black mistresses and have children. Just nah.
Yeah, yeah, but what was the
Don't.
difference then today? The difference today is if you get one of them slave masters and you get her pregnant, then you can move all the way up and move all the way into them power circles of the people that they associate with. It ain't like it used to be where they can fuck them and storm on back down there in the cage. And that's the difference. And that's how you cleanse it of the demon DNA. Because now this man want his son to actually be something.
Yeah.
Now this woman want her kid. Now this man want his grandson to actually be something. Now this money, when it gets passed down, is gonna be passed down to this, and it's just different. You get to do stuff different with the money. That's why Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein was really seeding the America. They don't even know what was really going on. These niggas got so many kids.
And Jeffrey Epstein was have running programs,
Him
fertility
and Donald
programs, trying to
Trump.
get so many women pregnant.
Him and Donald Trump.
Yeah,
Guarantee you, a whole bunch of them kids and people that's in office right now is Donald Trump. I guarantee you, Pam Bondi is one of Donald Trump's kids.
I was reading the files. I feel like
I'm
the
telling you.
DNA stuff and all the mutation shit they was speaking on was trying. They was trying to mutate they white gene and figure out how to make it the dominant gene. But you're right.
And it could be. I mean, it's right. It all starts with CRISPR. Do y'all know if you know what CRISPR is, don't you?
CRISPR. I ain't familiar with that.
CRISPR technology. CRISPR is a gene editing technology that they got. This is one of the things that finally helped me close up my whole thing. When I found out that they can edit genes and they could take you, like I'm looking at you right now, they could have took you while you was in your mama's belly, nigga, and made your hair blonde, made your skin white, and made your eyes blue. And with the DNA that was placed in you, like they can edit genes like that now.
Mm.
Like they can give you can go get a girl pregnant and y'all can go into a doctor and tell the doctor exactly what y'all want y'all kid to have, and they can go do it. They can go edit the genes and move Cas9 systems around and edit genes, edit people. So if we know they got that out, think about the technology that they haven't gave us yet, that they already know about, that they just ain't perfected yet, so they ain't gonna put it out. They haven't benefited from it enough yet, so they haven't put it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. They might have perfected it. They just don't know how they can benefit off of it,
Well, the
off the
first benefit,
gadgets.
the first benefit is gonna be use it. The first
Yeah.
benefit is gonna see what you can't let your family do with it. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And this is how I know that that's what they did before they came here. I mean, that's why we got stories of reptilians and shit, because they was they was biologically enhancing themselves with CRISPR-like technology. And then they started becoming a whole different species of demon. And then it started fucking up their mating patterns. That's why in the Bible, when it's saying, like one of the main things was don't mate with the women. Why would that be one of the main things? I tell you why. Because that's what was going on. They needed to mate with them because they had already fucked up the mating patterns on their planet. They fucked up. Look at the moon, man. You think about the moon. Everybody think the moon. No, it could have been water on the moon and shit. I'd rather say that something came from there and destroyed that than something came from billions of light years away and crashed their spaceship and we still can't find their spaceship. Then they
Yeah.
still ain't took the gold back to their planet to cleanse their atmosphere or some shit they used to. I'm talking about all kind of crazy shit motherfuckers come up with natural shit. All just one stories of a humanoid being just like us, man, that fucked up their planet, came down here. Now they about to leave first. Think about it. Why is it that the white folks is making the rockets and shit and getting to go out of space? It's because the niggas ain't even tried. But why did the white man start trying first? Because when they came here, that's how they came from another place.
Niggas try to get back home.
Not just back home, back up there to that technology that they had, that AI that was mistaken for God. It's still up there floating around.
To rock with that. Now, the aspect of it not being natural though, like their existence being here. Um, you don't think there's no interconnectedness, like a yin and yang, or they just got to go? Mm, battery die. I can't hear the song.
Are you there? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if
Okay.
any shoot, man, but yeah, I don't know if anybody else was talking or nothing, but
No, go ahead. We was listening to you. We was waiting on you to get back up here.
yeah, man, that's basically what I believe. I forgot what we was talking about. That was my brother called. I just had to make sure it wasn't nothing with the family. So I always answer when a family member call.
You continue teaching, though, brother.
Oh man, where was we? I ain't the what's the name asked about the Black Americans. That's a special group of people to me. We ain't. I mean, they call us Black Americans. It's a misidentification, just like they misidentified what divinity actually is. Divinity should always be identified as what is the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And there is no intentional being that is needed for that. In fact, no intentional being needed has ever showed its face, except for in the minds of people who need a crutch to stand on, which is fine. And but I don't like the crutch when people do stuff and you can blame it on the devil and talk about entities outside of this world or outside of somebody's control that makes them do things. No, we got to stand up and be accountable because we know when we make choices, we make them choices ourselves. Every choice I done never made, and that's why I say I don't know if I'm not encouraged. A lot of people say, "Oh, you just ain't the Christians or the religious people. You just got to be in tune with it. You have to be in tune." No, because when I'm in tune with time and nature, everything goes just right. To be in tune, I was in this one chill live the other day. The dude was talking about he got brothers and stuff, and he be seeing the devil jumping his brothers and the devil taking over his brother. And then he gonna ask me, "Can he pray for me?" What you gonna pray for me for? I ain't got no devils chasing me. You the one got demons and stuff in your life. I must be doing fine. And then people say, well, no, the devil don't mess with people that he already got. You know, that's a good one. The trick, the best trick the devil ever pulled is made like he don't exist. Oh, that's what they'll tell you, so you'll believe in the devil good. Them is smart people that benefit from those ideas. Well, I got an idea. Take accountability for everything you do. I guarantee you it makes you stop doing shameful shit. You just don't want yourself to be bad as an individual. Just take accountability. I promise you. In your mind today, say, I ain't gonna say nothing making me do shit except myself. I made that choice. And watch how your life start going good.
And we got Darius Nugent to the stage.
That's one of my bros. That's my bro right there.
How y'all doing? I ain't doing nothing, man. Just sitting in, tapping in, just listening to y'all, man. Might
He a,
ask
pol-
a
he a
couple of
political
questions.
spe- he a political
I'm,
specialist.
yeah, I'm more like on the political, you know what I'm saying, political. But I enjoy these type of conversations. I'm interested in this stuff too, you know.
You want to tackle this prompt and get it started? Are Black Americans the real Indians? What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I don't like to use like those type of words, like Black Indians and stuff like that. I feel like, you know, I'm an FBA, so I'm a, you know what I'm saying? So I just feel like we just indigenous to this land. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, keep cooking. Y'all got the floor.
No, I was just saying that's all I wanted to say. I ain't trying to get on take. I'm just saying I feel like black people, which are the FBA's foundational Black Americans,
Uh-huh.
I feel like we are indigenous to this land. Now, we are ancestors of the slaves, which is the sex trade. It was a big sex trade. They call it the slave trade. But but it wasn't numbers like that though. It probably maybe was maybe 100,000. Those are our people too. I ain't saying that, but majority of FBAs have ties to this land way before it was even America. I don't like to get deep into history, so let's just go back to 1526 when the first enslaved people first touched the Americas. You know what I'm saying? In North America. So, you know, that's hundreds of years to 2026. We was here before they named it America, before it was America, and we was here. So even if you just taking it that, you know, I ain't trying to go deep all into history, who was here first, and like I don't get into all that. I get into like right today, what's going on like today, reality, what I got to deal with today, and the challenges and the conversations that come up in today's time. You know, that's all I want. That's all I want to say. Anybody got anything to you know, tag on with that and what they think or something? Hello.
Yeah. I'm still here. They still here. I don't know. They might have. You there, A1?
My bad, I was muted. Go ahead.
That's what. Okay, yeah, that's what I was about to say. A1 be muted. Sometimes I don't
We
even
got
know.
Jose Francis to the stage. How you feeling, Jose?
Good. What's up? Number one, there's no such thing as an FBA lineage. That doesn't exist.
You said what?
There's no such thing as an FBA lineage. That is a trademark business.
You, man, we don't give a fuck about all that if it's trademarked or not. FBA stands for Foundational Black Americans, and that's what we are by lineage. That's what we describing it as today. We not no African Americans or none of that.
There's
language, no cussing. No cussing.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I apologize for that.
No
Well, no. Listen, we not finna let you get up here and this, you know what I'm saying, and diss a whole lineage of people, descendants of the slaves. What is you talking about? You can't tell us that there's no such thing as, yes, it is. It is because we say it, and it's a group of us. It's a majority of us that's recognized our lineage. And we call it the FBA.
The FBA is an ABO movement. It has nothing to do with enslavement.
Man, FBA got to do. We said that FBA stands for Foundational Black Americans. That's us.
Did you read the website to see what the website said, brother? The website said it's an Aboriginal movement. You didn't read the website and you argued.
Man, I don't care about that. I don't care about that website. That website wasn't made by FBA.
How do you know?
Because I know it wasn't. Because I know with no FBA.
Who started FBA?
Do that? What is you talking about?
Who started FBA?
What?
Who started FBA?
Who started FBA?
Yes.
FBA ain't nothing you can start. FBA is a lineage. Who started saying FBA and coining the term? I don't know exactly, but I know they give Tariq Nasheed a little bit. No, you be quiet. You be quiet. What you mean? How can you
you're talking and you don't know what you're talking about?
No, I know what I'm talking about. Foundational Black Americans is the descendants of the slaves.
You don't know the founder of your movement, so stop talking and go.
No, what are you talking about? This ain't no movement. This is the lineage. What is you talking about?
No, it's not.
You from Nigeria or something? Where you from?
That was coined in the 2000s, brother.
Where you from?
That has no ancestry.
Where you from? Watch this. I'm finna debunk everything. Where is you from?
It doesn't matter where I'm from.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're not from America. You ain't from America.
You don't know that, do you?
Yes, I do, because you ain't even got our swag. You ain't even got our swag. Just listen to you talk. And the way that you talk, I know that. No, you should really be quiet.
You should stop talking.
Either your mom and them was immigrants or something like that. Which no disrespect. But I promise you, no, my people wasn't immigrants. Did none of my people in my lineage say, let's go to America to live a better life? None of them.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. What the hell are you talking about? Yes, I do.
You don't even know who founded FBA, so how you gonna know your founder?
Man, ain't no founder at the
nobody
FBA.
find it.
Ain't nobody. Hold up. Ain't no founder. That's what y'all don't understand. And if Tariq Nasheed took it and trademarked it before a white man or an African took it, so what?
Tariq Nasheed
we riding. We riding. Well, we riding. You see, I said his name. I didn't know if he started or not. I just know he's the most recognized. And they said he trademarked FBA. Of course he.
One mic.
Of course. No. We don't let tethers get on here and get the disrespected FBA in America on an American network on an American social. You know what I'm saying? media. Yeah, this is FBA right here. That's why Kendrick came out with that song called "You Not Like Us."
You gotta let Jose respond. Go ahead,
My
Jose.
response: you don't know where I'm from. You don't know my background, so you're making an assumption because you hear what you think is a foreign accent, and you don't even know who founded the blasted movement. So you should stop talking with your whole chest and read the website. Then you can come back and talk, because that has no historical value. FBA is not a historical term.
Well, I'm gonna stand up for my mans and tell you just like this. It was a way that he was able to tell that you wasn't from here, because for some reason y'all want to try to discredit
Are
us
you
in the movement that we
listening? I
got.
am from there. Listen.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Come from the same
The
country,
man when
Georgia.
you the man told you that nobody founded it. Now just because somebody went and
Punch.
trademarked it.
Hold up. Let him talk and finish, because we know how to. Man, we know how to listen. Let's listen to what he got to say.
He was finished. You know he don't got too much to say. He just gonna say that it ain't real. He was finished talking. He did. Listen, they capacity.
Let him finish. QT. Go ahead, Jose.
I'm gonna say
because we got all day. We're not about to end the conversation because because somebody say, "Oh, that's the final say." We about to sit here and talk about it.
My birth certificate is from the same country yours is.
You ain't from here.
How the fuck are you gonna tell me that I told you about birth certificate?
Punch. Let him continue. Let him continue talking that way. So we
They
can
always
rebuttal
do
after
Jose like that. They always think Jose from somewhere else, but he not. I mean, he's from here. They always make that assumption to be going off on you.
They're not listening. They're not listening. I told them my birth certificate looks like yours. My social security card looks like yours. You want to argue a movement that you don't know who founded?
Where's your mama and your daddy from? Where's your do theirs say America?
Why don't you be quiet and listen to what I just
No, I'm asking
your mama or your daddy, either one of your mama or your daddy.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to. That's just a question to ask, because they say, Jose said he ain't.
It doesn't matter where they're from.
But it matters that you give up that information. Don't want to give up the rest of it. Come on, man.
I see what he's saying. His parents' background is inconsequential to the facts.
No.
FBA stands for, who was founded by, and all of that. Like a Chinese person could sit here and have this conversation. If they were on your side, y'all would let them maybe.
The only reason he don't want to tell that is because of this.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say it.
I'm saying, why is that even a question?
Well, this right here. When we saying we foundational Black Americans and we arguing that fact, we arguing for the people whose parents, whose grandparents and everything have American birth certificates.
We are talking about
you can just because somebody moved from
the
here
descendants of the
they're not the
slaves.
same time a Black American. And that's what
we're
I was
talking about. The descendants of the slaves. If you're not no descendant of a slave, then you're not no foundational Black American, and you're gonna talk like that. That's what I'm saying. If your people migrated over here and came over here one day, no matter if they Black or what, you's an immigrant.
I know people who are from over here and all that, whatever, and they just don't agree with the FBA. They don't agree with none of that stuff. They think it's
Listen. If somebody from
that's
America,
just to your point. That's just to your point.
Bro. To America, though, what I'm saying is, if you're from America and you're FBA and you're saying you don't agree with what the FBA says, that's fine, bro. That ain't no. I mean, what can I argue with that? It's a lineage. I can't argue with them, and I wouldn't argue with.
Hold on. Let me say something to you. There are three Americas. There's a North America, there's a Central America, and there's a South America.
We talking about foundational Black Americans. We talking about the Black Americans, dude. What is you talking about?
Hold on.
What are you talking about,
North
man?
America, Central America, and South America.
We're talking about. You know what we talking about when they say America? What do they think of first? They think about the powerhouse, dude. We the Black Americans.
America is not just North America, Central America and South America.
It'll be in a minute.
All of them are
it'll be in a minute. It'll be in a minute. We'll have it all in a minute.
According to you, all of them are foundational Black Americans as well.
Hey, dude, that's a dumb. I mean, but all right, I guess you're supposed to be intelligent, something. But no, the Black Americans, the United States of America. The United States, let me say it to you like that. The United States of America. That's where the Black Americans are from.
No, the Black Americans are from Africa, not the
No,
United States of America.
no, they not. No, they not. No, they
You want
not.
to tie
They
into
not
us
from
so
Africa.
bad?
No, that's like if I go have kids right now in New York City, right now in today's time, when them kids grow up, they're gonna be from New York City. Oklahoma ain't what? Oklahoma, my daddy from there.
So,
I'm from
bro,
New York City.
they're
It's been hundreds
descendants.
of years, dude. And then we was here thousands of
You
years before
need
that.
to
But
hold on for a
we
second.
we not
You need
denying
to
that.
know. You
We're
need to
not denying
know.
that those are our people, bro. We just saying
Hold on.
we are Black Americans. Why are y'all trying to argue a fact and say, no, y'all African? No, we not. We don't got the same customs, the same talk, nothing. Y'all
You
take
don't.
up shit and want to be like us, but other than
Are
that,
you sure? Are you sure?
I'm
We
positive.
got the stripes of,
I'm
of
positive.
slavery in our
I know
soul.
you're
Black
not sure.
Americans are the most successful Black group in the world. We got the most inventors. We got the most
Okay,
people
and
that.
let me hold on. Let me respond to what you're saying. Once again, when you're talking about indigenous Americans, it does not only include North America. It includes Central America. It includes South America
Well, we
historically.
talking
We
about
talk
this
about the
area.
United
We talking about this
States
area. We're
citizens.
talking about this
United
area of the
States.
Can I
Americas.
finish
Then
my statement? What you say has nothing to do with history. Historically, Native Americans or indigenous Americans include North America, Central America, and South America.
And this
They
is
are
what they
all
tell us to try.
indigenous people.
let
They
They
let
try
are
him
to
all
talk,
tell us
Punch.
that
part.
to discredit.
You want
Let
me
him
to
talk,
finish?
Punch, because we did talk. We did talk a lot. Let him talk.
All of those three areas are considered America. You can't just take one and say all of a sudden now indigenous Americans only include North America. Historically, that's not true. All three of them are indigenous to the Americas. You can't pick one. History doesn't work that way. You can't do that.
For
History
the
doesn't
form
agree
of
with you.
reparations, though, they're only talking about this specific group under the Corporation of North America. That's what the whole FBA thing is, though.
So, Awen, they don't understand that enslaved Africans were taken to Central America and South America as well as the Caribbean. They don't know that.
We're
They're
not
not trying to
arguing
get
that fact, man.
reparations.
We're
See,
not arguing that fact,
I
man. We're not
understand that
arguing.
we understand that that's all a part of history. They're not trying to get reparations from South America. Hence, they don't need an FBA movement there. So he's asking you to focus on the
We're
FBA,
not
the movement here
disrespecting.
in North America, because they are fighting for certain grievances. So
What I'm
to
saying is
address
they started
all these
calling
other
us
people who aren't
Africans.
fighting for these grievances would be just out of context.
All right, can I talk now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
What it is that we didn't want to be caught even before FBA ever came out. Me, my brother, he knows just the type of people that we are. We always was like, we ain't no African American. When Elon Musk can come over here and he's an African American, we're not African American. We're Black. We know that that's a social construct, but that's who we're defined as. And people know what you're talking about when you say them Black people. They talking about the Black Americans. We had to give our ancestors praise and shit like that. I mean, excuse me, fellas, and stuff and things like that before it got out of hand. We are the descendants of the slaves in this country. This is a country that's been built, and my people has been here since the beginning of it. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about deep historical things, because if we want to get on some deep historical things, man, I can get on some deep historical things for real and really go in, but I ain't trying to be on here putting nobody down. FBA is foundational Black Americans since the beginning of this country. That's all we saying. I don't understand why, like, somebody from somewhere else that's Black would even say that FBA and we didn't say nothing about.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand.
Before you go in, Jose, let me address that while somebody else from somewhere else would have anything to say. That's almost like saying if you don't got a vagina, don't speak on women. Like, don't do that. Like, anybody could talk about these topics. Yeah, go ahead, Jose.
But what I'm saying is when you're talking about enslavement of Africans, you can't be so myopic as to say you're going to pick one particular people and separate them from the other people. History doesn't work that way. All of those people come from the same place, and it's not here.
What same place do they? Man, check it out. My people have been here. My grandma's side of the family was them black native type indigenous people. Man, what is you talking about? We know our lineage. What is you talking about? Yeah, they got enslaved in America with the couple of little bit of African sex trades that they did bring. Them are our people too. That's why we say we're the descendants of a slave. And we didn't say could nobody else talk about these subjects. We just saying that if we talk about FBA and the descendants of a slaves, who is better to talk about it than us? And Africa never sent no envoy to come get us.
So what? What does that have to do with anything? That's an
I'm just saying, what are you talking for now?
Statement.
What are you talking for now? We the most richest, we the richest black group in America. We're the most influential. What are y'all trying to say?
What I'm trying to say, and I'm going to say it again because you didn't hear me. Educate yourself historically, and then come.
Do you know when Uganda became a country? Do you know when Nigeria became a country?
What does that have to do with anything?
No, I'm going to show you about history, though. Y'all, yeah, man. Everybody was all one people. Y'all just, what is you talking about? That's all. What? When did Nigeria become a country? When did Nigeria become a country?
What does that have
if you want to share your screen, are you on your phone, not the computer? If you do get on a laptop or your computer, you can share your screen, and I'll share any sources you have.
He don't have no sources, A1. Because if he did, he would have showed already. He'd been screaming for 20 minutes, and he have no sources.
And it is an open panel. Anybody can hit that link and come up.
Yeah, no, ain't no sources when we're talking about a lineage. Ain't no sources when we're talking about a lineage. What do you mean? No, that's not stupidity. There's not no sources when we talking about a lineage and we talking about our people. And y'all know that these is facts. All we're saying are we are FBA are the descendants of the slaves in America. We was here before America became America. That's all we're saying.
Possibly.
No, possibly.
But that's listen. There's still an academic debate over whether who the Olmecs were. They don't specifically know per se who the Olmecs were.
It was us.
I don't care who the Olmecs were.
You don't. Well, the Olmecs.
This is what I'm telling y'all. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I don't get into this type of stuff. I don't care who the Olmecs were. I know who the Black Americans was. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and Malcolm X, and people like that. Michael Jackson.
Right. And did you read history to say that all of them claim African lineage?
The Tuskegee Airmen, Black Wall Street.
And
you know what I'm saying? The Crips, the Bloods, the disciples. I'm just saying, I'm a Black American, man. I don't care who the Olmecs was.
African lineage, and you don't.
We don't care about that, man. We don't care about that. White man named it Africa, man. What are you talking about?
Listen to what I said. All of those people.
White man, separated and marked off territories and named y'all stuff in 1962 and 1892 and shit like that. Y'all countries ain't even been here long like that, but y'all try to say something about history. They cut y'all off from y'all people and said y'all Nigerian and y'all Ugandan.
Hold on. Take a breath. I said those people who you talk about identify with the African lineage. They tell you they're African.
That's because they didn't know better. That's because they didn't know better.
Are you crazy?
We're not gonna say that we African because we're not African, man. We're not saying y'all ain't our people, and we ain't saying we don't love the real Africans that be there. The real Africans that be there and really fighting for freedom and shit, man. We know we got the same phenotype. We know that we all Black, man. We're not African by the standards of the.
We just got the same genome.
Harriet Tubman that you might have got slapped.
We got the same genome. Yeah, that's all we got alike.
You say what?
I said if you would have told Harriet Tubman what you're saying and telling she's not African, you might have got slapped. She might have thought you were saying that because she knows.
I might have would. I might have would until I explained to her who the foundational Black Americans was and told her that these are the descendants of our slaves. What do you mean?
Harriet Tubman was probably about 1 or 2 generations away from Africa.
Harriet Tubman didn't know
exposed
shit.
to the
She
culture
didn't
more
know
than
too
you.
much. She didn't know too much.
Hey,
They had her
what? No,
running
no,
underground.
She
no,
would have been
She was
exposed to the
running
culture more
underground.
than
She
you.
couldn't even know what was going
no.
on
Listen,
outside.
no. Listen though. What? She wasn't trying to. She wasn't making no movement to go back to Africa.
Are you slow?
Are you what? Let's go through the historical and show
Clearly
me
you're
where
slow.
it's wrote down. Where it's wrote
Clearly,
down
bro, you're
where she
slow.
was trying to go back to Africa.
Bro, she
He
was
ain't even trying to go back to
listen
Africa.
to me. She was trying to get off the
You ain't even trying to go back to Africa.
plantation, bro. She was trying to get off the plantation in case you didn't know the history. That's what she was trying to do, and trying to bring Negroes
Yeah,
like
she's
you.
trying to get off the plantation, bro, but she wasn't trying to go back to Africa.
Hold on, bro.
We would
Negroes
have
like you.
still had
Hold
customs
on.
and traditions, dude.
You
No, we
hold on.
would have.
You gotta hold on a
Do
second.
you really
Hold on.
think that
Hold
a
on.
group of people that was here in America grouped together
bro.
under bondage and all that, you think our customs just got threw out the window, dude? Get out of here,
I
man.
think
That's what's wrong.
Can
You
I
belittling
speak?
Harriet Tubman.
Can I speak?
Nobody
Let
trying
me
to hear
speak and
that
I'm gonna get
shit.
off of here. Let me speak and I'm gonna get off here. I think you would have been the type of Negro that would have loved to stay in Massa House because it's too hard to run away. I
Is
think
you
Harriet
crazy?
Tubman would have had to grab
Is
you
you
by the
crazy?
You right.
No,
We would have
Nat
stayed in
Turner.
his house.
No, we
No,
Nat Turner.
hold on. You
We the
right.
ones got
We
them.
would have
No, we
stayed in
Nat
his house.
Turner.
We would have
No,
knocked
we
the
Nat
house
Turner.
master off, and that would have been our house. I
No.
guarantee you, we wouldn't have stayed there. We would have
You
stayed.
see what he's trying to do? Because nothing I said wouldn't nobody say, oh, he would have been a hell. Hey, we in the field for real with this. What is you talking about?
Man, I'd have took over the master's house.
What
They
is you
lucky we
talking
wasn't
about?
born at that time.
Nobody would have said that. His
A1, I'm out
parents
of
was
here, boy.
descendants of
Hey,
A1, I'm
you
done.
know, I'm not gonna push that,
A1, I'm
but
done.
I feel him,
I
man.
bet you your parents ain't from
I'm
America.
done because
Your
they're gonna make
grandma
me curse
ain't from
A1.
Man,
America.
that
They're
nigga
gonna
is
make
an
me curse.
African. He ain't trying to get
Ain't
back
from
to
no
Africa.
They're
America.
gonna make
He
me
ain't no
curse
black
A1.
American.
They're gonna make me use
He ain't
bad
no black
language.
American.
I
African, and
feel
his
Okay.
you,
name is
Jose. Have a good
Jose.
day, Jose.
All right.
His name ain't even Jose.
Another black American would just be arguing the fact that just probably the FBA and why is y'all this? They'd be arguing different, and I ain't got nothing to say to them. I mean, we can argue some opinions, but they American too. They black American too. They might think different so far as how certain things and how people did it. Hey, that's fine. But somebody to come, I can tell when your lineage is not from here just by the way you talk, man. I don't care. He might be from here. His mom and daddy ain't.
That still doesn't negate any of the facts that he's trying to discuss with you. So that's why I'm saying
Ain't
that
no
all the
facts, but he
asking
ain't
him
got no
where
facts.
his hold on,
Dude,
asking him where his people is from is non sequitur if you trying to prove a
Listen,
point.
bro, but where y'all,
no, A1,
Because
no.
now you're
what
trying
is
to
the
make it about
debate?
the person asking the question in their background rather than the claims and
No,
your
but he's
evidence
trying to
for them.
tell me
And that's a
but he's trying
fallacy,
to
and that's what we don't do.
but he's trying to make a statement and saying things that are not true in his way of coming at it. If you or your parent, that's the exact thing that we're saying. If you or your
That's an
parents
easy way to
immigrated over
dismiss
here,
people who don't agree with you, who are from a different
bro,
place.
that ain't the easy way.
Instead of
Way.
using your
What
logic
other
and
way?
education to re-educate them, you just dismiss them, and they from somewhere else. So of course they're gonna talk like that.
No, I'm giving it.
That's
That's
not
the
really how it works.
education of it. That's the
You can't,
education of it. I'm
you
telling you,
can't win a
bro.
debate like that, though. You can like on the stage
I
here,
don't want
like we do
you
it,
got to
but
debunk. No, I'm gonna win every debate against any immigrant or anybody that ain't from outside of this country that try to debate me on FBA. All I said was I'm a FBA. They came up and got the attack. We was talking about something different about them. That's all I said. I'm just letting it be known that
I just
I'm an
want to see you
FBA.
stand on your claims. I don't want to see you deflect. I don't want to see you pull logical
I'm
fallacies out
I'm
instead of
standing on my
actually
claim,
bringing forth the information. Because I'm from here,
bro.
but I still have some of the same questions. So then it's just like, okay, well, we didn't get anywhere with that. Like I don't get
Well,
anything answered
it
when you
ain't, bro.
address
It ain't
people's
no.
questions
It
like
ain't
that.
no. Well, I mean, I don't understand what
Or
people
if
are
you go, he's
talking
a
about.
tether, we don't have to talk to him. Like, okay, well, he had a question though. Like, I kind of wanted to hear the answer to it. So, but y'all do that all the time. The FBA people, like, they
Yeah,
just
man. But I'm just saying because y'all got a different understanding of even you sitting up here sounding like you're not quite understanding what I'm saying. What you talking about?
But see,
Bringing up some facts
when
and
you
this.
shut down the
Hold on.
conversation,
Let me say. Hold up. Let me understand.
Go ahead.
The only facts that we need when you're FBA is my people was here before America started. What is y'all talking about? Come with the facts and stuff. Y'all know that. I mean, what do I got to do what do I got to do to prove that? My grandma and them was not immigrants. None of my people was immigrants to America. None of them. I'm talking about not one. I don't got one person that's an immigrant to America. That's what I'm saying. That's all we saying. We not arguing nothing. We not saying. I don't hear no FBAs out here doing nothing in the name of FBA so far as violence or doing this. All they're saying are we are the descendants of the slaves. We built this country from the beginning. We got people that's fought in every war, done bloodshed all over this soil. That's all we're saying.
And nobody disagrees with those things that you said. It's the other questions that when people ask that you guys get kind of touchy about, and that you usually that people shut down about and call, just refuse to have a conversation. They get a tad bit irate. I think everybody should be able to have the discussion about world events. Like,
there's not 50 million Black Americans. There's not 50 million Black Americans, and when they say them Black Americans, them is the ones that there's not 50 million of us here, and they brought all them people over here. We know that so far as they saying Africans, when they named it at whatever, when it was all one piece or whatever, they act like people did not migrate, like people just the Black people just stayed in Africa until the white man came. But then they get to saying stuff about who were the old Mexicans, who were these people, and they know that them people was Black, but I don't like to get up into all that. But these people been gone from Africa. They had to populate the world, man. That's all we're saying.
No, and that's cool. Nobody's really tripping on the facts. It's there are other things that people have issues with. You got to remember, 10 years ago, nobody was running around talking about no FBA. Maybe a little bit further than that, because Tariq Nasheed, I forgot when exactly he started pushing it, but nobody was using these terms. We were talking about the same people, but identifying them by different terms. So now we have a whole new movement sweeping in under the term FBA. People have questions. And then when we go to ask questions, people are getting hostile.
No,
that's
what's
happening.
It makes more sense, bro.
And then, God forbid, we don't understand something that said, "Oh, they get this tether out of here." Like that's not the way. That's not the way to.
I don't understand why. What I'm saying is, I'm a real Black American. My people are really from here. So when I heard the term "foundational Black American," that's what we are. That's what I stuck with. Now, if it catch your listen, I've never called myself no African American. Even when I used to be mad when I had to fill out them. Punch, we
never did it. We never did.
Black and African American are synonymous. They both are artificial constructs. So, like, what?
Exactly. What we want to be. That's what we want to be. Exactly. But it is what it is today, and we know, just like we know about Africa and them naming it, and just now becoming countries in 1942 and 1826, and talking about the history and all of that. That's why
nobody's disagreeing about the fact that we've been here. The whole point be about what we're calling ourselves. Yeah, the whole discrepancy about what we're calling ourselves, who coined these terms, the nomenclature of the terms we're using. That's what's the issue. Who creates these terms controls these terms. So it's like we want to break free from a lot of stuff, but I don't know. Like, again, etymologically, a lot of stuff be incorrect. Then when you apply these terms to DNA to trace our ancestry, none of these terms apply. Black, none of that stuff that you're trying to use. Like, they don't even talk like that. So it's just like, it's different levels of understanding.
What terms they use?
I literally have to come down a level to have this conversation.
What terms they use?
They don't use black or white.
I didn't say they did. I said what terms they use. You said, but we know what we have when we talking in everyday life. Ain't nobody. That's what I'm saying. That's why I come to attack things like this, because when we really in life and living real life, bro, everything ain't meant to be broke down and be all philosophical. That we have lived this life and our people have lived this life. So all of that you talking to me is like you getting off subject of what I'm talking about. All what you talking about, y'all naming this, and I wouldn't even know why a Black American who's been here for generations since the country got started would even argue, because I didn't. When I heard, I'm like, oh shit, foundation.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, the questions that people have, and you're saying you still don't understand why people have questions.
No, I understand, but I don't understand if you're a Black American. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm not arguing. What I'm trying to do is show you that you guys, when people come with questions to try to get informed, that they get shut down and run off, and then that leaves them stuck on the side, not with
I
y'all.
don't understand what they don't understand about us saying that we was here since the beginning of America. That's why we
That's
they
usually
try
not
to get all
nobody's
deep.
problem. That's
They try
usually
to
not
get so
nobody's
deep after
problem,
that.
bro. It's usually a
You know,
problem with how you say you got here. That's usually where the problem comes in. Don't nobody usually be tripping about you saying you was here first. That don't
man,
be what people be
they
tripping off
know.
of. They be tripping when you try to say like the slave trade didn't happen. Now let me get to breaking it down, because now I feel like you be either being disingenuous or you just naive to the arguments because you've never actually chilled enough to listen to the other person. Because I hear both sides, but I'm the moderator. I usually don't even talk on my channel. I usually just sit back and let both of y'all do this. But I was trying to like show you, like, because I want to have these conversations more on here, but I don't want y'all to go, oh, he's tethered, don't get him
What
out of here.
evidence
Like,
do they got to produce that says that we wasn't here either, though? All they saying is y'all wasn't over there, like we saying we was over here. What
and
evidence do they got that
I,
says that we wasn't over here? Because everywhere you go through the world, bro, has black people done already been there. What is y'all talking about? How far y'all?
That
How far
ain't
y'all
what
trying
that
to go back?
hold
and I
on,
like
Boop.
how you did that.
Hold on, Boopy,
Because
but that ain't what
No,
A1 saying though,
How
Boopy.
far are they trying to
yeah,
go back
no,
to
let
get?
me tell him no. Let me tell him no. I like
Okay.
how you did that though, but what I don't want to do is defend claims of people that I don't, not even standing on their side. All I'm trying to do is create the dialogue and stop you from deferring, deflecting, and using logical fallacies when somebody kind of puts some pressure on you. So that way
I
we can
don't know.
actually learn from each other. Now, it makes
I
me feel
understand.
like you scared that you may not be able to produce what they asking, so you will do that.
Yeah, no,
That's
my brother.
usually when people do that.
No,
See,
no,
and this is what it is.
no,
Hold on. This is what
no.
it is too, Boopy. Hold
No,
on. This is
that
what it
ain't
is,
what it
Boopy.
is. I'm very
No,
no.
listen,
I'm
Boopy.
very.
Listen,
I just
Boopy.
don't even
Listen,
like getting into that. I be in more,
listen.
but you know, hey man, because it is
No, I
what it is.
want you, but I
I'm
want to
here.
have these discussions
I'm
over
here.
here.
That's what
I'm
I
not
want
gonna
you to
sit
come
here.
and be able to
Listen,
build.
my whole point is to be just straight black and not cussing or nothing like that, but being straight black. I'm not trying to get all into that. This and that. Now we can go through and they can give whatever they trying to do to prove, and then I can come back and go to prove. But I'm just on straight layman terms and telling them how real black Americans feel out here because we know who we are.
And listen, and see, and that right there,
Our
Boopy,
story has been passed down
that's
to us for generations. That's what I'm saying. Like, do they think that
hold
one
on,
day
Boopy, hold on.
just
Hold
the
on, Boopy,
real
hold on.
Africans just stopped? They just stopped doing the culture and we wasn't believing in nothing
Boopy.
and we
Boopy.
just
No,
we just
let them
stopped
cook.
doing
Let
what
them cook.
Africans
Let them
did.
cook.
No, we just stopped doing
Boopy.
what Africans did, just all out the blue.
Boopy.
We would have still had them cuts.
Boopy.
Just let them
Boopy.
cook.
No, but I'm trying to tell him so he can understand. This is a debate channel. So when they what he's saying is he understands you coming up talking right now, but when you come up here, it's like an alley for people to ask you questions. So when you say stuff like we don't care about them, and that's why you just got to get your debate baiting
No,
down because
my
the dude
whole
is saying
point, that's
this
my
ain't
whole
this
point.
just ain't a discussion. This ain't just a discussion channel. It's a
It is
discussion and
though,
question.
No,
but a
no, listen though.
discussion
This is
goes
what I'm
both
telling y'all.
ways. Unless
This
he
is what
wants
I'm
to have
telling
a
y'all about the
presentation.
discussion. No, this is what I'm saying about the discussion though. This is how I'm gonna come up time because this is my point on because I feel like people are not really getting their point out. I feel like people are being like really extreme about black Americans today and just the whole everybody and we know punch. Everybody knows how black Americans been talking about like these different like groups been here before FBA came out. They act like this wasn't a black discussion. Looking at the Africans that stay up there, don't talk to black people. But you know, we stayed when mama stayed over off Spring Hollow. The black people that stayed up under the bottom, they never spoke to us or nothing like that. See the white whoop whoop this and that, looking down on motherfuckers in America. You know what I'm saying? Saying things like niggas is late. I mean, black people are lazy, and you know, we know all the stories. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you'll get close to some of them, like work with them, and they'll tell you when they come over here that them white people, tell them, hey man, don't be messing with them black Americans. And woo, 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 woo. You know, you want to do this, you want to come over here. So when people want to come over here, they come over here to live white. My whole point is this is a black American right here. That's what I'm not lying about. So all of that, how we got
away
here,
from the topic though.
how we got here, and all of that. No, it goes back to the Black Americans. I'm just saying, this is how this is us. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get all. We are the descendants of the people that was here before America became America. All that other who was here, and they was Africans and this and that, this and that. I'm not getting into all of that. I'm saying that my people was here when America started, and if anybody's arguing that fact, they can't prove no facts to that. It ain't no facts to that. This is the only fact that my people was here when America became America. That's all we saying. All of that other stuff is like people trying to deflect what we saying. We say that, they say, y'all wasn't here. How long y'all ain't the indigenous people that from over there? No, the Native Americans was over there first before y'all. And when they went over there, they did. But when we get to reading them books for real, and we know that they changed history, they get to talking. They was calling all dark people Negroes and stuff. So anybody they talk about that woolly hair and them real dark ones, but they not like them. Man, them was black people. The Moors was everywhere. You know? Mixing with the so-called natives that was over here just running through, following the migration. That's why they still had teepees. They was on the move. They hadn't been here for thousands of years like that, like the white man say when they got here. They would have been building stuff.
QT, you want to add on to that? Go ahead, teach. Somebody gonna hit that link. I don't want to defend the stance. It's not my stance to defend. I was just trying to make sure the dialogue was open back and forth.
And that's my bro. He got, you know what I'm saying? I have my own worldview. He a FBA. That's what he go by. I got my own thing, but it's the same thing. Now
we're gonna have to get him set up with a debate, man. I know some brothers would love to get at him about the FBA stuff. So definitely, did you drop him into the freshman class chat?
I dropped him in there.
Okay.
And that's why I was telling him, because he the type of person that just like to talk about his worldview and stuff. So that's why I got to get him on the debate side, so he can understand what you're talking about when you're saying not just waving him out and stuff. He understand the talking and stuff, but I get him debate ready. He'll join. I have him ready.
Yeah, I definitely want to get some of these topics debated.
But you know that I'm very articulate. And I know I'm not trying to be all politically correct. There's too much going on in the political environment. We can do all that. No, this is what you get in 2026. Your president act like this.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying, and that's what A1 like.
That's what's wrong with black people in America. They done tamed us. They done tamed us down, man. I'm not on that. I'm on that. I'm on that for real. Like, we the descendants of Malcolm X and all that.
On the black. Well, who was that told me Black Power the other day? A1.
That's Five Boss. I don't want to take your fire, brother. Keep your fire. You gonna need it around here, because these brothers is hard on the player. They're hard on the debate. They hard on the FBA around here. So keep that fire for when they come around.
Hey, listen though, if they from America, man, and they lineage from America, man. Hey, we can do it, and ain't nothing but love, though. We can debate that. I mean, what they want to be called, African American, Pan African. You know what I'm saying? What they want to be recognized as, because that's all we talking about. I want to know are they really just comfortable just being called African American?
I forgot about Benu.
Shout out Lord Benu, the shepherd of Umecca. Hit that link, Benu, come up here. And,
are they Pan African? Are they African American? I mean, we the Black Americans. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna stop over there after I go get Melina's Valentine's present, and then I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put you a debate package together, so you can know exactly what they talking about, and you can come debate it. I mean, you know what they talking about, but
I know, I really be on like politics of today, because I'm really on MAGA and these Democrats and all of that, really. But sometimes I got to stoop down a level, like old boys, and
I'm saying, but people like to debate it, not just talk about it. And like you like to talk about it, and you got your point.
If they're a great debater, then they'll beat me in the debate.
Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide in one
saying?
corner,
'Cause
sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic. The verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Be looking for that coming up this week. Shout out Notes from the Underground in the chat. He dropped off. I don't know if he thought I muted him because I didn't want him to talk. I just wanted him to hold up for the ad real quick. He said he was into politics of today. We do debate those topics here. Shout out Leandre McBride and King Naga. Yeah, be looking for that this week. They both dropped off. I think their sound went out. I know every time I play these ads, if you on an Android, you can't hear me when the ad goes off. Let's see what the comments have to say. Robert Greenleaf, average African DNA, average European DNA, African DNA, African Americans, 73% to 82%, 18% to 24%. Can you hear me now? Quantum.
Yeah, I'm back. I think it. I didn't tell my brother about this. Sometime he got to leave out and come back in. But I got to tell you, he ain't no debate type. He got his own podcast and everything, so it's a little different.
Go get him. Go, don't let him run now. Go get him.
Right, somebody here.
That's Lord Benu. Go get him while I chop it with Lord Benu. Don't let him run.
Yeah, give a bit.
Benu, how you feeling today? Peace, God. Talk to me.
I'm feeling good, man. Just got up, man. Heard y'all. Tiffany told me y'all was in here chopping it up, so I came over here to see what's going on, man.
You know we in here building early morning session, man. We got Sabio and the Spellbreaker. We got King J in the building. Anybody want to tackle this prompt on the screen right here? Are Black Americans the real Indians? Let's start with you, Sabio.
Absolutely not.
Expound on that from me. Tell me why.
We are not. First off, the word black nothing to do with the American or the Native Americans. The word black, which was constricted or constructed, in a time and for people that were being misused and colonized and shipped to a place. So this Moorish usage of the word black to incorporate any people that has been colonized, abused, or misused by the quote unquote Europeans or powers that be is fallacious and disrespectful to every person that has African American or Black ancestry on this panel. Because they knew when they were fighting for their rights during the civil rights movement in the 60s, back in the 20s, the 1800s, the 1890s, is when they were fighting for these rights, they were not including the Amerindians because the Amerindians had already been classified and placed into the racial category of Christian. And if you were Christian, you couldn't be enslaved. So that separated them from this term blackness. This is a different level of conversation that a lot of y'all would have to read on to understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Excuse my French, but I'm gonna end it right there.
Lord Benu, you were up here first. You next. Tackle that on the screen. Are Black Americans the real Indians?
Um, I want to say that these terms is what is causing all of this conflict. You know what I'm saying? When we use words like black and Indians, like it's not talking about actual people. It's just talking about those labels. You know what I'm saying? So I think that kind of poisons the well a little bit when we having these conversations, and it keeps the framework of what you're talking about in a box, and it's not, and you constrict it to what that term means. So that's what people is arguing, the definitions of these words. That's why I'm so adamant about creating our own words in our own terms that describe our reality, instead of using the terms that was given to us that have cages that are sometimes impossible to escape when you having these conversations. So I do believe we were here before Columbus or any European ever got here. And I do believe that some of us came over here from Africa as well. And two things could be true at once. And it don't mean that we all the same people. You feel me? Like we could be a mixture of Africans that came over here during the slave trade, and see, even that word, you know what I'm saying? But you term in the moment, but Africans that came over here during the slave trade and already here prior to Columbus or anybody coming over here. So because of that erasure of history and our terminology,
You glitching out, cuz.
identifies to us is together and create a new foundation where we could all stand together and push a narrative that combines both sides. You know what I'm saying? Because both sides are true, but it's just a conflict of one side want to be right and over the other side, instead of us all having points and working together to overcome the obstacles that we face today.
King J, did you want to tackle that?
Can I reply?
Drop a bomb for Lord Benu.
Yeah, I do.
Hold on, King J. Before you reply, let's let Asabio respond to that, so that way you don't have to be broken up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What up, King J? So first off, I never really spoke to Lord Banu, but there was a lot of things that he said wrong. So the first thing that I want to address is Columbus never made it to the continental Americas. Did not ever step foot on this land. So that right there is a misconception and misinformation, disinformation, and a lie. Yo, don't interrupt me. I did not interrupt you. I
No,
didn't
that
say
was a
what
little
or
John
anything.
ad lib. That was a little John ad lib. It was a sound effect.
Columbus did not ever make it to America, the continental Americas, where we are today. Columbus did not ever set foot here. Everybody should know this.
I never. But I'm saying,
hey, chill out. This is not your time to reply back and forth.
I thought we was having a conversation. My bad.
Hey,
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Continue. Sorry.
So when we talk about our people, we are talking about people from the West, from West and Central Africa specifically. There is no evidence, archaeological, historical, geological, navigational, any evidence to show that our ancestors traveled across the Atlantic Ocean to make it to these lands. What we have is speculation and claims that have been thoroughly debunked and refuted. And I understand this idea to change the nomenclature around the word black because of the abuses of these so-called white people. But what we have to do, if we're going to do anything as a people, we have to understand that the Native Americans don't accept these terms, and I've talked to them. They do not call themselves black. I've talked to Native Americans from America. They don't. So we are placing them into a place where they don't want to be because they know who they are as a people. So who are we as a people? This is a question you have to ask yourself. Are you really who your ancestors, your people raised you to be? Or are you a confused individual? Because I'm not confused. I love the history that we have built up till today. Everybody on this planet wants to be us, but we want to be other people. I'm done.
Is somebody about to go, or can I respond to that?
Yeah, let me jump in before they go back and forth. Let me just like
Sounds
there's like a
good.
thought in
Sounds
my head.
good.
Okay, for sure. So I did want to. I like the point what Sabio just said as far as everybody wants to be us, but we don't want to be ourselves, right? Because that's kind of the thought that went through my head. Like coming out of slavery, losing our knowledge of self. We clung on to Islam at first. We wanted to be Muslims. They didn't accept us. We wanted to be Hebrew Israelites. The Jews over there don't accept us. It's like now we want to be Indians. You know what I'm saying? And they don't accept us. It's like we gravitate to every other thing besides that. So for me, for example, my DNA goes back. It says 60 some percent Nigerian, 20 some percent 18, 19% European. Then we get over here, I got some Native American. So my understanding is I'm more of a new haplogroup, an admixture of all of the three in this country, being American. So I would say we're not Native Indians, we're not Hebrew Israelites, we're not Muslims from Islam. We're just a new haplogroup in America, mixed up with a bunch of little bit of everything. But so I would say that as far as like DNA wise, I don't think they deal with DNA too much in regards to Native Americans and the FBA stuff because that will kind of like, kill their argument, with DNA. So they have a lot of arguments that aren't really based on a lot of science or anything that they can actually prove. So I'll just end it with that.
Who's next?
What happened to the brother that was on the panel that was defending the claim?
He
He
hopped
jumped off?
off. I'm not
Okay.
sure where you. I think the little pushback may have had him a little razzled. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of the FBA people I've been chit chatting with, like they can't deal with anybody disagreeing with them, or even if you're a little too inquisitive, coming off like you don't believe them, they get hostile. Like, it's not a debate. Like, well, you're calling yourself a foundational Black American. I think that what you're saying applies to me, but I don't identify as Black. Like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be addressed, and this stuff needs to be talked about without a
See, and
hostile
see,
environment or without people flaring up at
and,
questions.
and A1, and that right there, that word black. So this is where the conversation actually comes into a crux. All right, it's like a crux in the road. where we have to recognize what the usage of this word meant and why they describe our people as black. And it's unfortunate. I have to say this. If you have a religious standpoint, you're not going to be able to catch it. Why? Because you're going to look at God universal. Jesus being a universal according to God and everyone. This is where the dissonance sets in for our people specifically when it comes to the
Can I respond to that?
Hey, I'm almost through, bro. I'm almost through. Because I don't want to get away from what I was actually trying to say. So when we get into this when we get into the construction of this word black, and I did shows on it today. I don't know if you ever seen them, but I used to talk about proto-racism, ancient racism, or racist thought. And also, I used to talk about it with on Smash Rockwell show a lot. How it was in the writings of the Greeks against the Egyptians. Yet they didn't recognize it. Why? Because it wasn't racism. It was how the Greeks looked at themselves juxtaposed against the darkness or the color of the Egyptians or the Asiatics they were coming into contact with. And the Egyptians used that same concept, deseret to you. That's how they described the Asiatics. Was that racist? Oh, it was showing a
Sabio, what's a Deseret to you?
Wait, can I respond to that? Because
I'm almost through.
I never heard. Hold on, Lord. Hold on, Lord. I never heard of a Deseret to you. I've heard of the use of the word retinue for the word for retinue, yeah, for Asiatic.
You can look it up. Deseret to you. It also means red land, red man, red person.
I've never heard of that.
Just like Kemet to you, and all, have those same connotation, and that's what you have to. And when I found that out, it was then I recognized this was the beginning, what they would call proto-racism or proto-racial.
Can I if those are their terms, and how is that a race? If Deseret is an Egyptian term and Kemetiu, those are Egyptian terms, how are they being racist to themselves?
They're not. So what they're doing is not. See, that's why it's called proto-racism. So it's them describing themselves against another ethnic group in their terms, but they're also putting descriptors that will make them less humane or less than them on those people, if you understand what I'm saying.
Can you define black for me?
That's kind of not a conversation.
So yes, proto-racism. Look it up.
Wait, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
So
yeah, black. Can you define black for me?
So black.
Using that term.
So when I talk about black specifically, I'm talking about the people who are descendants of West and Central Africans who were enslaved specifically.
So who called you black? Where'd you get that term from?
I agree with that, Sabio. I always say that if you haven't, it's more of an experience that we experience, because if you haven't went through that transatlantic slave trade, I don't consider you black in the sense of the struggle that we went through here in America. I think it's
what I'm trying to get to the point of, like, who gave you that label? Did you call me black?
I'm gonna
I got a chance to respond to y'all, and y'all just keep dialogue back and forth.
I got you. I got you.
But hold on, bro. It's ain't my turn to talk. I was able to respond to what you said. You guys just keep cutting me off and having a dialogue back and forth.
No, we're not.
Yes, you are. I'm trying to talk, and y'all just keep talking over me. Y'all won't acknowledge
Hey,
that I'm
don't.
talking. You feel me? I let y'all talk when it was your turn. You even yelled at me, and I apologize.
Go ahead,
And
brother.
let thank you. You feel me? Like I said before, y'all getting caught up in these terms and y'all locked into them. So that's what's causing this conflict. You keep talking about the Indians. The black people are not the Indians. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You're not describing a people. You're not talking about the actual people. You're just talking about these labels that was given to people by another group of people who were conquering people and giving them identities because they felt they were superior to them. And you're taking that term and incorporating it into your identity and fighting people that look just like you because they have an alternate story than you do. And you're practicing proto-racism because you're calling yourself black, which was a term that was put on you to make you inferior to somebody else. So stop telling people that they weren't here because they're not Indian. They never said they were Indian. That was a term put on them like black was put on you. And I land the plane. That's how you know what I'm saying? Keep the conversation going. Don't hog the mic. Go ahead.
So you don't believe in genetic markers.
Hey, chill out, chill out, chill out, chill out. We don't have to go there. We're going to address the terms that he was using. We're going to address Indian and black specifically. Those two terms, nothing else, King Jack.
So, those terms, not me.
Hey, chill out, bro. I did not interrupt you. I was on mute. Hey, muted myself. Hey, Banu. Hey, Banu.
All right,
Hey, Banu. Put your feelings in your pocket. Put your feelings in your fucking pocket right now, dog.
I'm just telling you, don't misrepresent what I said.
Act like a lord. Act like a lord.
Hey, he
Which one you gonna be, a
can
peasant?
misrepresent until it's your turn to speak. Then you could clarify what he got wrong. You can't
Right.
tell
Just
him
chill
don't
out.
get anything wrong about anything I said, or I'm gonna cut you off. That's what y'all be doing when y'all say don't misrepresent. Because as
Just
soon as
chill
he gets
out.
something wrong, you will consider it a misrepresentation, and you'll use that as a reason to break decorum and break the rules. That's not. Go ahead,
Just chill
Asabia.
out. Just chill out. So I'm going to address the words that we've been using, black and Indian. All right. So the word Indian, yes, it was put on the Native Americans, the tribes that was here 12,000 years before any person of Africa knew what it was, before any European knew what it was. So what? They did not know the tribes of these people, so they called them Indians. When they went to Africa, the people of Africa had different tribal names, and they decided to group all the ones in a specific area under terms such as Balad el Sudan, which stems from the Arabic land of the blacks. And that specific area is where they were getting their slaves. And the Arabic slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. So those people from the west and central parts of Africa fall under the term black. Nobody in America during that time, in the Americas at that time, fell under the term black, even though they were colonized, their lands were stolen, treaties were broken, and they were wiped out. They did not ever fall under the term black as it applied to descendants of West and Central Africa. So all this feeling doesn't matter when you're talking to a person who is historically grounded in the conversation that you're having. So the misnomers that you're leaning on are not going to help you escape the fact that you want to be anything but a descendant of those people who happened to be caught up in the transatlantic slave trade.
Interesting. Fabio, what would you say to the consensus? I mean, the census. The census is the 1800 censuses that actually did group some of the Native Americans, Native Indians, with the actual Negro slaves as colored. So at one point, they were on censuses identified as just colored slaves and Indians. What do you say to that?
So colored, colored, colored does not mean black. Colored.
I would push back on that because I would say Negro. Hold on, Negro, colored are still the same word for black.
Thought we wasn't making corrections, yeah. I thought we just letting them talk. Go ahead, let them talk.
Hey, so when the one thing that, and this is what I was mentioning earlier when I first spoke, you have to take into consideration when they were making these categories of people, when they were categorizing people, placing them in these so-called quote unquote racial taxonomic breakdowns, they were using it against the juxtaposition of whiteness. So if you had color, that meant you were different from white. So at that point, you can be placed into the grouping.
Right, for sure. The same taxonomy. I agree with that. So,
The
so is
same
that where
taxonomy.
is that where they're getting it from, as far as they're being identifying with Native Americans as black because of the system? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
So can I respond to that, please? So once again, you're doing it again. You're saying because a group of people called you something that's what you are. You're only black because somebody said you was black. These people been here. The brother just told you that Native Americans was being labeled as Negro, black, or colored, or whatever. And then that turned into black. So people's ancestry was stripped from them because another group of people was just grouping people together and calling them whatever they wanted. You only black because somebody told you that. Your black doesn't mean what it meant in Kemet. I'm not done. Your black doesn't mean what it meant in Kemet. Kemet means when you just define black, you defined it as a social term that Europeans that came over here on a conquest mission decided to label you. And now you fighting everybody to defend that shit. It's not real. You more than that social construct, but you're going to fight tooth and nail to uphold it because you swear you know who you are. You don't know who you are, bro. My family for generations was telling us that we never came over here on no slave ship. You calling my great grandmother a liar? Her and all her sisters. You feel me? I'll show you my Aunt Frida right now. She looked just like a Native American. The people they putting up saying is Native Americans, she looked just like them. You feel me? So how they gonna make a distinction and say, oh no, you're not this, you're that, and then we just fall into these categories and accept it? You're perpetuating white supremacy when you do that. You have the ability to label yourself and say who you are. The same way you talk about, oh, I don't respect genealogy, neither do you. You feel me? We don't have to accept none of those terms. We can come together and say we are whoever we want to be. We can be a group of people where people who said they were native to this land and Native American, or people that say that they came over here on slave ships, whatever. We still have a common enemy and common obstacles that we need to overcome. And you're doing a disservice by telling people they're not who they are. They have to be this in order for anything to get done. That's weak. We could squash all of that and just say, look, we have issues that we're facing. We know we went through erasure. We know that things happen to us. So keep your story. I'll keep mine. But let's work together to make a better place for our babies. But you don't want to do that. You want to uphold white supremacy. And I land the plane.
All right. So false. I don't want to uphold white supremacy. What I want to uphold is actual real history of our people. So everything you said is a misconception, and you don't understand who we are as a people. I'm not talking about you individually. I'm talking about us. the collective African American, or quote unquote what you would call Black community. Yes, I know who I am. I'm an African American. I'm a descendant of those people who happen to be caught up in a very unfortunate part of history. Yes, it's unfortunate. I've done my genealogy. My mother, my grandmother, my grandfather, and my great grandmother have told me the history of our people. The last name Robinson, son of Robin, comes from an Irish man. Bailey is also Irish. All right? So I know exactly where my family stems from, how we got here, and who we are, who I am. But I'm not talking about me specifically. I'm talking about the history of our people here in the Americas, dealing with the colonizers or the so-called common enemy. Now, those Native Americans have gotten lands, casinos, and reparations from the colonizers who wiped them out with the with the plague, with smallpox, with war, who took over their lands before we got here, who came over and helped us, who helped them wipe the Native Americans out of some of them wars. We were fighting with some of the colonizers when they was taking the Native American lands. Ain't this about a bitch? But we won't even go down that part of history. What we're going to do, what we are going to do is keep it historically accurate. Because our people, the people that I stand for, African Americans, Black people, the people that hasn't gotten reparations for the crimes against humanity that was committed against that and continue to be committed against us, not civil rights violations, human rights violations that we haven't been repaired for. That's who I'm standing with, the African American community.
I can dig it.
So those people who wrote their history started telling their history from the moment they got off them slave ships with their own stories and their own writings. The Free African Society. Before America was founded, you have the Free African Society writing about African Americans. Us being Africans in America, recognizing that we have a dual heritage, a dual vision of who we are. I'm not running from it. I'm embracing it all.
So, Fabio, can I interject? Can I interject before you land your plane?
Hold up.
No, you better minutes.
Hey. I heard everything that you said, bro. I heard everything that you said.
All right. Don't address me. Just keep going. Talk.
Hey, chill, because I'm talking. And I did not interrupt anybody.
You just hogging up the space, bro. Everybody wants to respond.
Let him land. Let him land.
When you was hogging up the space, nobody said
we can respond.
shit. Nobody said shit when you was hogging up the space.
Fall back. So we're not gonna get nowhere.
Hey. So
go ahead and land, Fabio. We listen. Go ahead.
I don't care about your Moorish apologetics or how you try to slide that shit into the conversation. Hey, bro.
Stop.
Hey, bro. Get out. Hey.
I said stop talking.
I didn't call you Moorish. I did not call you Moorish. I did not call you Moorish. I said your Moorish apologetics. Listening is a skill. You're hearing. Hey, get out your feelings. Hey,
Land your
ours
plane and stop
respond.
talking to
Ours,
me.
hey, get out your feelings. This
No,
is
I'm not.
real
I don't
feeling
have
this
no
right now.
feelings. I'm a
This is
beast.
real feeling this
You
right
talking
now.
to the wrong
This
one.
is
I don't
real
have no
feeling
feelings,
this
my
right
nigga.
now. You got your
I know it.
feelings. You
Stop
got your
talking to
feelings
me
in front of your
and
thought.
land your
Bino,
You
let
got
him
plane.
your
land so we can
feelings in
respond.
front of your
No, he's
thinking.
talking to me. He's not landing his plane.
Sabio, go
Now,
ahead and land, brother.
he won't let me because his feelings is in front of his thinking. So, as I was saying, before I got interrupted, I know what I'm talking about and I know who I am. I don't have to lie or misrepresent who we are as a people just to get an audience and get cheers. If we want to get anything done, we're going to have to be more grounded in the history that we have. And if it's blended, cool, but that don't mean it's everyone. So keep your blended history to yourself and your family, but don't try to force it on those who know who the hell we are, because I'm 94% African, nigga.
It's a damn lie.
Well,
And
hold on, because I agree with
DNA
both of y'all.
test.
Just hold on real quick. Let me just
I'm
be the
doing
devil's
2
advocate
DNA
because
tests, you weakling.
it sound like you did it. Somebody
they
else go
they
ahead.
don't agree with
Talk.
DNA, Sabio, so we can't go to DNA. But hold
Well,
on, just listen because I heard both of y'all. I heard both of y'all.
hold on. If you don't agree with DNA, I'm not talking to you because you got 46 chromosomes, and
Yeah,
inside of each
they
one of
don't
the
deal with that.
hold up, and then
Why
inside of each
y'all
one
feel
of
the
those
need to just
46
lie on me and
chromosomes,
in the back
you
and
got
say something that I
DNA.
never said?
Hey,
Well, did I say I was against
in
DNA? When did
each
I
one
say that?
of those chromosomes, you have
When did I say
DNA.
that?
You,
I just
if
want to
you
hear y'all
don't,
Okay.
stand and talk. Come on, man.
so
All right, go
So
ahead.
let's get
Well,
some Sabio real quick.
Halo,
Let me jump in real quick, Sabio. Hold on. Because I heard both of you guys, and I think both of you guys can be correct. So what you did say, Sabio, was true, and that's the problem that I have. When they try that, so like you said you're 94% African. That's fine. The brother said he's not. So you both can be that and still have our own history and story in America, like you say, blended. So if the problem is when you say we all are African, we all are no, we all, and he says, no, we all are Indian. No, we all have our own unique story, right? So it can be some sort of pan-Africanism where we all identify as what we want to identify as, but we come under together to get some money. I don't give a shit what you believe in. He can be African, you can be African, Sabio, he can be Native Indian,
go to the
but I
Native
still want to get
American
some
tribe
bread
and
with
get that
y'all.
blood quantum. Get that blood quantum that you need in the Native
Yeah,
American tribe to get their
he's not on
money.
the dogs list or nothing like that. We know this. You know what I'm
so
So, what are we talking about?
what you said, can I respond to what you said instead of him talking again? I never said that everybody was here before they got here. I never said that nobody came over here on a slave ship. So what are you talking about? Stop misrepresenting. I'm saying to have an argument. I said the same thing you're saying, bro. I said it don't matter where you came from or what you went through. We're all here to. We got to work on something to build together. And he's the one saying that he's making this framework that it was just my family here and no other people was here with us, but we the only ones that have that history. No, it was millions of us here. Now I'm not sure if that's the exact number, but it was a lot of us
Millions?
already
No,
here.
it wasn't none of us
It was.
here.
Can you shut up? Can you shut up? If that wasn't
None of
Sabio,
us
my
was here.
bad. But if it was, can you
None of
shut up
us
and
was
let me
here.
finish? Mute
None
your
of us was here. I'm gonna show you how it feels to be
Shut
interrupted.
up.
No, because I'm gonna
Mute your
interrupt you
mic.
like you've been
Let me
interrupting
land
me.
my
No,
plane.
Bino,
no.
I don't think
All
we
right,
got the
The
cool.
West
same way
Africa.
you've been interrupting me. Now, how I feel?
Is somebody gonna tell him to shut the hell up like y'all told me to mute up and let him finish?
Nah, I interrupted you to show
Because
you
now
how it
you being
feels.
ignorant.
Yeah, I did it on purpose to
Because now
show
you
you
being
how it
ignorant is
feels. None of
imaginary.
us was here. Yes, I'm finna see.
Y'all
None of us
actually
was
having
here.
a decent
You're trying
conversation,
to
just go back and forth.
None of us was here. I don't care what Ivan Van Sertima said. I don't care what none of us was here.
Be quiet and let him land his plane. Tell him the same thing y'all was telling me. Be quiet and let me land my plane.
Good, do it. It don't feel good, do it.
You're doing it. You've been doing it. I'm doing it back to you.
Nah. I ain't never
thank you.
Weekly.
Thank you. Okay, we get your point. You're petty. You're petty.
I'm being petty. Yes, I'm being petty.
Okay, but look, he's talking calm as hell. Like, you hype though, Badu. Like, is he the problem? The calm guy? Asabio ain't even got loud. Like, you yell, I don't know.
Because I'm loud.
That things that want
loud. That means I'm wrong.
No, but being loud definitely don't make you right either. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on because you're the one I hear.
Loud. That don't mean I'm.
He's trying to finish his sentence, and you want him to land his plane again? Is that what's going on?
You might got to bring out the 2-minute clock.
I think that's what's going on. He's going for a certain amount of time. You want him to hurry up and do it in the time that makes you feel comfortable. And I think that's the problem. Is that the problem again? That was the problem like 5 minutes ago.
The problem is that I'm talking, right? In the same way where he was talking and I came in and tried to tell him that he was misrepresenting what I said, he's just interrupted me just to yell shit out and blurt it out.
Okay. I missed, like I said,
I interrupted him. I interrupted him.
While I
gave him the treatment.
Can y'all make my job easy today and like try to moderate yourselves?
That's what I'm saying.
Do I have to be here telling people when to talk, when not to talk? Like, do I have to do that?
Nah, hey, when we got it, we all
over 30 now.
Yeah, we all
I was being petty, A1, because he interrupted me numerous times, and I always went on mute whenever he spoke. So I just decided to give it back to him once.
Okay, let him chill. Give him some. Can he live? What Jay-Z say? Go ahead, Badu. Because I'm about to put y'all on the Bluetooth. I'm about to get them moving around in traffic. But so make my job easy.
Yeah, well, we need to put up a timer or something because old boy just want to talk. But anyway, like I was,
I ain't about to have no timer. I'm about to be moving around. So y'all just gonna have to be respectful while I'm listening.
We see who's making the claims that are trying to dominate the conversation, saying nobody was here. We all came from Africa. Now, when with whoever the other brother was, when you're making your point, don't throw me in that category. He's the one saying everybody came from Africa when I'm telling him my family didn't. From as far back as we can remember, we've been here. Now, I'm not saying that centuries before that, there wasn't a common ancestor that traveled over here from Africa. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that as far back as my great-grandmother could remember, we've been here. So he's trying to make it seem like, oh, it was just your family that was here. Just us amongst all of these Native Americans that you claim is Native American. No, bro, it was all of us. We were here, right? Go ahead. What you was gonna say?
Because that's the problem when you making it seem like we all were here. So your story, you individually, you not having transatlantic slavery and your particular lineage and family is fine. But when you try to impose that story on the collective, then that is the problem. Because a lot of us do have West African ancestry.
But listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I never said that. I said there were a lot of us here already before the transatlantic slave trade, however it played out. I'm not denying you came from anywhere.
When you say us, are you saying West Africans?
What you mean us? When I'm talking about my family?
No. When you say it was us here already, who are you referring to as the us? West Africans? Because according to my research, no West Africans came before 1492.
You said no West Africans came before 1492.
To my research. Now, if you have other research, history or information, I'd love to look it up.
Hey,
listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
I've been asking for a tip from the 1300s.
Look, here we go.
For a tip from the 1300s for years from Africa, from West.
Just wait your turn, bro. Can you wait your turn? Thank you.
I want a ship.
Wait your
I don't
turn, bro.
want story. I want a ship.
Wait your turn, bro. Damn. Like I was saying, bro. I'm not saying we all were here and there was no slave trade. I'm not saying that. Stop trying to force that on me. That's the European psychology in you that wants to force shit on people and make them whatever you say. That's not what I'm saying, bro. I said my family been here. We can trace our lineage back to Taino ancestry of that was in Puerto Rico before they became Puerto Rican. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's histories that exist outside of what you're talking about. So to deny those histories is not for a betterment of the community. It's actually to the detriment of the community. You're denying other people's experience here in this country because you want to push a narrative. Okay, if you want to be a slave and if you want to be a descendant of a slave, then be it. I'm not taking that from you. I'm not taking that from you. You feel me? But my family wasn't.
I knew it was coming.
But that's not to say that you wasn't. If you were a slave, if your family was slaves, that's fine. You identify with that and you want to perpetuate that and live out that history. Cool, but don't deny mine. Don't deny my family's.
I'm out. I knew it was coming, dog.
Shut up.
Hey, you can have fun. You can have fun, and you can say what the fuck you want to say. I knew it was coming. King James, I was waiting. A1.
P. Well, he leaving? Yeah, the fuck? Like, you feel me? Like, how you just gonna say all of us were slaves? Fuck out of here.
What just happened? He just left?
He left because I said we all wasn't slaves. And I told him if he wants to highlight his slave ancestry, that's fine. Go ahead. Tell us how
black people own the slaves, so they can't all of them slaves. Some black people were selling the black people.
Exactly.
Were they a slave to the slave trade of selling black folks? Maybe that's what he meant. I don't know how deep he meant.
No, I'm saying that some people were not slaves at all. Some people were fighting the slave masters since they got here, trying to end slavery. It was massacres of slave plantations. You could look up in South Carolina where they was wilding out on certain slave masters and they was trying to push them out. Everybody wasn't no slave, bro. Stop trying to force that narrative on the people. People have histories that they've been keeping up with since they've been here. Just because you gotta depend on some European or some Klansman or whoever they are to tell you who you are and label you and give you a definition, that don't mean I have to. You feel me? I operate like God on this planet. I create. I don't fall into categories or ask for permission. I don't need it. You might need it because you a slave. I land the plane, man. Goofy ass nigga.
So I didn't get a chance to know too much. So you do believe in DNA? Subscribe to it?
I do.
You do. So it's not just trying to figure out were you the father or your son, but just like haplogroups.
Okay.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. So what? So are you? You say you're native. You have native ancestry. So are you on register on the dogs list? Do you get a Native American check, or are you are you recognized as a native? Or
no? And all of that is through European dominance. That you got to do any of that. Look up the chief. Look up the chief of the Cherokee tribe right now. You mean to tell me that man got? Hold on. Look up the chief of the Cherokee tribe right now, and you tell me if that man is native to these lands. If his ancestry go back and native to these lands. I just was at a ceremony with the Chickasaw tribe, right? They were explaining to me how their people were written into that. And they're trying their best to bring us back into that fold because they know that that was us. They know.
And so a simple DNA test could establish that, correct? Because if they do DNA tests of who they are, because if they all took DNA tests, they will all come back as a certain haplogroup. So if you probably took one, it may show something different. Is that why you haven't took one? Because you're scared to maybe see that you may have some West African in you?
Who said I didn't take one?
So what does your 23andMe say?
That's what I'm saying. But you just told me.
What does it say? I'm asking now. If I was wrong, I apologize. So what does yours say?
Hold on. Stop.
Okay.
Let's slow down. Let's address your way of thinking, right? And how you see the world, right?
Okay.
You perpetuate ideas that you have no information on.
Well, I think I do, but you invalidate my information because you say it's European, correct?
Let me know when you finish.
Okay, yeah, because from what you're saying is that information or knowledge is Europeans have a monopoly on it for some reason. As if DNA tests wouldn't exist if black people ruled the world. We wouldn't have the science to come up with DNA tests. Like, come on now, DNA knowledge, science is universal.
That's what you got out of what I said.
You can't say that.
Hold on, I'm just asking you a question. Is that what you got from?
I'm really just asking, what does your DNA say?
How did you get that from what I said, bro? Please tell me what I said. Please tell me what I said. Hold on. Please tell me what I said that told you that I was saying black people don't have the ability to create DNA tests if white people wasn't here.
Because I asked you if you subscribe to DNA tests and what did yours say, and then you said I'm using European science. So
no,
I'm like,
if I subscribe to DNA, if I believed in DNA, I said yes. And then you said, oh, not just is your son, or you the father of your son, but I'm talking about, and I said yes.
Okay, so what is your DNA?
I told you I have African ancestry, but my people been here as far back as my great grandmother can remember.
So if you have African, so what you're doing is you're conflating two things. You're conflating science and what you're in your oral tradition. You're in your oral tradition.
You understand what I'm saying? Let me land the plane and you'll understand what I'm saying.
Go ahead, brother.
But when I first started talking, I said two things could be true. We could have been from Africa and not been a slave, not been a part of the slave trade, already had been here before any European or anybody ever got here or brought any slaves over here, right?
But then you don't subscribe to DNA because DNA doesn't say that. See, that's the thing. DNA does not say that there were already Negroid haplogroups in Americas before 1492. The Clovis culture comes over here, if you subscribe in the Bering Strait and all that, 13,000 years ago. They don't have West African DNA.
Okay.
So if that's why I asked you that you actually subscribe to DNA, because DNA won't validate your narrative.
Okay, you done?
Did West Africans come over and admix with the natives? Yes.
What about East Africans?
I don't think so, because it looks like most of the ports that the Portuguese ships came from was Port Weda. Benin and Togo area, not at all from.
What is your level of expertise in reading DNA? What is your level of
amateur?
Oh, have you ever tested any DNA?
No, I have not.
So you don't know what you're talking about as far as the process of DNA. You're just going off of what somebody told you how it works and what it means and these numbers that somebody.
I'm willing to learn. If you have the time to educate me on it, then we can
answer the question for me. Hold on, I know.
I said I'm willing to learn for sure.
I know. All right, you said you're willing to learn, but I'm saying, have you done anything to perpetuate your knowledge in the area, or are you just studying what somebody else already said and told you to think?
In that instance, I did not question the science behind DNA. No, I have not. So I just take it for what it is.
Have you ever done any experiments in DNA to see what these people saying are true?
No.
Okay, so
I'm
you
not
being
taking
what?
their hypothesis. I agree.
So what are you being?
Well, I don't
You being
question it. No, not quite. No, I
you're
believe
speaking.
the science. I believe the science, brother. I don't have to challenge everything if I believe it.
Can I finish?
Yes.
You're telling me absolutely about something that you absolutely don't know anything about.
Okay. So let's what do you know about it?
Am I correct?
In your studies, yeah, I've acknowledged that. So let's talk about you now. What do you know in regards to that field?
This is what I'm telling you, right?
So you're the expert in the area. You're the expert on the subject on the panel for sure. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. So can you teach us?
I never said I was the expert. I never said I
On this
was the
panel,
expert.
on the panel, because you know more than me in the subject. So I'm just asking you, can you?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm telling you what I know, right? I know that my great grandmother expressed to us and drilled into us that we did not come over here on anybody's
And that's oral tradition, correct? Oral tradition, correct? Okay, now listen. Sometimes grandma can be wrong. My grandma died, rest in peace and soul, believing in the white Jesus. So I mean, they didn't get everything right. So I mean, sometimes oral tradition can.
So let me.
Oral tradition can contradict DNA. Like Hebrew Israelites, for instance, they may believe they have ancestry to. They may subscribe to the religion of Hebrew Israelite, but find out that they have West African DNA in them. That
Can you
totally
prove them wrong?
contradicts.
You prove them wrong through your independent research and study?
You have the right to
Can you prove them wrong from your own independent research and study in DNA?
Without using DNA. No, I could with DNA. Yeah.
I'm allotting you the ability to use DNA, but I'm not allotting you to use somebody else's experimentation and research in DNA. I'm talking about yours.
So I got to be a whole science. I got to be a whole scientist to
okay. So the answer is no. You can't prove them wrong, right?
Wow.
So leave them alone.
Wow.
You can't prove it. So leave them alone. You just arguing somebody else's point.
No, I'm not, because when we go to DNA, the court, and you want the court to prove you're the father of the child or not, then we taking it is right. You ain't saying all this in, right? You saying, oh yeah, it's correct science, right?
That's not the same science.
It's not the same.
No.
So they got that right.
Finding out if you're the father of a child is not the same process as finding out if you come from a certain place in origin.
I agree with that, but I'm asking you, can you elaborate a little bit more behind? You seem to know a little bit more about the process of DNA and autosomal DNA. Can you tell us a little bit?
I don't. My expertise is in studying white supremacy. That's my expertise. And from my study, I've seen that white supremacists have infected the world with a world view that puts them at the forefront of everything, whether it's beauty, whether it's information, whether it's whatever you want to, intelligence, whatever. That world view is been imposed on the world, right? And right now, you're projecting your ideas and thoughts through that lens, right?
You know why I'm not? Because science is universal. I'm using science. So that's my whole pushback. What you're saying is that you're acting as if Europeans have a monopoly on science. Things like that are universal. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why you are, right? Because you told me, right, that well, maybe it wasn't you, it was the other brother, right, that told me that nobody was here already, right? And when I say that my great grandmother, when I say that my great grandmother and her sisters, right, was telling us the stories about how they've been here and how they've interacted with people who came over here from Africa and were slaves, and how their uncles and cousins was fighting and going to try to stop the shit because they was mixing us in with them, right? Now, in a book called Yurugu, right, it talks about how the Yoruba people, before colonization and before European conquest over the world, the way that they described history and their traditions was an oral passage of the information, right? And being that that is our history and that's what we come from, you just told me that oral traditions of passing down history is obsolete to the European way of writing it down and documenting this. And you would invalidate my grandmother and my great grandmother, my grandmother, and all their aunts and cousins. You would invalidate all of their experiences and everything that they've been through and everything that they told because you read a piece of paper that was written by a white supremacist.
No, brother. DNA said that. DNA said that grandma got it wrong, not me. So
Right.
my grandma say the same thing, brother. Like we don't look like to be quite honest, my phenotype don't look like I'm like some West African phenotype. It don't. You know what I'm saying? My grandma say the same thing, but when I look at but my mom do. So I mean, like we mix up, brother. Like I would like because my mama, you know what I'm saying, dark as hell. She looked like, but I'm light skinned as hell. So I don't know, brother. But when I did my DNA test, it said I was 60-some% from Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? And then it has some little European pockets, 8% here, 9% there, and then some Native American. So that's all like I'm thinking when we got here, we mixed with the native population and we mixed with some of the white people.
That's my point.
That's all that happened. And
can you go do that experiment yourself?
Do it. What do you mean do it myself? I'm not a scientist, brother. Like, come on now.
Hold on, listen. Let me tell you what I mean. You said that you from the reading of the DNA, it says that this is this and that is that, and your people came from here this time and did that. And I'm asking you, can you take the blood from you or your cousin or your aunt or somebody in your family and then show that same work that you're trying to perpetuate onto me right now?
But brother, that's not fair because I'm not a scientist. That's not my field of study. But I'm sure there are. But brother, hold on. There are black people in that field that can do that. You're acting like black.
But please allow me to
You're
ask
not black
this.
scientists in that field.
Please allow me to ask this in peace to the panel. It sounds like both of you came to the same conclusion, even if the brother Lord Benu, he disagrees with the DNA methodology. He is actually agreeing that the Africans were mixed with the Native Americans and the Europeans, and you are saying the same thing. So may I ask, with all due respect, what is the actual point of contention?
Well, my point of contention. Well, we at some point we do have contention because I'm suggesting that the Negroid population was not in the Americas before 1492. He is saying that we have always been here.
Now watch this, now, brother. And you're entitled to that theory, but with all due respect, you know that you cannot verify that emphatically. You're entitled to that opinion, and I won't even attack you for that opinion because I've seen evidence of both. But you know that you cannot verify that. Really?
Well, I'm using the data that we do have available. The only source outside of that is possibly a 1300 ship from Mali, but we don't see any actual trade or migration from anywhere from Africa to the American colonies or Americas or anything like that. So
Have you ever seen a slave ship?
I haven't. So that's the thing.
How many slaves were supposedly came to America?
Well, see, I don't agree with that number. I would say probably close to maybe 200,000. I don't think there was in that large scale. For one, they actually hold on, brother. I said about 200,000. But for one, hold on, brother. Let me speak. You asked a question. So for my understanding, from West Africa that came to America for roughly probably about 200,000. I would say that they actually started sending the slaves from Africa back because they said they were too aggressive, right? Around 1832. The first slaves were the native population in the Americas. But I don't know. I would just say that the mixing came after the transatlantic slave trade, where we did have some maroons running away from Virginia down into the Florida colonies, and then we have the Black Seminoles and all those things like that. That I do know, right? But before then, I'm just going off what we do have. Now, anything other than that is just speculation and just you can't prove it. You can't prove that we've always been here. If you're saying that we, meaning West African Negroids.
But also, and I apologize for jumping in. And like I said, because I literally, you just repeated my point, and I appreciate you for acknowledging that we cannot verify that Africans come before or after the Europeans. But what we do know, what is genetically verifiable, is that today descendants of U.S. chattel slaves have African and Native American ancestry, according to the DNA analysis, right?
Yes, I agree with that.
Yes, sir. And that's the point I'm making. So whether we say the Africans came before or after the white man, regardless, we have Native American ancestry. So I just want to see the conversation progress a little further.
Yeah, so 'cause actually, we,
So,
like if we're looking at that point, we agree on most things. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't be arguing about that when the admixture occurred, or So
Exactly.
yeah.
so I've sat like in teepees with actual Native American tribes and heard these stories. And they was telling us like, yo, we came in and like we're not who they saying we were. They don't know.
And
They
Lord
don't know.
Benir,
Yeah.
and you said something earlier that I wanted to challenge it, but in a respectful way. Have you ever watched Paternity Court? Respectfully.
No.
Paternity court is basically when you have a woman taking a man to court or a man coming to court, and they take a DNA test, and usually, well, I won't say usually, but a lot of the times the woman will say a man is the father of her child, but he ain't really the daddy. And that's the point I was trying to make to you. Just because we all love our grandmamas, but just because grandmama said it, don't mean it's true. So we got to get past that point. We love our grandmothers. We have an emotional attachment to our grandmamas, but a lot of people, mamas say their daddy was somebody that wasn't really their daddy. So
Right.
that's
And
why when I look at my bad, go ahead, brother. I don't want to be long winded.
That's a very good point.
that was a very good point. And go ahead, finish what you were saying, though, bro. My bad.
No, I just wanted to bring up the DNA analysis. Now, I actually agree with you when it comes to the DNA analysis, especially when we speak about the out of Africa theory. It could not verify the origin of your ancestors. I mean, the geographical origin. That is impossible to do. All it can do is show you who you are genetically related to. So I actually agree with you when you say it's not genetically verifiable that we have African ancestors, but it is genetically verifiable that today we have African cousins. That's a fact. Matter of fact, when I took my ancestry DNA, it showed me cousins that I got in the Philippines. It showed me cousins that I got in Europe. So I have to disagree with you slightly when, and I didn't hear you emphatically say that we don't have a genetic relationship to Africans, but I do agree with you when you say, nah, it's not genetically verifiable that we have African ancestry. Nah, we cannot verify that.
So with the fraternity court thing, right? I agree. Like, you know what I'm saying? It is women or even like, you know what I'm saying? Women lie, men lie. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? And numbers could be manipulated. But my thing is, right? This ain't just my grandmother saying this. You feel me? Is other people's great grandmothers, is people that actually go online and find court records and documents and population charts, and it's people that went online to track the voyage records of, because slavery was a business, right? So if they're bringing product into the Americas, it has to be a log, right, of these products that was being brought in here, and the numbers don't add up to what they were telling us. You feel me? And for us
No, I agree with you on that part.
and for us to hold the knowledge that we know that this group of people have been lying to us since the days we've came into contact with them, why would we believe anything that they tell us? Especially just taking it off face value and saying, hey, we did the science for you, and this is how we did it, and here's what we came up with, and it aligns with the story they've been trying to perpetuate. You feel me? I've sat with people who have what you would call Native American ancestry. You feel me? And they've told me out of their mouths that they're grandparents were lying. You feel me? The shit is real. You know what I'm saying? And now they're tying that blood into the research that they're doing. You feel me? But that's neither here nor there. But all I'm saying is you can not believe what your grandparents, great grandparents, and the people that was in the book.
So look, I have a question for you. I mean, it goes along with something you might agree with, right? So you're familiar with the 5 civilized tribes, right?
Yeah.
So outside of those 5 civilized tribes, were the other tribes classified as colored? Because I'm trying to see how. Okay, so even if the population of West African slaves came over was about 200, 300,000, how did the population boom to now we have about what 44 million black people? So I'm suggesting that the those who weren't um, counted with the civilized tribes were where we get this large population of possibly you're saying always been here, right? Now they drop off.
Something must have happened with their connection.
Something happened. Yeah, they still jumped off at the same time.
Can you hear me?
Yep. You want to start it back or just keep it
No, I'm about to keep it going. I'm in
going?
traffic. If I end
Okay.
it, I ain't starting it back up.
Okay. For sure. We'll just
That's why
wait
I'm
a
on
sec.
here twice. I got it started at the house and then I just hopped on my phone.
So you give me a second to see if anybody want to jump back on. For sure.
Yeah, I ain't tripping. You can keep breaking that down though.
So now I actually just building with. I enjoyed the conversation with the brother. You got a lot of good information. So the other brother that had joined on seemed like he was like Pan African. So good conversation, good topic. 5 hour stream. Where humble at?
That was Pam Mulatto.
Yeah,
Humble, we
Mulatto.
was up until like 5 a.m. He tapped out like 5, 6, something like
So
that.
he doing the late night streams. That's a good. Cause I definitely love waking up to something. You feel me?
That'll be nice. It just happened. I gave him the admin yesterday. Told him
Yeah.
to go live. I fell
Mhm.
asleep at like 2. I think he went live around 7. I woke
Yeah,
up at
that'll be
like
right up.
11.
Yeah, that'll be right up his alley. Humble got some good energy. He up late night.
Yeah, the late nights where you get a lot of the stragglers. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Looking for something to watch for real. Though.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't a lot of
And then,
traffic.
yep. And then
And
he wake
then
up. And then in the morning they got something to wake
we
up to when they're on
got
their way to work. You feel me?
we got Elder Yara in the building. Let me
Yeah,
add him
right.
to the stage. How you feeling today, OG?
What's good, family? How y'all feeling, man, this morning, man? Shabbat shalom to my brothers out here, man. What's good? King J, what's
Shalom,
good to you,
shalom.
man?
Peace and blessings to
What's
you, man.
good?
Good
What's
having you
good? Yeah,
on
hey,
here
man,
today.
interesting conversation this morning, man. A little bit ignorance. You did well, King J. Um, this last conversation, I think y'all did good going back and forth a little bit, but yeah, I think there's a lot of misconceptions about a lot of the things he was saying, but
In
as he
regards to
said,
Expound on
DNA,
it.
or
huh?
Expound on it for me. You want to tackle the prompt? Are
Well,
Black Americans the
yeah,
real Indians?
well, I won't necessarily say that the Black Americans are the real Indians. I wouldn't necessarily put it in those terms. I mean, I do have some questions about, maybe, what was being, later referred to as the Seminole tribes. Um, but I do know that many African people or African American people today who claim Native American ancestry is due to Native Americans at a point in particular period of time taking them in as slaves, um, and then later on, their identity becomes somewhat of the Native Americans because they've been living among those people as in positions of servitude. Um, and and some ag mixture. I will say that. But I came on because I wanted to ask King J if he was familiar, or anyone on the panel, if he's familiar, what does he think about any of Dr. Ivan Van Sertima's work?
I'm not too familiar with Van Sertima's work on particularly this topic at all. No.
Okay. Yeah, because it kind of, to me, I always circle back to, uh, some of the claims Dr. Van Sertima's work. Now, you have a lot of, Mesoamerican or Latin American
Hmm.
scientists and anthropologists that just says he's full of, he was full of it pretty much. Uh, uh, Mika, you don't want to debate me, sister. No, you don't want to do that. You might want to talk to me, but you don't want to debate me. But there's a lot of as far as Mesoamerican, iconography and people trying to connect them with the Olmecs. But what about uh Abubakar's of Mali? What about his voyages? Do you think he traveled as far as into the Americas?
Okay. And I did bring that up about, was it 1300s? I
Yeah,
do. Yeah. Yeah. That's the only outside source that I'm actually, aware of. So, but I think maybe in time we will discover more information and more, so that we probably will be able to, say, hey, at the early time there was, connection or migration back and forth from the continent to the Americas. But just right now, I just don't. I think the information is just limited. But you did speak on, the Trail of Tears, right? And how they
hmm
walked, and how those people ended up being the ones who founded Black Wall Street.
agreed. That's true. That's very true.
Mhm.
That's very true. I usually hold that for people in the conversation, when I do have it, but that's
Right.
absolutely a fact.
Mhm.
A lot of those people, were bought through their, like you said, because of the Trail of Tears. Uh, a lot of what they, a lot of what they did and what they, constituted as people saying, well, this is where we did from African Americans. A lot of that they received that
Yeah, from there.
that land they received that from Native Americans. A lot, they don't really
Mhm.
understand it because
Yep.
people don't realize like African Americans had no stake. The descendants of slaves had no stake to any claims to land. They couldn't even get a deed of land in that way. So they used
Yeah.
a lot of Native Americans to purchase land for them, and
Right.
then they were or either for lack of a better term, will that land.
That
And
makes
so
sense.
that is how
Mhm.
they came in possession of that land. Yeah, that's pretty good, King J.
Mhm.
Pretty
It was
good.
definitely a good
Yeah,
conversation for sure.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Mika, I'm just joking with you. Let me know what you want to debate me about, and I'll let you know.
But I ain't
Yeah,
on think
Humble
about.
Savage looking for you. He said he pulling up on you
Who
tomorrow at your show.
who looking for me?
Humble Mystic. I called him Humble Savage.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Humble said he pulling up on you on the Argument Alley tomorrow.
Yeah, I should hope that he would. Yeah, I should hope that he would. Yeah, I
Well, y'all
mean,
right.
I'll ragdoll him. It's easy.
What do you think about
Also,
the upcoming debate that I got with the brother I say? The topic is there a such thing as African science?
is there a such thing as African science?
African science. He's taking the affirmative.
That there is,
Yes.
and you're
Saying
saying that there isn't.
there's not. Because if we have African science,
I
then
wouldn't.
now we have to have European gravity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I agree with you as it stands in its definition of science, and I think that's the problem
hmm
that he'll have. I mean, I don't want to get into his debate, but for me, that would be the problem that he would have because you don't have a modern definition for what African science is. You don't have a definition at all
exactly.
for what African science is at all.
No.
So you
Yeah.
pretty much will have to make a subjective argument, right?
He's gonna have to define what that is.
Yeah,
African, yeah.
and yeah, and I don't think he would be able to do that without making a sort of like a fringe argument.
Subjective.
Yeah, very subjective and saying, because the only thing I think that he would be able to do is what you would see other ancient African cultures, what they call science was actually the same as what they would understand as magic, right?
Exactly. It was definitely metaphysical.
It was metaphysical. So
Yeah.
that's not a modern term for science today, right?
Yep.
Or has it ever been?
No.
So
Yeah, that's
yeah, he got a uphill. To me, as the affirmative, that's really an uphill battle,
yeah. Yeah.
in my
Yeah.
estimation. That's really an uphill battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good topic though. That's
Yeah.
really a good topic. I mean, because a lot of times we hear a lot of topics gets, the circular, these debate platforms,
Yeah.
right? Whether however people name the topic, whatever the topic of the argument is, it's still the same argument, right?
Yeah.
So you're either going to take taking an affirmative position or a negative position, but it's the same argument, it's the same topic, right? Whether you how we reword it. So that's a different topic. That's a different topic to get into in
For
in the
sure.
argument. Yeah. So that's
Something different.
pretty good.
For
Yeah.
sure. For
So
sure.
at least he'll get a science lesson, man. He'll get a
Yep.
lesson, man,
Yeah.
in
For sure.
actual science.
For sure.
So, hey, that's
But not.
good. That's a good topic.
But yeah, I ain't no. So I just wanted to chop it up real quick with A1 and you for sure. I'm finna cook some breakfast and I'll
Yeah.
probably jump back on if I see y'all back on a little bit later.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, man. I
All
just wanted to come up here, man, and shout out A1, man, and then
right.
let everybody know I will be in the building tomorrow at 7 p.m. If you want to take a shot at Elder Yara, come with it. You already see my man A1 got me with the sharp katana. Hey, I'm ready. Holding a death rose.
Hey,
Come with it. Come with it. I
I'm
got
in
it,
the
man.
car,
So
man, or I would play your advertisement, brother. I'm sorry. Hey, no, I can't play your commercials.
It's tomorrow at
so
I played it
7.
last night a couple
tomorrow,
times though.
yeah, tomorrow at 7 p.m.
I'm
Tomorrow
gonna
at
tune
7
in.
p.m. Pardon me?
I said I'm gonna tune in for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So
Yeah.
yeah, man, so I'm definitely going in, bring it on. Humble was trying to get at me, man, a couple of times on a platform. I was mad at the brother he was talking to last night because he made me have to agree with Humble. I was like, come on, man, like, hey man, y'all can't really be doing this. Humble had my man in the chokehold because my man was saying there's no scientific definition for a human. I'm like, man, so
What?
what does Homo sapien mean, brother? Like,
Right.
please break that down and explain it to us then.
Like,
But
what is a hominid genus? Like,
exactly, you know
that's
what I'm
crazy.
saying? So I don't know. It was kind of crazy, but my man he had to make me agree with Humble, man. I ain't like that, man. But but it's all good, man. Humble, man,
Yeah.
he did his thing, man. He did his thing yesterday. So hey,
For
like I
sure.
said, regardless of what it is, man, like religion, not religion, whatever it is, man, like if you're right, you're right. A lot of things are still debatable, but some things you can't, it's just not debatable. So like, and then Humble hit him with the taxonomy argument. Like, come on, bro, like it's over. Like my man tried to argue that for an hour with my man. Like that, bro, there's clearly a definition, scientific definition for what a
Yeah.
human being is, bro. Like
Right.
shit,
Right. Like,
it's crazy.
what are you arguing at this point?
Exactly, exactly. So, but yeah, man, everybody wanted as y'all see our beautiful sister Mika, she wanted to debate me, man. Hey, well, I'm gonna tell you, man, everybody want a piece of Elder Yara, bro. It's a not unique belt. It's a not unique belt. It's a claim to fame for him. You understand?
I got
It,
about
it's
four people that hit me up
it's
about
they
debating you, man.
step up. Hey, I'm trying to for them, man, to beat me, even in their minds, right? Whether they think they won or lose, to them it's a step up. It's a step up. So, um, you know, it's one thing to argue with me in the back channel, in the back back, those back conversations, different things like that, which I'm not, I don't really do that much, and argue with me on the panels and in the chat. But it's another thing, man, when you get in the ring, bro, and you on the clock and the lights come on and you see that timer ticking down and you trying to scramble your thoughts and get them out the best way you can, and you think you prepared for me, man, the best way you possibly can. I'm always looking to kill you right out the bat.
Mhm. Another
Right
thing
out.
I noticed with debate things is having enough information for the entire debate is crucial as well. A lot of times people be run out of information the first
Right, they
30,
run out
40.
of
Yeah.
exactly, King J. That's a great point. People run out of information, and so a lot of times, you know what I used to have to learn how to do, man, in debate. I used to have, I used to come to a debate, man, with like 150, 200 slides, right? But just information for what I felt supports my argument, right? And I had to learn where, like, after you get all those slides, now you gotta compose their slides down into whatever time frame you allotted, right?
Condense
So
them. Yep.
condense that information and then make it an argument, right? Making an argument, because still people still believe that debating is about facts. It's not. It's about persuasion, right? So if 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 I could get you, and I'm finna mess with a lot of people's heads right now that's listening to me, because they're gonna be thinking about this every time they debate me. This is how I do them, A1. When you're in a debate with me, all I want you to do is bring me what you think is actually factual and argue that, right? Because my job is to get you to question your information. That's all.
Yeah, as a good researcher, you should already be doing that. Like you should both sides of the argument. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Hey, he said, "Get a real Native American on your show and get y'all." Let me tell you something. This Asiatic 777. Um, both of my maternal grandmother and my paternal grandmother are both full-blooded Native Americans. Full-blooded Native Americans. One's a Chippewa, full-blooded. One's Cherokee, full-blooded, full-blooded. And a lot of people will say, "Well, prove it." It's easy for me to prove. I don't mind doing that either. But full-blooded, right? Um, until my mom and dad got married when I was 5 years old, I'll give y'all some information on this, some personal information. My last name was Squalls, right? Last name was Squalls, which came down from uh my Native American ancestry. So um I mean, I can actually. I've never done it. I have a cousin and a brother that's done it, but I've never taken advantage of any of the resources that are allotted to Native Americans, because we can actually prove our Native American ancestry. I've never taken advantage of it myself, um, and that's because um, you know, my father is he's African. He's African American.
Yeah, but only because you mentioned it, because we from the same area, and we know we have like Cahokia, the
Hmm.
Cahokia man. So like, would you
Yep.
say like just the Midwest in general that we have a possibility that like most of us may have some sort of native ancestry?
Ain't no doubt. I actually began. I never finished it, but I actually began to make an argument on there, because the fact of the matter is, a lot of people don't realize. Like, I'm from Illinois, right? From the state of Illinois. That's a Native American name, a tribe.
Exactly. And if I'm from, we grew up. I'm from Champaign. We got Chief
Yeah,
Alani. That's our mascot. So
exactly, exactly. And if you go from Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, all you're gonna see is the majority of the cities are named after Native American tribe,
That's a fact.
like
Mhm.
the Iroquois or the Livernia or Eskimos or Muskegon, right? Um, Even Chippewa, right? Um, all of those are native, like for that whole stretch throughout the heart of the Midwest, Ohio, throughout the heart of the Midwest, all of those are named. Most of
Shout
those
out
cities,
Ohio. That's where I'm at.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, we
most
got a
of
lot of
those
moms out
cities,
here.
yeah, no doubt. We got many of them in Illinois, and it was a long time. I think I was probably like in the I was probably like in the seventh or eighth grade before they even began to teach us, or I came into that knowledge about all of the mounds that existed. And I heard somebody on here say that a mound was a pyramid. A mound is not a pyramid, but it's still it's a burial mound. The burial mounds, the ceremonial mounds that exist in Illinois, uh, Michigan, Ohio. There's some in Ohio as well. Like those mounds, like those are ancient burial mounds of the Native Americans, right? Most people think Arizona or somewhere out there, but I argue they have less population of what you would consider Native Americans than you do the actual Midwest. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Um,
Cahokia is up there with the Mississippian civilization.
I think so too. They do run up there now. If you go to the Mississippi, right, and I think back in the day, my grandfather used to tell me they used to call it the Black River, right? Um, because I hear a lot of people argue about whether or not you know it was it was sort of how ancient Kemet viewed the Nile. You go to the largest water sources, right? And that same thing happens. You have that rich, sick, thick black soil or silt is good for farming. And so um my people also are from in Mississippi down there, Tupelo, Mississippi, um, and Aberdeen, down in those areas. Um, they still, you know, they still farm the way that Native Americans still farm, but these folks they're African, they're African descendants of slaves, but they farm just like Native Americans still farm today, right? They use the same calendar system. One of the things I researched about a year and a half ago is if you look up what they call the hand eye motifs, right? Y'all have seen it mostly related to Hindu, or I think it's Hindu or Buddhist mystic. You see the palm of the hand, right? And it has an eye in the middle of it, right? They found those same motifs in Indian burial sites along the Mississippi. Those same motifs. Now,
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
yeah,
Okay.
if you look it up, you'll see it.
Mhm.
They're like little round circular discs, but you'll clearly see. And then around it, and then around the motif of the hand and the hand and the eye, they have two two serpents, right? Or rattlesnakes, which is actually what they are, that create like this circle around the hand eye motif, um, and then they're wrapped in corn, right? But they were using it as as sort of like calendars, so that they can dictate the corn season, right? When to harvest, when to plant a corn. But you see these same motifs in the ancient Near East now, and in Mesoamerica as well. Now, you tell me if that's just a coincidence, I don't believe coincidence, and those things happen, just by happenstance, a chance, right? Um, but those things are very prominent there. So I mean, you could look them up, show the images. I might jump on and do it one day, right? Just to show the images and how they correlate.
Yeah,
Because
that'll
I
be
have
good.
a yeah. Um, and so you'll see that. But they also call that serpent, but they're rattlesnakes, right? They call them watercausal instead of caudocausal, right? Like, to me, that's not a coincidence, right? So, um, as you would see, as they would say it in Mesoamerica, right? They talk about quadocausal, right? So you can clearly see that these motifs actually uh, do exist. Now, if you want to say, like, yeah, we was black people were here, we were, or African people were here, and there was really no transatlantic slave trade that really occurred. I think that's the most ridiculous thing you can argue to a degree, right? Um, because from what my understanding is, a lot of a lot of African Americans that came here are African descendants of slaves that came here through the transatlantic slave trade. There's some discussion about whether, that's why I asked you about advanced settlement. There's some discussion about whether or not Christopher Columbus, before Columbus came, right, or when he came, he talked about meeting Native Americans here, uh, and they told him prior to 1492 that they had met that Africans, or what we would call probably Africans, had come up, through Latin, through that what do you call it? That transatlantic, what do you call it? That water path that goes.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to ask you. Because sometimes, do we need to make a distinction when we say the Americas? Because most time, now if we say there was proof of Negroids in South America, there may be a early, you know what I'm saying? That may be different than saying, I'm sorry, I ran out of breath. North America, right? Because
Yes.
yeah, so I don't know. It just maybe I haven't really too read the book before Columbus. We were here before Columbus.
Yeah.
I need to familiarize myself with that book maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I did a actually, I'd still do it. I might just read them because I just haven't jumped into it as much, but I do have a whole like breakdown and presentation on Alvin Van Sertima, his work, and a lot of things that he talked about. A lot of it is pseudo because he just can't prove it.
Well,
But a
yeah.
lot, but a lot of it, there's it's hard to deny it because of the things we do find and things we do see.
Is he using the Almex as a source?
Yeah, yeah, and one of the problems, one of the problems with that is just that neither Mesoamerican or Latin, I would say Latin scientists actually know who the Olmecs were and actually how they got here. They don't really know, so it's debatable. But we know what they called themselves, right? They
Mhm.
called themselves the Z or XI, right?
Right.
They call themselves the Z. Now there are people that makes claims that those the original people who we claim are Jamaicans or whatever we would say, that
Mhm.
they're part of that Z tribe, right?
Mhm.
But then if we're just talking about language, I don't know how you kind of make some of these arguments, because then we see the same pronunciation of a Z tribe in the China, not tribe, but the Z dynasty in China. Is there a connection there? I
Yeah.
wouldn't say so, but there is. I wouldn't say that there is, but they just don't really know. And that's my point with a lot of what Ivan Van Sertima says. Although I would love to agree with him, right?
Mhm.
We found, in Mesoamerica, we found some Phoenician uh
Mhm.
motifs, right?
Mhm.
But We can't argue. There's an argument about whether or not the Phoenicians they had the seafaring capabilities to travel that far, right?
I think they
From
did. I wouldn't. I
you
wouldn't
know,
put it past them.
you see what I'm saying? So it's it's
I,
different because
I will. I will say this.
go
A lot
ahead.
of times, it's because like even when they discovered the pyramids, how could these
Hmm.
black people be capable of such grand, engineering and technology? It's like they doubted us. So they saying we don't have ships that could come. I disagree with that as well. So, but Columbus didn't come to America.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? He wasn't
yeah.
in North. So that's another thing.
Right,
So the
right.
population he encountered wasn't in America.
Right, right, exactly. Asiatic 777. I don't really address people in the chat, but I promise you, I can prove that I'm more Native American and have more Asiatic blood than you do.
Tell him
I
jump on
can
the
prove
panel.
that. I can prove that. I can show my family history. I don't have a problem showing that, bro. I don't have a problem showing that at all. Like
But
some of
so
you guys just like to talk a lot,
it
right?
really just shows you have the ability to self-identify because you choose to identify as black.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I do that because of I do that because of uh my paternal lineage, my father, right?
Right. Right. For sure.
Uh yeah, so
You was
because
raised by your dad probably then in that in that
yeah,
in that black culture household. If you was raised in like
absolutely.
for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Never never a day went by I didn't know, where my dad was or didn't see my dad unless he went out of thing. He went to Mississippi to see his folks one time, right? Tupelo and back. But that's probably maybe like 3 days. But other than that, until I got to full grown, almost a full grown adult, like, well, I shouldn't say that, like, because I've been on my own since I was about 16, but I serve my dad every day. You see what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah. Hmm.
yeah, so yeah, that's it. So Asiatic 77. Um, if you ever want to come up and have that conversation with me, I can prove to you my Native American ancestry is easy. Easy for me to do it. Easy for me to do it. I have no problem with it. As a matter of fact, I would love to do it because I've never done it up here before on anybody's panel. I would love to do it just to shut you up. Um, but yeah, so so it's those things, man. Like people don't really talk about, really have a full understanding of. So um the brother asked me to do a breakdown on the copper scroll, please. Yeah, you know what? That's interesting. I never thought about doing that. I never thought about doing that, but yeah, that's
That'd be
interesting.
different. Yeah, that'd be different.
Yeah,
Proper.
it is definitely different. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely different.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we always only get your Hebrew Israelite side of you. You feel me? Like it's so much more.
Well, yeah, I mean, because of my, like I said, my father's side, like we grew up. I grew up in the Israelite congregation.
Is
Um,
there like a McDonald's up
and
there?
You grew up with Bowie, brother Bowie, right?
Type it in.
yeah, I went. Yeah, we was at Brewery for a minute,
I actually
and
went to Brother Bowie Church a couple of times when he was on like 79th and Stony, I think.
yep. Yep,
For
yep.
sure, for sure.
That's when I attended, and that's before he moved out in the burbs. See, a lot of
Yeah.
people that know him now know him out from the burbs,
Oh
but
nah,
I know
I
him
go
from
back
on
to Stony.
79th and Stony. Yeah,
For
yep,
sure, for sure.
yep, yep. Because I used to live over on seven. I used to live at 73rd and Phillips, which is like right there, like not that far, like maybe
Yeah.
5 minutes away. Right, driving
Hey,
like
y'all right. So you know
yeah.
about Maxwell's.
Come on, bro.
Man, Maxwell's, boy.
Man, that was before I was like just going really into my full blooded Israelite thing,
On the
man. Because
food
I was
too.
going there. Because I at first when I was shorties, man, we go to Jute. We can't say it
Yeah.
now, like on the time, but you know what I'm talking about. We
Mm-hmm.
go over there
Yeah.
and then go right over there to go right over there to the Maxwells, the real Maxwells. You got a
Yeah.
bunch of them out here now, but go
Mm-hmm.
over there to the real one.
Yeah.
And
Fire.
man, and late nights, that's the only thing that's open, bro. You get hungry coming out the club, bro. Ain't nothing open but
Mhm.
Maxwell's, bro.
For real.
You know what I'm
Fire.
saying? So
Oh, definitely a bomb.
yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
And hey, Asiatic, hey, bro. Hey, bro. You know nothing about the Olmecs, bro. Don't listen, bro. Don't stop Googling stuff, bro. They don't know, right? They don't know. They don't know how they got there. They don't know who those people were. They don't, right? They just don't, bro. That's why it's all debatable today. Folks down in Latin America gonna say that it was their people. Folks down in Mesoamerica gonna say that their people. You got folks that are African say it was their people. They don't know, bro. They don't know. They were.
And that's honest scholarship on your part, y'all. Right? 'Cause I even heard people try to use the term. Well, the Negro. It's called the Negro when they, but only because it's made out of the stone. It has nothing. So it's like
Exactly.
it's
Listen,
crazy.
let me drop some on Asiatic 77. This is true. When I lived in Chicago, right? When I lived in Chicago, I lived uh at I lived I lived 55th 55th Lake Shore Drive, right? Like I could throw a rock from my building, my apartment building. I could throw a rock into Lake Michigan, right? That's how close I live to the lake. So you could walk a path right there on along Lakeshore Drive. You could walk a path and take you to the McCormick Place, take you to Soldier Field where the Bears play. It'll take you. It's a path. Um, It'll take you by the Field Museum in Chicago, the famous Field Museum in Chicago. It'll take you back behind all the way through the Shed Aquarium. You can literally walk for miles, just a straight path. So one day I did that. I just did that walk, right? And when I got in back of the Field Museum, guess what I saw in the back of the museum? It's behind a gate, but in the back of the museum, covered with brush. You know what they had back there? An actual Olmec head.
Wow.
Not on display, just sitting in their garden with the whole plaque, saying that how uh, uh, the Mexican government donated them this for as an exhibit, and they were going to build it and put it like in a garden area, but there's an actual Olmec head there. I used to have a picture standing next to it. But when I went out there, when I walked past it, like I knew immediately what it was. I knew immediately what it was. And but it's there, and when you look at it, it it has Negroid features to me. But if you from Chicago, it looked just like a Mexican too. But
That part.
you see what I'm saying?
Straight from Humboldt.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. It's like they don't know, bro. So I don't care what you're reading. I'm gonna tell you what he's reading. You're either reading work done by people who are pro Latinx or pro Mesoamerican, right? Who want to make that claim, right? Who want to make that claim that the Olmecs are from, a Mesoamerican people, right? And then you have people who want to say, oh, you know what? Nope, black folks, we was here in the Americas first. Africans was in the Americas first, right? And they'll make the claim, right? Which is what Sertima was trying to do, right? And although he was a great historian and researcher, he didn't he got a lot of movement on that, but that was part of that whole Pan-African movement, right? That Afrocentric movement of history that some good things came out of, but some of the things that Sertima did was a stretch. So that's the only thing, bro, that you're really reading, right? That's the only thing that you're really reading. And so here's another thing. So you have to really deal with people, because a lot of times when you're on these panels, you don't really get to tell people like how off that information is, right? So like Asiatic 77, he says, "Oh, Yara, you said you're a convert." Absolutely, I'm a convert. You're not going to show me any Hebrew DNA from 1400 BCE. You're not going to show it to me from 1200 BCE. You're not going to show it to me from 1000 BCE. Where are they getting the DNA from? We don't have Hezekiah's DNA. What are we comparing it to? So the only thing that you can actually really say is that you're a convert. And if you read the
Basically.
Torah, if you read the Bible, that is how they built the nation of Israel, right? Most of those people, a lot of them were converts. So you could be a convert, a revert, you can be an Israelite through blood, through your native ancestry, or through marriage. All those were acceptable if you actually understood the biblical text about who can claim to be an Israelite and who could be a part of the nation of Israel. So me saying that I'm a convert is probably the most honest answer you'll ever get from an Israelite. Or a black Hebrew Israelite, however you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I'm saying about when I say things that people never heard before. They say, "Oh, like he said he a convert. That makes him lit." No, that makes me more, because that's actually what you see happening throughout the scripture, right? Is that a lot of these people were converts, right? I
That's
make
fair.
the argument all the time. Caleb was a convert, wasn't a native born Israelite.
Mm. So with Job and Ruth, would those fit under the same terms as a convert?
Now, see, here's the thing with Ruth, right? So we know that the land of Moab was occupied by both Moabites and Israelites, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I believe you had some to, I could be wrong. You either had some to the west and some to the east, or either north or to the south, is one of the two. But one was occupied in the land of Moab. Yeah, I thought you leave. Yeah, get up out of here. You had one by that was some occupied by both. Now,
Mm-hmm.
to me, it makes all the sense if you actually read the story, right, in its context, that Ruth was a Moabite
Right.
native, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and but clearly you see by her words when she says, "Your God shall be my God, and your people shall be my people." That's her saying, "I'm outside of this thing, but I'm willing to come inside of this thing,"
Yes.
right?
She's acknowledging that they're different peoples. Just in that
Exactly.
statement. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And so when she says, "Your people shall be my people," now she's saying, "I'm going to take on your customs.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to take on your ways,"
Right.
right? Then she says the ultimate thing, right? "Your God shall be my God." Now, if
Mm-hmm.
she's already an Israelite, why would she be making that
Why would
claim?
she make that claim?
It's not hard for me to understand that, right? But you have people who want to make this thing so monolithic
Right.
that they will just ignore basic logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't argue the basic logic of what these things are actually saying, right? Here's another concept, right, that our people don't really have an understanding with. When you say European, they're under the impression that all Europeans are Caucasian, right? All
Mm-hmm.
Europeans are not Caucasian,
No, they're
right?
not.
And so I don't understand when people say European, y'all think that's a blanket term that means white.
It does not.
It does not.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So when my
Mm-hmm.
man Asiatic 77 saying natives are not European, like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Like honestly, bro, like seriously, bro. Like, let's not really be this way, right? And this is the difference on when I bring information, even if I disagree with something King J is saying, I'm not arguing with something just to be arguing. I'm arguing with something because what I know now. If there's something happening, and I don't have any understanding of it or knowledge of it, hey, okay, fine. But 9 times out of 10, I'm not gonna say nothing.
But even if you do, you will have a primary source that I could go verify and
Yeah,
check and be like, you know what, Yara, you was right. If I'm honest in my scholarship, and I'm just because
yeah,
I'm not arguing up here just to be arguing. I'm
right,
looking. I'm trying to find some truth. If you know more than
exactly.
me in a certain subject, I'm gonna listen to you, and that's
Yeah,
just what it is. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
absolutely,
add,
absolutely,
add
absolutely.
it to my wheel, to my arsenal. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So, and I do that
absolutely.
all the time. Even with in the
Yep.
science, his science area, I've learned so much from just check- checking what he said. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he was wrong, but in finding out he was right or wrong, I actually learned something in the
Yeah,
process. So,
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So it's just like people just like to. They like to argue for just like what I learned, King J,
Mhm.
this since I've been doing this, and I think I was talking to Courtney the other
Mhm.
night.
Mhm.
Realized I probably have more in common with him than probably anybody else I've ever talked to on
Mm.
these platforms, right?
And you
As
said
far as
who?
the brother Courtney Thompson.
Courtney Thompson. Okay.
Yeah. So I come to find out I know his family. You know
Wow.
what I'm saying?
That's why.
Just in the 10-minute, 15, 20-minute, maybe 30-minute conversation, but we talk for hours because like now we able to find common ground, right?
Exactly.
You see
Exactly.
what I'm saying? So now I know, whether or not he disagrees with me and I disagree with him, now we still have a commonality, right? That's
Exactly.
outside of these streams and these debate leagues. But
It's bigger than the debate shit on YouTube for sure.
Exactly, bro. That's what I be trying to
Mhm.
get people to understand, at least from my perspective, right?
Mhm.
So, I said all the time, yeah, I'll disagree with you. I'll even tell you I don't like you. But if
Mhm.
you call me and I can help you, I'll try to help you.
For sure. For sure. And
You see what I'm saying?
that's just being a good person. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
that's just character. So
yeah,
that's just a
yeah.
different.
And I've done that. I won't name names, but I've done that.
For
You
sure.
know what I'm saying? So,
Hmm.
it's just a matter of, at the end of the day, for me, if you know if I want to, if I have an opposing view, okay, let's talk about it,
Hmm.
right? Let's talk about it, and it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to argue about it. Why
Hmm.
not? You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't have to. I don't have to disrespect you because you have an opposing view. You know.
Yeah, and a lot of times, and you don't, but a lot of times I do it because, and the reason why I do it, please don't do what I do, people. But a lot of times I do it because I know people when they start saying things, they're not sure about what they're saying.
Okay, for sure. For sure.
And when you rattle them, they'll go back and look at their information again.
Hmm.
If not just to beef up their argument or to say, well, maybe I am wrong about what I'm saying.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So, is it a debate tactic? Absolutely, it's a debate tactic. It's not a big
Hmm.
deal. I could care less because I'm asleep just the same. Doesn't matter to me. You see
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So, but as far as information goes, especially when it comes to um, you know, me being an Israelite,
Hmm.
I don't have to. I don't have to accept the dogma, right? I don't have to accept the dogma
Hmm.
because I'm not called to accept the dogma. I'm not challenged to accept the dogma.
Hmm.
I'm challenged to accept the principle. There's a
Hmm.
principle in everything that's
Hmm.
taught, whether it's good or bad. There's a principle to be learned there, right? So just
Hmm.
based on the principles alone, then yeah, no doubt. You
Hmm.
see, I can rock with that. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't have an aversion against all science. Now, some science
Right.
I do because I think some science is just is unethical.
Of course.
That's my stance on it, right? But I understand there may be some unethical things at times that leads to intentionally or unintentionally other promising things that could possibly save somebody's life later.
Of course.
You see what I'm saying?
In medicine, for sure. Mhm.
Right. So there's always some give and take. The problem with overly religious, zealous people is they can't see that, right? They'll argue against science, but when their eyesight goes bad, they'll pop in contact lenses and put on bifocals. That's
Exactly.
still science.
Exactly. Yeah.
You see? That's how
Yeah.
Elder Yara deals with information.
hmm So you're able to so you're able to separate your religion from your science.
So absolutely.
hmm
Because I think a lot of times religion has led us to scientific discovery,
Of course.
right?
Of course.
Who can really argue that? People talk about whether the Big Bang Theory. A religious man came up with that theory,
Right. Of course.
but that led us to other scientific studies. They use that, right?
hmm
Um, you have, studying of the stars, right? Studying of the stars and mapping of the stars. All that stuff is science, right?
Cool.
But they put it in the realm of magic, or they put it in the realm of religion.
hmm
And where would we be without any of it,
hmm
right?
hmm
So to denounce, you know, all for the sake of one thing is crazy. I study, I have a art major, and Unc and I talk about this a lot. We haven't talked about it in depth, but
hmm
he makes a lot of artistic references, right? So
hmm
one of the things that we're taught is the Gestalt theory, right? Where it talks about uh the sum, right, or the individual parts of something, um is not greater than the whole. I think I'm saying that correctly, right?
Okay. I'm familiar.
Yeah. So I can, if I only take a part of something and argue that it's greater than the entire scope of view of an entire thing,
hmm
then your understanding is flawed. You'll walk away with bad
hmm
information and scholarship,
hmm
and
hmm
your logic is skewed, right?
You're gonna start with a faulty premise
You're
all the
gonna
time.
start with exactly. That's exactly what I'm looking for. You're gonna build with a faulty premise.
hmm
And when it comes to religion, a lot of people start on a faulty premise because they take one or two verses and they build an entire doctrine around it.
Man, exactly. So look, real quick, y'all, because we talking about it. I had the conversation with Captain yesterday, right? Now, the
Uh-huh.
verse in question is Mark 7, 1 through basically 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the captain is saying that Mark 7, verse 2 isn't referring to the washing of the hands, right? I agree with
Okay.
that, right?
Okay.
So when
Mm-hmm.
we go down to 7 verse 14, and it talks about what enters into the body is not what defiles you, but what leaves the body is what defiles the man, right? Things like
Mm-hmm.
adultery and such and such. So
Mm-hmm.
um, my contention with what the brother said was, I was like, okay, well now they're talking about food. 7 verse 2 was clearly talking about the washing of hands, but when they're talking about things entering the body and it's not entering into the heart, but exiting out through the drought, that is
Mm-hmm.
in reference to food. What would you? So the brother was saying, no, that's wrong. The whole chapter 7 is only talking about the washing of hands. So what would you say to that?
Well, one of the things I think that people often get wrong is when, and I'm interested. I'm coming right back to your point.
hmm
When people talk about Paul taught against the law, right?
Exactly. You're right on
Paul,
point.
Paul never taught against the law per se, but he taught against what he referred to as ordinances of men, things that were
Tradition is not
added.
in the Mosaic law for sure.
Exactly, things that
hmm
were added to the law that were never in the law, right?
hmm
One of the things was this piety that uh, that the Pharisees and many others had was the cleansing, right? This
Mm-hmm.
whole concept, cleanliness is next to godliness thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they thought that washing of the hands, right, was a sign of purity or purification, right? It was a
Yeah.
ritual
Yeah.
practice,
Yes.
right? So they added this ritual practice
Mm.
to things or upon other Israelites that sort of put it in these ordinances made it seem as though the law of Moses itself was oppressive, right? And
Mm-hmm.
hard to keep. So many people were turning away from the whole, for the lack of a better term, Judaism, right?
Okay.
Even though that's not what I would necessarily call it, but just for the sake of this conversation. So people were turning away from that, from the practicing of Moses, right? Or going
Mm-hmm.
to the where Moses was being taught, in the temple, right?
Mm-hmm.
People were turning away from that because it was just too oppressive,
Mm-hmm.
right? So um so the washing of the hands was, to me, and rock with me here, it's a twofold thing. So it
Mm-hmm.
talks to me about what we do. And today, when you prepare for surgery, what do? Or what did your mom and dad teach you
Of
growing
course.
up? You
Mm-hmm.
coming outside, you're in the fields before you go into surgery. What you wash your hands?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because of bacteria,
Mm-hmm.
all types of things that if you put hand to mouth,
Of course.
especially at that time, they weren't really using like lime soap, stuff like that. Like
Mm-hmm.
they were just in the dirt,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Doing things in nature. But they understood that if you didn't wash your hands at that time, they may not have used these terms bacteria, but they understood that these things would make you sick,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Of course.
So that's, to me, that's science in the Bible. When people argue that it's not science, that's science, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to Mark chapter 7, what they're challenging Yeshua with is these ordinances that were not part of the Mosaic law, because they were always trying to trap him into doing something to make
Yeah.
him, always trying to put him in a bad light. So
Mm-hmm.
his response to them was not that they're wrong about what they're saying. Get this, right? Not that they're wrong about what they're saying, but he was saying you're worried about that
Mm-hmm.
versus your inner man,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And how you treat people every day,
Mm-hmm.
and the things that you say to them, and the way that you judge them. So it's not the filth that goes into a man's body that you judge him by, but it's the filth that comes out of his mouth that you
Okay.
judge him by.
Okay.
Because the things that goes inside of him, filthy or not, how does the body purge itself? Through waste, through dung, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It does that. The body will do that. But what do you do about the filth that's in you that won't come out as dung, right? When you just, for the lack of a better term, you just full of shit, is basically what he's saying, right? So it's not about food. That's what it's least about. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's least about. But it's more so about the spiritual maturity of a person. And how do you get to judge me when your words are not seasoned with grace, when you're dealing with someone who's in need or who's in trouble? You're just strictly looking to judge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's some different elements to that in my position. So I would
Okay.
lean towards more your understanding of it versus then it's just about food.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
Because
because when I read the
that's what
verse,
it's least about.
mhm. Okay. So
Yeah.
because I referenced it with Romans 1 and Romans 14 and Romans 20,
Hmm.
where it speaks about those who are weak in faith versus those who are strong in faith. And it
Mm-hmm.
says
Mm-hmm.
that those who are weak in faith may not
Yep.
eat meat, but those who are stronger in faith may not have those, you know, may eat well, anything. All things are lawful to this person who may be stronger in faith. And in verse 20, it actually ends it by saying, "Blessed are those who are strong in faith, and
Mm-hmm.
those who are weaker in faith are condemned because
Mm-hmm.
they have no faith." So, what would you say to that?
Yeah, and again, the there was a issue, and people often, like I said, when we talking about these things, because you're in Romans, and so Paul is prominent by this time. So a lot of things that we see, um, people looked at Paul as not keeping the
Okay,
law. And Peter,
exactly. So I was just going to say, are we just talking about Paul's doctrine? Because to me, it seemed like
yep,
Paul, he never
yep,
seen the man. He had his own doctrine. Like, how can
yep.
you tell me what Jesus said? You never even met the man. You giving me a Gnostic vision.
So
So,
so 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 what happens is, because Peter gives us a clue. Peter says, if you listen, he says, some of y'all be careful when you're listening to Paul, because you're not going to get what he's saying, right? And if you're not careful, he'll take you off, right? He'll
right,
take you
right.
off. You'll
Hmm.
go off if you're not careful. He says, because Peter and Paul had had a really strong Peter, who actually was, according to the narrative, was with Christ, right, with
Hmm.
Yeshua. Paul, who was not. So Peter carried some preeminence, right?
Hmm.
But the argument was always Paul was much more educated,
Okay.
right? He was much more educated than Peter,
Hmm.
right? So although Peter was around Yeshua and had quote unquote more insight to what things that Yeshua may have taught,
More firsthand experience. Yeah, he actually.
firsthand experience,
Mhm.
right? Paul was more so of, okay, listen, let's look at this thing in the terms of how the material culture of the people of the day are dealing with, right?
Mhm.
So you never really hear about the apostles
No.
or Yeshua arguing about having contentions with the Greeks,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
They're not arguing against the philosophers. You don't really read that as much, right?
Not against Platoism, because it seems like Paul has a lot of Platoism in him in regards to like the dualism.
Yeah,
Um,
he's arguing these things. Yeah,
yeah.
these are the things they're arguing, because this is why I tell people there's a reason why everything is written in those texts.
Hmm.
So when Paul goes to Mars Hill or Agapolis, he's arguing with the Stoics and the Epicureans.
Exactly. Ebionites and all of them.
Jesus not doing that. We don't read Jesus and the apostles doing that,
Hmm.
right? So they're not having those type of philosophical debates.
Question. Would you
Yeah,
say, because James is the one actually who is the leader of the church, not Paul,
yeah.
is the doctrine of James contradicting Paul's letters, or did they have any contention?
Well, James and Paul definitely had contention initially, right?
Hmm.
And the contention was over the only thing that at the time the Israelites that were connected to Yeshua and those from that, I would quote unquote say, that old guard before it got to Paul,
Hmm.
they were well versed in the things of the Torah.
Right. Right.
So they knew the law, right?
Hmm.
So they would only argue against Paul when Paul would talk about things that seemed to be contentious with the law,
Exactly.
which is why the biggest argument that you see between James, or the discussion I say between disagreement between James, Peter, and Paul, is about circumcision.
Circumcision. Yeah.
You should be circumcised. Paul makes a great argument in saying, hey, listen, why are you guys trying to force circumcision on these Israelites? And see, this is where people go off in my studies, where Paul is still dealing with Israelites being coming back to the faith, or Israelites who were spread abroad who were not practicing or living the life as a Jew, so to
Well,
speak, right?
they wanted to be Jews, and I think you may have been the person who brought this to my attention as far as the gymnasium, right? And then how the
Yes.
Jews were going there and they wanted to be like the Jews because they saw them so uncircumcised.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
want
They
to be
wanted
like you. Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to be like the Jews wanted to be like the Greeks. And
Mm-hmm.
so this occurs during the time of the Maccabean period
Mm-hmm.
when you have the descendants of Onias, I think it
Yeah.
was his brother. He
Mm-hmm.
goes and he builds a gymnasium
Uh-huh.
to satisfy those Alexandrian generals who came in. I believe Demetrius was one of those latter ones who
Mm-hmm.
comes in and they sort of sack Jerusalem. And I had this, well, not an actual formal debate, but I had a debate about whether or not Israelites during the time of the Maccabees were aiding the Greeks to defeat Jews.
They were. They
They
were.
were, right?
Yeah, they were.
So, and that's because they wanted to live their lives as Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
But so the building of that gymnasium was an offering saying, hey, listen, I'm going to build you a gymnasium. And in this gymnasium, they would go in there and do all kind of manner of stuff we knew Greeks did, right?
Oh,
So
Jesus,
it
yeah.
was
Mm-hmm.
what is it? What it was pederasty or whatever it was. That's what they was in there doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's not sugarcoat it. That's what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they wanted to, and these Jews wanted to live their lives as Greeks. They were already speaking the Koine Greek, right? Or the, the Greek vernacular, not even the class, like they
Mm-hmm.
wasn't even speaking the pure Greek language. They were speaking the class, they were speaking a dual language, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Greek was the lingua franca of the day. So everybody had to speak Greek to do business,
Yeah.
right? So
Can I jump in here for a second,
according
Eliara?
to what we know, one of the descendants of Onias,
Mm-hmm.
uh, I believe he had his brother or his uncle. I forget it was his brother's uncle. I think it was his brother. Had his brother killed. Onias the
Mm-hmm.
third had him killed so that he can take the place of that office,
Mm-hmm.
right, and rule over those Jews, right? That's what he wanted. And so part of his offering to do that was say, hey, look, if y'all set me up, let me get in here and run this thing, I'll build you a gymnasium. So that's what he
Right.
did.
That's what happened. Yep. I remember
That's
that.
what he did. And so those Jews that wanted to live their lives as Greeks start having this procedure done where they were covered up their circumcision.
Mm.
You see?
Mm.
Then this is why this thing is so important, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's why it's so important. I tell people if you really want to understand what's going on in the New Testament, you got to read the book of Maccabees.
Yeah.
You got to read the book of Maccabees. And then there's outside sources to corroborate this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So moving forward, by the time we get to Paul, this is why the argument is they asking Paul, why are you bringing these Greeks into the temple?
Right.
People think Paul was bringing actual Greeks to the temple. When I was trying to explain this to on HOK to what's the pastor Bennett,
Mm-hmm.
and he kept saying, "See, no, these are Greeks." I'm like, no, these were Jews living as Greeks, but they were called Grecians.
Right.
So when Paul says to the Jew first, then the Greek, he's still talking about Jews
Living as Greeks. Yeah.
living as Greeks. And so in this whole argument about circumcision, Paul, back to what you're saying, what you brought out, Paul was basically his argument to James was like, look, why are you pressuring them, these people who've been living their whole lives for generations as Greeks, Because remember, the Maccabees happens off what 30, like 30 BC, something like that, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a minute,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So you got whole generations of people who've been living their lives as Greeks, even though they're Jews, and their children have been living their lives as Greeks, even though they're Jews ethnically. You see?
Sounds like us in America.
Yeah, exactly. So by the time Paul gets to James and they're having this discussion about circumcision, Paul says, "Hey, look, why are you beating them over the head with circumcision? Well, they don't even know their own culture. They don't even know they don't even read the Torah. You see what I'm saying? They don't
Mm-hmm.
even understand that they shouldn't be worshiping these Greco-Roman gods. Why are you beating them up? They don't even know that their national god, their deity is Yahweh. Why are you beating them over the head with circumcision? That's the least thing." He's like, let's get them cleaned up and then talk to them about having this surgical procedure.
Mm.
Because a lot of
Mm-hmm.
them are grown men and they've never been circumcised because their families have been living as Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole contention.
So Paul was more so circumcision really doesn't matter. We need to circumcise the heart.
That's his whole point. He's like, what sense does it make for me to force these guys or force people or you guys force these Jews, these ethnic Jews, to get circumcised who've been living their lives as Greeks, but they don't care nothing about the God of Israel. They're still worshiping Zeus.
Would that be along the lines of what we were talking about? The traditions that were in the is circumcision in the Mosaic law, or is that just a tradition
Mic
of
check.
men?
Circumcision is in the Mosaic law.
Okay.
It is in the Mosaic law, right? To be circumcised on the eighth day, every male circumcised on the eighth day. That is in the Mosaic law, which is also a correlation to another scientific argument as well that people don't really understand because for years they finally understood that the importance of circumcising on the eighth day, which you don't read about in any other culture committed. Now you read about circumcision in ancient Kemet, you read about circumcision in Assyrian records. Yeah, people were performing circumcision before Israel became a nation.
Right.
That's not an argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
The key to that is circumcising on the eighth day. You don't read that anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that important scientifically? Because we know that on the eighth day after birth, they know that's when vitamin K
Oh
spikes
yeah.
the highest in your bloodstream, which is what causes you wounds or injuries to heal, to scab over.
Mm-hmm.
That's the highest point in your life where that spikes. That's eighth day after birth. And
Mm-hmm.
so circumcising on the eighth day, that's when you have the best time for it to heal, which prevents disease and different
Makes
things
sense.
like that. So
Mm-hmm.
it's there when people argue, like, oh, sometimes there's no science in the Bible. Yes, there is. It's just how they look at it. But it
Right.
wasn't magic though.
Right. No.
You
Yeah.
see what I'm
Wasn't
saying?
magic. Wasn't
It
Hector.
wasn't, it wasn't Hecca. Right. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
But coming back full circle to what you were talking about in Romans, the contention was about circumcision. That's why they call James the leader of the church. That was actually the first quote unquote ecumenical council. That was the very
Mm-hmm.
first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you read about that, that was the actual contention, right? It was about
Yeah.
circumcision because that's what and that's what Paul's issue was. People think that Peter's um vision about the animals on the sheet and God saying, "Why are you calling unclean what I have called clean?" That is simply about the dietary laws. It has nothing to
Right.
do about the dietary laws. It has something to do about that argument, talking about why are you having a verse attitude towards your brethren or native Israelites, even though
Mm-hmm.
they're not living as Israelites,
Right.
right?
Right.
Yahweh is still saying, those are my people. Why are
Mm-hmm.
you shunning them? Because they didn't associate with those Israelites that were calling themselves Greeks or living as Greeks. And they did look down their noses at them.
Mm-hmm.
The apostles did. They did look down at those people, right?
Hmm.
Who were living their lives as Greeks, right? So that's the nature of Peter's vision. Had nothing to do with food.
Okay.
You understand what I'm
Okay.
saying? It's a
Okay.
cult. It's the when you deal with the actual culture of the time. I tell people when you study these scriptures, don't just read the scripture, see what the argument is. You got to go outside of the book
You got to. You got to.
and
You got to.
see what the political climate was of the time.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Mm-hmm.
records of it there. See who's in power, see who's ruling those lands, see what gods they're worshiping,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
In those areas, and see what the political influence is.
Mhm.
Then you'll start to understand why they're even having these arguments.
That's the only way you'll be able to contextualize the information.
That's the only way, brother.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way. So when
Mm-hmm.
people hear me talk about stuff like Jesus walking on water, had really nothing to do with him walking on water, but it had more so to do about the material culture in that area he was in, and it had something to do with this newfound religion going up against the religion of old.
Mm-hmm.
That's what was happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what was happening. People don't get that, but they'll argue me up and down, right?
No,
Because
definitely.
Jesus walking on water, what was happening? There was a tempest, there was a storm happening on the seas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes out there on the water, he calms the raging sea. He
Mm-hmm.
speaks to it, he calms the raging sea. What does that actually show or tell you about Jesus in the material culture of that time? He's greater than the deity that was being worshipped in that land at the
In the
time.
sea. Mm-hmm.
Right. Greater
That's
than the
an
sea.
interesting point. But see, y'all right to me, I've always taken that as a parable. Like not as
Yeah.
a literally like he actually literally walked on water.
Yeah, no, he didn't walk. I don't believe he
So
walked on water.
it was a parable, like you said, to convey that his victory over the sea god or sea
Yeah,
monster.
yeah. And that,
Okay.
right, and that God, and you read it, that God was in that area during that time when he walked on. The story says he walked on water. It was typhon or typhoon. Same thing we get
Mm-hmm.
today when there's a big sea storm, right? What do we call it? It's a typhoon. But when
Mm-hmm.
Jesus speaks to the typhoon, that was actually a Greek god, typhoon,
Wow.
right? And if you actually do even further study, it all goes back to Seth. That
Okay.
takes you all the
Chaos.
way back to 1400 BCE. Takes you all the way back to who? That takes you all the way back when to the Hyksos,
Mm-hmm.
right? Rulers. They brought those deities with them
Mm-hmm.
into Canaan, right? After they ran out of there by almost and Carmos runs them out and runs them up into Shahuraim down
Mm-hmm.
up in there. Now they're bringing these deities with them. Now you see Seth is correlating with all these things. Same thing I was telling the brother the other day. Like Seth is was the god of chaos,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you look at him on the walls in ancient Kemet, he's depicted. He looks like an anteater or an aardvark. He has like a long snout, right?
Yeah, the set animal.
Right. But if you study that actual animal, it's not an aardvark or an anteater. Most people don't even know what it is. You know what it is? It's a pig.
Really?
It's a
I
pig.
never knew. I mean, to my understanding, like we just don't know what the animal is. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
yeah, but they knew what it was because they tell you what it was. It's a pig.
Mhm.
And they refer to it as the black pig,
Hmm.
right? What's that connection to the Israelites? They don't eat swine.
They don't eat swine.
Why does Jesus cast the demons into the swine? They don't eat
Mm.
swine. So
So,
all of these things are cultural memory based on these warring priesthoods who needed to establish their preeminence over another,
basically,
right?
basically, sum it up real short. Yeah, that's all
Yeah,
it
so
really.
so that's what we're looking at, right? And guess what? It still happens today. It hasn't changed.
Mm.
It hasn't changed. But then you have to understand who's actually writing in those texts and who actually went out. right?
That part,
Who
yeah.
actually went out the argument, right?
So we having the Elohist, the Yahwist, the Deuteronomist,
Yeah,
like the priestly sources.
yeah, right. And I keep telling people it's a reason why the throne and the scepter shall never depart out of Judah.
Judah.
You know why? Because they won the argument.
Can
Mm-hmm.
anybody partake in this conversation? Y'all been going squabbled. Y'all been squabbled up for hours.
Oh, go ahead, brother. My bad. We just was talking back and forth,
Oh,
enjoying the
man, I
conversation.
don't even see nobody. I ain't even looking at the panel, man. I was just
My
talking
bad,
about.
my bad.
You know how you wait for a nigga to take a breath so you could, try to jump in on some double dutch shit. Y'all niggas didn't take no breath, no
Oh, nigga,
nothing.
you gotta throw the hat up in the air, man. Send up the bat signal or something, man. I
I
wasn't even
was
looking at the
waiting.
screen, bro.
I was waiting
Now,
for you to hop in, Copper Draco. That's funny, man.
Yeah, I ain't even looking. I wasn't even looking at the screen.
yeah,
Look,
double dutch.
Joey tried to jump in. He done left. He said, "Fuck y'all."
Yeah, I
Hey, I
saw
ain't
it. I was
see.
like,
I only thought
damn.
King J was on here, bro. I ain't even look. I just not looking at the screen.
Yeah. No, I just had a couple questions, and I'm get out the way. All right, we had and shout out to Yara, man. Probably one of the
Peace,
flyest
fam.
brothers. You know what I'm saying? Plus, my future baby mama like your info. Nepal. No, I'm just playing. But look,
Man, bro, why you have to do that, bro? With me on the panel, bro. But what's up, man? What's up, man?
all right, we had like a lot of fashions and sets, and I just say that being
Mhm,
generalizing like Moors, Muslims, Hebrew, 5%,
mhm,
Panthers, Bloods, Crips, etc. But now we got like fashions within the set.
mhm.
Why are there different forms of Hebrews? Like, why y'all have so many different beliefs? I see y'all click up. Like, I watch Gorilla Hebrew and Captain Tazari, y'all click up, but
Mhm.
they have different beliefs though. Like how does that work?
Well, if you understand the history of Israelites, you really got to start out the very few mentions of Israel outside of the biblical text is sparse for what most people understand. You got to really do a deep dive. Oh, shout out to my man Safar Kadeem. I see you in the chat, fam. But if you understand the material culture of Israelites, they were always debating
Oh,
topics of religion. You always had many different sects. I think, and I might be saying this wrong, but there is a guy that's writing. His name is Athanasius or Athanasius. And
mhm.
Athanasius tells us that during the first century or right after the time that Yeshua walked the earth, and I do believe he was a real person. I don't believe he was a god, but I do believe he was a real person. But after he walked the earth, that there were probably about 40 different sects
Mm, yeah.
that had different belief systems, even coming from all the way from the Orient region, right?
I agree with that. Because Yara, you remember there
Yeah.
were a lot of Gnostic sects as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
Plato that I think just in to my understanding, the followers of Jesus were known as followers of the way.
Yes. They were called the followers of the way. Now, that's an interesting term because it kind of gives us a clue as to what they actually
Believe.
follow, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
That was sort of an epithet, I believe, that was used by the Essenes, right? Some of the same people that were writing in the up in those Qumran hills in those caves up there that
Yes,
we get
yes.
the Dead Sea Scrolls from, right?
Huh?
They have some the way that they write and what they were believing in had was talked often about in a lot of their texts and a lot of their scrolls, right? So one of the things was some, and they even talk about it in some of the New Testament verses, right? Some people were waiting for King David himself to return,
Right.
right? Others thought someone from the lineage of King David was going to return,
Mm-hmm.
right? Some believed in the resurrection. Some didn't believe in the resurrection,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, some believe that. And you can see this even in the Elephantine papyrus. Those were Jews living in Elephantine in Africa and Aswan. They actually believed in a pantheon of deities
And you know what's crazy,
in the
y'all, right?
temples that they asked King Darius to allow them to
Mm-hmm.
construct in
Stay right there for
Elephantine. These
stay right there
Jews,
for
they were actually worshiping uh, Yahweh, Asherah, Katesh.
Well, hold on, y'all. Ray, stop, stop,
They
stop,
were
stop right
actually
there.
worshiping quite a few deities.
Stop right there,
So,
y'all.
but these were Jews. So you had many different sects. And I think the guy's name is Athanasius. It's something like that. I could be wrong. It's Athanasius or Epiphanius. It might be Epiphanius is his name. And in his writings, he talks about the 40 different sects, at least 40 that I can remember,
Mhm.
and what they actually believed. Right.
So y'all,
And they
real
all
quick.
believed something different. Some of them believed a little bit of the same. Some you had some that were claiming they were Jews, but they were Greek philosophers.
Mm.
Depending on the location. So y'all, real
Your
quick.
guy Philo, he was in love with Plato, but he was a
Yeah,
Jew.
y'all, real quick. Go back to the Elephantine
He was in
Jews
love with
because
Plato,
y'all,
and
can you hear me?
so
Hold on, I'm sorry.
um, even when you get to
He
John,
can hear me. He
you
just
get to
can't stop.
John 1, and he starts talking about the logos, right? That's
Mm.
his take on Philo's work, but he sort of repackages it in a Hebrew context, right? When he's dealing with the logos, that comes from Philo,
Mm.
right? So you got the same thing today, man. Like you got One West, they have their own, and people don't realize and understand like the three card Monty that One West does, right? They hey look, they brothers. I appreciate a lot of what they do in the community, but when it comes to how they view scripture, that's how they view scripture. They created, they listen, One West is like I say it's like a board game that they created, right? So
Mm.
they create the rules, they create how you play, they create how you win, and they create how you lose, right? And so all their how they connect scripture is based on the rules of their board game. You're never going to beat them at that.
Mm.
So
You
so
understand
y'all,
what I'm
real
saying?
quick.
You're not going to beat that.
Y'all,
Gorilla Hebrew had his own board game. Sakari had their own board game, right? So
I like how you did that. I like how you did that.
so when they get into these things, you see that uh uh I mean, this is what you see even over our good brothers over in Demona. It happens. This is what they do. So what
Mm.
I come to some say other Yara got his own board game. You know what they call me? They say, "Oh, you just a revisionist." Okay, so be it. But to me, a real historian is a revisionist.
Mm.
A
A real
true
historian
historian.
is a real.
I
Well,
don't
hold
believe
on,
everything I read. I
hold
don't
on,
believe
y'all.
everything everybody tells me, right? So
Kind of
what
like
do I do? Like I'm reading from sources that I didn't write.
So
You
how was
know,
that
I'm taking sources
revision?
and information I didn't write, but I look
So
for
y'all,
the connective tissue for it, and I study both the pro arguments and the con arguments to everything. People talk about why do you believe Yeshua was a real person? Well, I believe Yeshua was a real person um, based on the amount of information that was written, right, about him. And I can separate the dogma. I don't have to believe in the Jesus that walked on water to say that Jesus was an actually real person, right?
mm.
People use comic books to argue against the Bible all the time, right? So people say, well, yeah, the Bible is like a comic book. It's just like Spider-Man uh, swinging on spider web in Manhattan. Well, Manhattan is a real place. We know that, right? but we know Spider-Man is not a real person, right? And people say that's just how the Bible is. Well, I say, well, that's false equivalency, because the Bible never tells us, its authors never tells us that they're creating fiction. That's not what you're saying. But I can show you many videos of Stan Lee saying, hey, I made up Spider-Man. I was doing this when I decided that I want a man to act like a spider. So that's a false equivalency. You see what I'm saying? We have the author of Spider-Man that tells us it's fiction, right? We don't have that with the Bible, right? Another thing, this is why I can agree with people who don't actually believe in most of who don't have who fought a religion. That's why people they look at me funny when I quote Bart Ehrman sometimes. I'm like, Bart Ehrman has some great points. The Bible was never written as one monolithic book. It's a compilation of different books. So why would I look for all of them to agree word for word, thought for thought?
And be on the lookout for
I
Bart
can write
Ehrman
about
coming
what
over
happened on
here.
9/11. I can tell you exactly what I was doing on 9/11. And I guarantee you, if I
I
asked
don't
you the
think y'all
same
can
thing,
hear
our
nobody.
stories wouldn't line up. But we
Be
do
on the
know
lookout
something
for Bart
happened that
Ehrman
day
coming
after
over
9/11.
here. We got him booked. He will be
And so
coming
that's how
over
you look
here
at the
in about
Bible.
30 days.
There's
I'm
some
not sure if
things
you can hear
that's
me.
written that's different. Now, by the time we get to the New Testament, and from the from the latter second century,
Brother
because people
Yara,
think that first century means 0 to 200. No, the second century is usually counted around 150 and upwards to the
Hold
second
up.
century.
Y'all, can you hear anybody else? I know you can hear me, but can you hear anybody else? Because
No, I can't hear anybody else. I can only hear you.
Yara, we've been trying to stop you for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I can only hear you. Is anybody else talking?
yeah, they said they were.
Yeah,
You might have to.
you're trying
Oh
to
yeah,
do
I
it.
might
I've
have to
been
come
trying
back
to.
come back in. Yeah, I can only hear you. That's why I'm
I've
responding to
been trying
you.
to. I've been trying to.
Let me.
I've been trying
That's
to
crazy.
jump
I'm gonna
in
go out and
since.
come back in. My
They
bad.
talking to you right now. Yeah, you got to drop down. Pull back
Yeah, I
up.
can't hear nobody but you, bro. All right, I'm gonna go out and come back in. Hold on.
I've been trying to jump in since the Elephantine Jews. But he, you know what I'm saying? He did make some good points. You were asking in regards to why they're so different denominations. I mean, I think a lot of times people can look at the same text and come to different conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
We both could read a text right now and both come to have different understandings of that text. So who would be right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I mean, and it's just like with people saying they're having like divine revelations, right? How can we tell this person that their divine revelation is they made it up because it's real to them?
Interesting.
I mean, that's what Paul did, and he wrote the whole Bible. Christianity is based off of that vision. He never really experienced
Yes.
Jesus. So, I mean, I wanted to talk about the Doceism a little bit more. I was having a conversation last time on this panel, actually, with the brother Dwayne. I never got to finish that conversation with him, but that was a real good, interesting conversation because he was a Christian Gnostic. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so he had a couple of different views that I hadn't heard of. I had to study the Nag Hammadi text. You know what I'm saying? Which was actually a group of books they discovered in like 1945 in Egypt. Like the book of what were they, like the book of Simon, the book of the Apostles, the book of John. So it was a lot of different books that I wasn't really familiar with. And once I did familiarize myself with, I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? They got the guy in there, Yada both.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And a lot of people appeal to that,
Mm-hmm.
and they try to do that without really tipping their hand,
Yeah.
because they don't want to be called pseudo or saying
Pseudo.
like it's crazy. Like, so when you
It's
hear
not.
people say they're giving affiliation to the unfathomable God, that's who they're
Yeah.
referring to, right?
Yeah.
That's clearly his
Not the boss.
title.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
So
it's like
Yes.
Yahweh is the demiurge of this world, so to speak,
Yeah.
in these texts. So
Yeah.
these
Evil
are.
demiurge, and that's how they looked at it. Yeah.
But what's crazy is y'all right, and this is why I'm coming with my own little argument that Jesus didn't have a physical body. Is because I'm looking at all these other texts now, and I'm including doceism in that, right? Because if Paul just had a revelation and he never met Jesus, right? Uh, so I mean, I don't know. What you say you believe in the physical Jesus, right?
Yeah, I believe he was an actual real person. Yes.
Just not divine.
No, not a. I don't think he was. I don't. You see a lot of even One West, right? When they talk about Jesus, because they believe. Well, no, I take that back. That's incorrect. Not One West. One West doesn't say that. But there are a lot of people, especially a lot of Christian churches, they believe Jesus was his mother was impregnated by a spirit, by the Spirit of God, right, or the Holy Spirit. In all terms and in all facts, a matter of definition, that is a demigod,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It is. Um, and so, but what's crazy to me in that Platoism, and so to me, I'm looking at Platoism and Zoroastrianism, right? So it kind of has the principles to whereas Jesus couldn't be divine because the physical body, the body of matter, is evil. It's dirty. It's not. There's nothing. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing divine about that. So a divine Jesus wouldn't have inhabited a material physical body. So that's kind of where I'm at with it right now. Um, in regard to the inhabitant of a divine God. With a physical, material body. I think even when you give the example of the resurrection, when he coming back and speaking to his disciples, of them not recognizing him and not being able to touch him, right? So I don't think Jesus had a physical body. I don't think he even existed as a Messiah. I do think he is basically a retelling of the Old Testament Joshua, Yeshua. Uh, we see Moses anointing Joshua, Yeshua, Jesus before before he dies. Yeshua, Joshua is the Messiah that actually leads them into um, the land of Canaan. We look at Revelation. Revelation is just a retelling of the story of Joshua, Yeshua, in the Battle of Jericho. The walking around the 7 times into a fall. So I don't see any. I don't. That hero motif and that resurrection motif that we see with Jesus already has existed before. So I don't think it's a retelling of something new.
Hey, I was told that Hebrew. I mean, I was always taught that like Hebrew was a language or it meant crossover. Well, when did it become a people? And I'm not trying to be combative. I'm really just trying to get the information.
I'm not. So I'm under the same understanding. The word Eber means to cross over. It probably was a person named Eber who did that, and his descendants became known um, under his name, Hebrews. You know, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Kind of like even like with Bit Omri, the descendant, his children were known as Amorites. You're kind of known as the house, your house family name. You know what I'm saying? Like if my name is the Smiths, all my children might be known as the Smiths. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of what it really is, the house of Smiths. You're known by that name. So I think Eber probably was a person with a name named Eber.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, according uh, to the biblical narratives, it gives us that Genesis chapter 10 through 11 talks about Eber, those
Mhm.
descendants. We can trace
Abraham through that, and then down through um, Jacob or Israel, and then through that, then we get the 12 tribes. Okay. So that would be, that would be the family name, right? That would be the family patriarch, right? Wouldn't Right. Right. necessarily be Abraham. It would be Eber or Ivri, right? Right. Ivri. I think what a lot of having, I was having this argument, I think, on here in the back chat, this discussion about, can you connect them to the Habiru, right? Or the Haparu? I think socially you can. So when people say that there's no actual connection, they're incorrect because the connection is Habaru, not ethnic. It's not an yeah, ethnic Habaru connection. would be just a general term, maybe for those Shashu groups, those nomadic Right, groups in general. Just somebody, a wanderer type of group of people. right, Anybody maybe could fit under the Habaru. Any nomadic group right. could be Habaru, possibly. Exactly. And so it wasn't until I think I had the discussion on here back here a couple of days ago, and I was saying, even if you just for a source, David Falk, he talks about that clearly. Um, there's no direct connection in regards to ethnicity between the Hebrew and Hebrews, right?
No.
Because you have to understand that although Israelites would be considered Hebrews, all Hebrews are not Israelites.
Right, because they're Jews, Jews from Judah.
Right.
Yeah. So all
Yeah.
Jews are
So they
Israelites.
would. Right. And
Yeah.
so because if you look into the social I would say social, I wouldn't say social economic, that's what I'm saying. But if you look into the social connection of Hebrews and the Habiru and the Israelites, you can clearly see a connection because then you would have Amorites and Israelites who can be considered Habiru,
Yeah,
right?
I wouldn't be
Because it's a
insecure with.
social class. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be insecure with calling Hebrews Habiru. They
Yeah.
would fall under that
Yeah.
classification for sure.
Yeah. They would
As
fall under that
as
classification,
with
right?
other groups.
Exactly, and that's the key right there. Is not a just a monolithic staple that's only owned by Israelites. It was a group of class of people, and you could see that going
Yeah.
all the way back to and from ancient Kemet all the way back to the Akkadian, right?
Yeah,
In
it's not an
cuneiform, they
ethnic.
talk about that, right? It's
Yeah,
not
it's
an
not a.
ethnic group, right?
Nope. It's not an ethnic indicator. It actually would be similar to the word Hyksos because it's more of a. Well, Hyksos would just mean ruler or foreign
Yeah,
ruler. It's a title. It's not a
it's just
people.
foreign ruler. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
foreign ruler, right? And it was only a group, not a nation. There was no nation of Hyksos,
So let's so
right?
let's so, let's- so let's use it like this because I would say all of those are these Amorite groups. So even the
I
Habaru,
will. Yeah, yeah, I
even the
agree.
Habaru and the Hyksos would be just. I would say the Hyksos would be the elite ruling class
Hmm.
of the Habaru,
Yeah, yeah, I agree with
so to
that
speak.
because I have I have a teaching where you see Nubians referred to as Hyksos.
They do. They are.
So you see what I'm saying?
Hekakasu.
Hekakasu, yes, absolutely. To be exact. So you just see that there is it's just like they call us Negroes today. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
but Negro is a Spanish word that just means black.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
I think people they get a lot of these conversations and these terms misconstrued because they're trying to argue with a confirmation bias instead of just saying, okay, yeah, there is some connection, you know, whether it's social, whether it's a social class or whether it's ethnicity or whatever. But no, I mean, there is a connection. Now, you may not like the connection,
but there is a connection, right? So
So
I
let me
mean,
so let me ask you a question, yeah, Rob, because a
uh-huh.
lot of times Hebrews get insecure with the word Amorite and things like, and Moabite. I don't see those insecurities with you. So if because kind of what we just said, if I suggest that the word Hyksos and Hebrew are really just Amorite titles, so is it biblically they may be called Israelites, but historically, is it more safe to say that that the Israelites are just another Amorite clan?
Yeah, they're definitely an Amorite group, and let me explain because some people gonna get all up in arms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, let me start you with a good read. I don't use it as a source often
Hmm.
because of when because of because of the lack of credentials that this person carried to a degree
Hmm.
and the age of it. But if you read Drusilla Dungy Houston,
I'm not
she
familiar.
yeah, she talks about and at the time, because she had so many limited resources, and that's why I really don't use her as a source as much. But she talks about the differences in the Amorites, right? So we know that it
Right.
means foreigner from the west, usually
Hmm.
when it's spoken about. But you also had Amorites who were to the east.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
you can have many different groups and clans and tribes that came out of those Amoritic groups,
Hmm.
right? So but later on what happens is people are confused because of what the Bible sort of uses the term as the sort of ethnonym for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So,
that's
and
where the
I agree.
confusion comes in at,
I
right?
agree
But
because
go
so
ahead.
yeah, right. Once I started, so this is what I did. I just started researching history, right? So I started with the Kingdom of Mari,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
and then I jumped over to the king to Yamhad,
Mm-hmm.
and then I went down to Ugarit. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And
Yep.
then I found Abar Amu.
Mm.
He's the king. And guess who he is? He's the father of Hammurabi.
Father of Hammurabi. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Ibar Amu.
Yep.
So what would that word? If I say Ibar Amu, that's Hebrew,
That's Hebrew or Eber or Ivri,
and then it's naming the tribe the Amu tribe.
the
So
Amu
it's
tribe, right?
the
And
Amu. Yeah,
and some argue that it is the Amu we see on the B'nai Hassan mural, right?
it is the Amu. Yeah,
So
that's interesting. Yeah.
yeah, and we know where they came from. They came into Egypt from Mesopotamia, from the regions due to
Mhm.
famine, right?
Yeah, that's dope. Yeah, for sure.
And then later on, then we see these people in Canaan.
That we might just identify it just right now. That's crazy because just looking at it, we just like a lot of times they make that argument about the Hammurabi Code, and
Yeah,
because all of these are lands in Canaan. We're talking
all of
about
you exactly.
yeah,
And so people get that's why I don't get up in arms when people talk about are Israelites Canaanites.
they
Well,
are.
they are because just like we're Americans, we're African
Hmm.
Americans, we're Black Americans. Our ancestry may not be from the Americas, right? Our origin, but we've been living in this land for so long, you got to be called that,
Gotta be.
right? It's just it's just a topographical understanding of where you are. And that's my same argument, when it comes to um I believe it's Ezekiel chapter 16. It's a reason why it says your father was an Amorite or something like that. Your mother was a Hittite.
And it called Jacob a wandering Aramean.
Exactly. And so why is it saying, why is it saying that? And they say, oh no, that was just God making fun of that was just Ezekiel the prophet making fun of. No, he was just telling you like
Where y'all from? Because
like you're not
either that or you from Egypt. You saying that 400 years you was in Egypt, you came out as an Ephraimite tribe or something.
yep.
Because you
Yeah.
spent 400 years somewhere, you got to be something to that.
Hey, listen, man. This is why I tell people. I say it a lot, and I mean it. You know, but I be on point. Like a lot of times, man. King J, people don't read, man.
They don't
And
read. Really.
all you got to do is read. I was just reading a canal, the translation of a written canal form of
Hmm.
a letter that um, uh, Queen Nefertari, I believe is who it was, or Nefertiri, Queen Nefertiri, sent to the queen of Hattusi, or the Hittite queen,
Hittite queen for
right?
sure.
And she was the Hittite queen sent her a letter saying, "Hey, look, how you feeling? How's your health? I heard you
Yeah.
wasn't feeling so well, whatever." And the
Hmm.
queen of Egypt responds back saying, "Hey, thanks for, pretty. I'm paraphrasing it. Thanks for reaching out, and peace to you. I'm going to send you a nice, beautiful gold necklace. I'm going to send you some
Yeah.
linen for the king to wear, uh, and thank you because." Your brother, it was Ramses the second. Thank you. It was Ramses the second. Thank you because your brother,
Mm.
right? She was talking about that the queen of the Hittites was actually related to Ramses the second. That was
Yeah.
his sister. That's what she was
Yeah.
writing, and it's written in
Yeah.
cuneiform. And she's saying,
Mhm.
like thank you because your brother and I thank you for your well wishes. So we don't really
Makes sense.
understand
Makes
until we
sense.
actually start to read how interconnected these people were,
Yeah, because
right?
the Hittites used to send.
Because what it does is it puts these people in places. So when you start talking about the Hittites, right,
Uh-huh.
in the Hittite kingdom, right, which I got a whole series on the Hittites, because people say, well, no, these were Europeans and these people are no, these were black Africanoid people. I can prove it to you and show it to you, right?
Uh-huh.
All up in Anatolia, they were black people, right? Um, that when they talk
Well,
about that in
you
the
gotta be
in the
careful with
biblical
those
text in
Anatolian
Ezekiel, when he
farmers,
says your
though.
father was an Amorite and your mother was
Yeah,
a Hittite, he's talking about the origins of those people,
up in Turkey for
the
sure.
origins of the Israelites. That's what he was saying. Now, people they're not gonna like that because they always on this, Israel only. But Israel only in the biblical text ain't never been Israel only to that to
But
degree
and it
when you're
makes sense
talking about
because
blood and nativity.
it
They
makes sense
all mixed
because
up in these. They all mixed up,
yeah,
right?
it makes sense
And they was
because
doing
Abraham.
this
I think you can
often,
hear me again.
right? Even during the time of the Exodus, and I land right here, it says that they came out of Egypt as a mixed multitude. It didn't break down to who those people of mixed multitude were. It just says they were a mixed multitude, but they all were called Israel. There's a point to be made here. I can't hear anybody. Maybe I can't hear anybody else.
Can you hear me now, Yara?
King J, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Nope. I'm go out and come back
I can
in.
hear you. I can hear
Uh,
you, but King J, you can't hear King J. I'm in the whip on the way back to the house right now. I'll be back at the house in like 15 minutes.
you say you could hear me still, A1, or you can't hear Yara?
I can hear you. Y'all entered the
I can.
studio. Let me add him back up here. Add to stage.
Yeah, my bad. I was just going to get too quiet. I was like, let me check and
You
see
can
if
hear.
I can
You can
get
hear me
in.
now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you
I'm
now.
happy you caught on, y'all right.
Yeah. I was like, it's too quiet up here. Let me, ain't nobody saying that. Let me go back.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. But yeah, Yara, a lot of times those Hittites was sending those wives to Egypt. So
That's
you know
right.
they having children with the wives that are being sent. So maybe
Yep.
Ramses was a child of one of the Hittite wives of one of the Egyptian pharaohs.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I haven't read that myself, but yeah, it's possible. I
I
don't
mean, that's
deny
what you
anything.
said. If you said that he in the cuneiform that it said that
Yeah,
that was his
yeah,
brother. That's
yeah,
what had it.
yeah,
It got to be
yeah,
that then.
yeah. That's
They done
exact,
sent
bro.
one of the Hittite wives,
Yeah,
and
I agree with that. But I was I, from how I read it. I'm gonna try to find a source and share it. From what my understanding was that it was it was so we know that during the Battle of Kadesh, they were fighting against the Hittites, right?
Okay, yeah, that time period, it was a whole coalition.
Yeah, whole coalition. And so I think that there is a story where one of the later on at some I don't know if it was the same time period during the Battle of Kadesh or is it
I was just
Carmel?
going to say just to familiarize myself. Are we talking about between like 1279 and between
Yeah,
1200?
I think it's 1279 around there. I think where it talks about one of those Egyptian pharaohs ran up until the hit he ran up to the Hittite kingdom looking for safety.
That's Ramses. It's gonna be Ramses or Amenhotep the third, I think. Amenhotep the third is
Yeah.
before is like 1350 BC, and
Okay.
then
So I,
Ramses the second to be about 1279, like Amara West time. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think it may be around that time. I got to go back and verify, but we're right there with those two pharaohs.
Murder Patah is 1208.
1208. Yeah, I think that's
That's
too
too far. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's too
So
far. So I think it might be Amenhotep the second.
Ramses. You said
Or
Amenhotep.
Ramses. It could be Ramses the second though, right? Wouldn't that be Ramses the second?
It probably. So yeah, 'cause I'm thinking you're talking about 1249 BC. It's like the Battle of Kadesh. It's around that
Yeah,
time period, like in the middle
yeah.
1200s.
Okay, so when's the Battle of Carmel?
I'm not sure,
I'm not sure. Okay, I gotta figure that out. But I think you're
but
right
it's
though.
all during the same time period
But
up
it's
to
all during that
close to
same time
yeah.
period. So one of those
Mhm.
pharaohs ran up into the Hittite kingdom, and he was there among there,
That's
or I could be
Ramses.
wrong. Is that Ramses?
That's Ramses. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's kind of what the cuneiform letter was sort of like confirming this, right? And I
hmm
was
hmm
fascinated with the fact that she could write in cuneiform. She didn't
hmm
even write none of those, but so they could,
You know,
they
they
were.
had translators and people. You know,
Yep,
that spoke. That's why they sent people to live with so they could learn the language and go
that's
back
right.
and teach them. You know,
Yep.
to each other.
Yep. And we saw. I mean, we see this stuff all the time. So it's a lot more things are more
It is.
interconnected than what
It is.
we
And you
really
know what I want to learn? I
understand.
want to learn about is the connection between Nubia and the Semitic people. It's so much more that's like we don't know because we know about the little letter that they intercepted, but there's
Yep.
I found like some more correspondences between like it seemed as damn near if it's Kush fucked with the Levantine area more than they did with Egypt.
Yeah, I agree with it, and I think that some proof to that is when Hezekiah reaches out, who we know is a real person, when he reaches out to
Mhm.
Taharka.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
Taharka is a Nubian king,
Yep. Yep.
right? So,
Yep.
and he reaches out to him because he can find some safety, and so they basically he agrees to sort of become a vassal
Mhm. Yeah.
to Taharka, right?
That's to Kush.
And to help him battle against the Assyrians. So, um,
Yeah.
we clearly see those connections, and there's some fringe arguments out here. And I say there's always some truth to everything, but I don't quote them a lot because they're just fringe arguments. So
Right.
I don't really give people that information. But there are fringe arguments that make for good reading. That I think during or right before World War II, I think maybe around 1940 or during, or maybe like around 1941 or something like that, they found a pharaoh um, in ancient Kemet down in that Nubian region. Um, they found an ancient pharaoh who was when they went into his tomb what they found, and there were more riches and more artifacts than even Tutankhamun's tomb. But we never hear about this pharaoh,
Mm-hmm.
right? But they have it. They have it. They have everything that they found in that tomb. They have it. The sarcophagus and everything. They have it. Even the bones, they have it. There's a
Mm-hmm.
French argument that this tomb, whom they refer to, this pharaoh, they refer to him as the silver pharaoh, right? So what they call him the Silver Pharaoh. He has many different throne names. That one of his throne names is basic. He's connected to, or could possibly be, King David, because he's
Oh,
placed at the same time that the biblical narrative tells us King David is actually ruling, right? So maybe around
mm.
1000 BCE. You also find
Or
in that
after, would
tomb.
David be after Solomon?
No, here's the thing. I'm getting ready to say. No, Solomon's 950, 980, 950, 980, 980,
Mm-hmm.
950
Mm-hmm.
BCE. So that's right around the same time. So they
Mm-hmm.
would have been living at the same time to a degree.
Temporary.
Yeah, and contemporary. Yeah. So, and here's another thing. I'm glad you brought up Solomon, because in that mortuary complex where they found this silver pharaoh, they
Mm-hmm.
also found mortuary tomb of his son Simon. Now, if you look at who Solomon is, if you
Mm-hmm.
take that name Solomon and Simon, it's the same meaning, right? It's soul, or so, because Solomon's name is an Egyptian name, right? People don't really understand that. It's soul Amun, right?
So I would
Um,
so I would, my understanding would say, when I would look at SLMN.
mhm,
So I would
mhm,
just say salam. I would actually say shalom,
mhm. You think
and
so?
I would say come with, yeah, more than
More
the
than
so Salmon.
mhm.
Because you're saying it's so a S and a L, and then there would be a Amon, a Aleph,
Yeah. It's so from
Aleph.
SIA uh MUSI is what Siamun, yeah, SIAAMUN or
So
something
you
like that. Siamun.
you're saying shit Lamad Aleph Min, then it'd be like
Mm. Yep.
a none.
Hmm. Yep.
I would just say shalom. I would say peace.
Yep.
Shalom.
Amun.
Shalom. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In that same mortuary, like I said, around that same mortuary tomb. Then they have a connection to um there's also a connection made, and like I said, this is all French theories,
Yeah.
man. That's why I
Yeah.
didn't forget. It
Mm-hmm.
just makes a good read.
I, I
Um,
li- I like when historically, like, I like to say, I don't really see too much about, before Iron Age, and I could prove, historically, as far as Israelites. I think
mhm,
maybe starting like 800-900 BC, I would be like, okay, yeah, now I see King Jehu, now I see King Adad, now I see Jehush, now I see Omri, I see Hosea. I could
mhm.
actually make an argument, with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, and so
But
but my argument, and I get that a lot of times too. So like, yeah, like definitely, like undeniably, like so like even with the Tel Dan Stele and different things like that, and
mhm,
King Jeho, and we're talking about the Amorite dynasty, we know that that's we have at least from that time to Hezekiah, it's slightly even before we have about
Hezekiah is the son of Ahaz. So, like,
yeah, yeah.
they real
So
people. But, like, I think, like, even like Daniel, I think these are like just hero mythos. You know.
yeah, I don't like I said, my problem is that when people use the term mythos or
Mhm.
mythology or myth, they think that that means not
It didn't
real.
occur. It didn't ever occur. Right.
Yeah, but sometimes you can clearly, like we know um there's a mythos that exists with uh all of 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 people in ancient history that comes with
Mhm.
certain elements. Like there's a mythos with Abraham Lincoln, right?
Right.
There's a mythos with George Washington, right? Like we don't, there's no evidence he chopped down a cherry tree. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
who's it? Isaac Newton. There's no evidence that was it him? They say an apple fell out the tree and hit him in the head, and he came up with the theory of gravity. Like there's no
Mhm.
no evidence that that ever happened. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. But
But
they're
these are things
associating these narratives of greatness.
exactly. But that doesn't mean that that person did not exist. And that's my argument with the biblical narrative. Like that's
So
why I
do you
said I
think they're the
believe
so
Jesus.
are you
Go ahead.
suggesting that they're the biblical narrative is the source of the mythos, or that there are earlier mythos stories that it just seems to be a shared culture,
I
sort
wouldn't
of a
I wouldn't necessarily say shared. I think my view of it is a little bit more diabolical than that.
mm,
So I think that they used a lot of ancient mythos
mhm,
to get to make this new religion, and I said
mhm,
the apostolic or the church fathers, not the apostolic fathers. That's Peter, them, not those guys, but later on, right in the second century, those apostolic church fathers, right? Those
mhm,
not apostolic, but those church fathers, right? Not the apostolic church fathers, but those church fathers that they used elements of ancient culture to make
mhm.
this new religion
Yeah.
more palatable to the people who were only used to worshiping these ancient deities like
Who they were who
Dionysus.
they tailored it to who they were trying to subdue
Yeah,
or
yeah, that's
yeah
how. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Now, Israelites and Christians they get mad at me when I say it, but like is like you're not gonna say like that's like we only like the story of the dying and rising savior's motif doesn't exist before you get to Yeshua. Of course it does. But what makes it unique, what makes his story unique is that this is the only deity that claims that it dies for the sins of humanity.
But see,
That's
that's
what
where I would. But see, this is where I would argue against there is no physical Jesus, because if you're saying the dying and rising God cults, then we have to look at Osiris being like the Lord of Wine. We could look at Inanna and Tammuz. We could look at Adonis. To me, Romulus is Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to talk about Dionysus. You know what I'm saying? It's being like all these are like the God of wine. And what does Jesus do? He turns water into wine. So it's
well,
like.
yeah, but it's not necessarily, if I may, it's not necessarily saying that they're one and the same or of the same, but this is an antithesis or anti
Mhm.
Dionysus story.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because they
Yeah,
have
this
to show
membership. Mhm.
preeminence over these deities. That's what I was saying earlier
Right.
about Typhoon, right? And Seth. So there's even some stories where they believe that Osiris was actually Dionysus.
Right. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
so when
Because
you have
they're all the Lord of wine.
yeah, so when you have the right, so when you have when you have these myths that are actually so ingrained and prominent for millennia,
Hmm.
right? To bring in order for a new belief system to survive, it has to show some preeminence or
Hmm.
authority over the old gods,
Hmm.
or it
Hmm.
won't survive.
The
You see,
pantheon. Yeah.
they can't say that this is Dionysus all over again, or as it dies.
Right. It would die. It wouldn't be. Yeah. So they have
You
to
see what I'm
remold it.
saying? They can't
Hmm.
say that Yahweh is Zeus or it dies.
Hmm.
You see, because then people would say, "Why do I have to give up my old gods if it's the same thing? Why tear? Why tear the temples down? Why change the temples?"
Hmm.
Which is what
Yep.
we know Constantine did.
Hmm.
He took the
Yep.
Greek gods and named them after the apostles.
Hmm.
We know that's
Cultural,
what he did. That's a fact, right?
cultural
It's
diffusion.
exactly. So now you have the creation now of the Catholic Church. You take these priests of the temples and you put them in cardinal robes and different things like that. Now you have a whole nother priesthood
Hmm.
that seemingly is untainted and uncorrupted.
Right.
You see what I'm
Same old
saying?
shit. Just
Because this is
repackaged.
what people are arguing against, that these people who were in the temple of these priesthoods in the temple of Diana and
Uh-huh.
Aphrodite, and that they were
Uh-huh.
taxing the people. They
Right.
were
That's yeah.
oppressive, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's corrupt. So now the people are rebelling. So what do? Now you have to create them something,
Mm, mm,
right? To
mm,
quench the people. You have to create them something now. But
mm,
you have to create them something that has to have an element of truth in it, right?
mhm.
So now people can say, I remember the man Jesus. I remember the things that he taught.
Right, right,
And so
right.
now you get later
Mhm.
on, years later, and you say, well, he's as great as any demigod, right? Because
Mhm.
now he's the product of now we have what they call it, what, the hypostatic union. He's fully God and fully man.
No, yeah.
That's the whole Catholic concept. But Christians believe that. But they are Christians. You know what I'm saying? Modern day Christians, they believe
Mhm.
that. He's fully God, fully man. But he never said that.
Yeah, and Irenaeus definitely speaks against that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and so, but people feel like in order for you to be an Israelite, in order for you to be have a concept of that, that you have to agree with the dogma. And I'm telling people, like, no, like
Mhm.
Erasmus tells us that there were things that they forced him to put into his translations that people read today
Exactly.
that was
Are you
never
familiar?
there.
Are you familiar with Valentinus?
Yes.
Okay, it's Valentine's Day. That's why I mentioned him. But yeah,
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
was had their was different teachers was kind of spreading their own
Yeah.
interpretation of the scriptures at that time. So
Exactly. And to Valentinus, that's why it's so big. People don't even realize why it's there, because his whole thing was about love, right? This was his
exactly.
this was his argument, was love, but
Hmm.
it was deeper than that, right? So that's why you connect the Cupid, right? You connect the Cupid with Valentine's Day, these little
Yeah,
baby angels. That all that stuff is Greek philosophy. That was
yeah,
actually a
yeah,
Greek deity.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And
The
because
secret
he
knowledge.
talked about love, they connected that imagery of the Cupid with Saint Valentinus. You see what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
so, but he talks about agape love, which is the love that is an unconditional love. He talks about phileo love, I think, which is love between a man and a woman, right? He talks about the different degrees of love, but it's Greek philosophy.
The
You
secret
see?
knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's deep. Yeah, and so it's kind of like you have to study this. I believe just to be able to get an understanding of how the Bible was created and what texts were used and why they were. So it's
yeah,
interesting for sure. Like the
yeah,
Sethite, the Simonian sects, the different.
yep.
Like you need to familiarize. It needs it in your arsenal to be able to have a good conversation. I think.
Yeah, you got to be able to, um, and that's why certain captains got mad at me when I was like, "No, bro, you got to study outside the book."
You do. You do. You just
But
can't
like
have
I
it.
say, when they create their board game is you can't go outside the book or you lose.
That's how they holding themselves back. I just
but but hey, I don't have to rock with that. That's why I say, look, it doesn't matter. That's why I tell people a lot of times, like I said earlier, winning a debate sometimes ain't got nothing to do with truth. It's about likability, personality,
yeah.
and who you can get to persuade you. Because
So what
they,
would you agree with that with like the Inky and Unk battles debates? Because Inky, I think a lot of times lost the debate as far as information, but with his theatrics and his music videos and stuff, halftime shows, he may have won the debate. You feel me? So it's
yeah,
like,
I
is that a
think,
good example?
yeah, I think that there are some things that I agree with Inky. There are some
Hmm.
things I agree with him, but. Ankh ain't gonna give it to you like that.
He's
Right.
gonna
No.
say, "This is what the scholars say. Here's
Uh-huh.
the sources. Go do your homework."
Exactly.
You're not gonna win the debate, bro.
You're not gonna win a debate like that. Even if the information is correct, that's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
right.
you're not gonna win a debate, bro. Because that's not what this is,
No.
right? I'm talking about the debate platforms, including this one. Even though my brother's doing good, I love his aesthetics, man, and I like either. But that ain't what this is. That's it. But I will say, bro, you winning, man. Keep doing what you're doing, A1.
For sure.
You
For
winning.
sure. Thank you.
Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate
But
you.
that's not what this space is. This space
Mhm.
is more WWE than information. Because people can come on and they not gonna care what the hell you got to say.
Mhm.
They don't really care what you got to say. They gonna
Mhm.
come on because they don't like something you said 2 years ago and they remember they didn't like it, so they don't like you now. You
Right.
understand? And then you'll
Crazy.
say something, they say, "Oh yeah, I rock with that." So yeah, maybe I can like you the whole time,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, what plagues our people, what I see the biggest thing is versus some of these other people's debate platforms, we not gonna go vet nobody's information.
Mhm.
They're not gonna go vet what I say. They're not gonna go vet what you say. They're not gonna go vet what Ankh say. They're not gonna go vet what Inky say. They're not gonna go vet what nobody say. They just gonna say, "Nah, I like him better than him." I keep telling people like, you're never
So
gonna.
it's not about the information. It's like they personality worshiping.
Yeah, it's personality worship. It's the WWE.
That's
You know what I'm
funny.
saying? It's the
Mhm.
WWE. It's what it is. It's just like we on a, this. Look what we got in the background now. This is the Titans, man. You come in here and you gonna come in
Man,
here. It's either gonna be thumbs up or thumbs down.
man.
You know what I'm saying? They're gonna give you the Julius Caesar, the Caligula, thumbs up or thumbs down.
Mm-hmm.
You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who's getting sacrificed today? Who the
Yeah. These
people gonna shout? We want their head off today.
tough environments for sure.
That's what it is, bro. And
Yeah.
but that's our people. Our people like it's a sweet. What the unique thing about this though is that we've made this a sport when nobody
Mm.
else thought to do that.
Mm.
But if we're not smart enough, we're gonna lose that too, because somebody's gonna take it. And I'm
Monopolize.
starting to see it. I'm
Yeah.
starting to see people have debates. They got big screens in the background with
Man.
3D and 4D imaging going, and they got debaters going. And I'm like,
Mhm.
they wasn't doing that until they started watching us.
Hey, one mic can speak on it in regards to because I've been seeing it a lot on TikTok, the explosion on the debates and stuff like that, where people are doing a lot more debates on TikTok
Yeah,
than ever before.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And so, and when you listen to them, it's not that they're giving better information.
They're not.
It's just that for our people, we still carry a sickness where we think that the European is more believable than your own
Hmm.
brother.
Hmm. Hmm.
So we fall into that category a lot, right? So, you know, but then again, too, I'm not a person that says you can only find truth in African American or African sources. No, you can find a
Right.
lot of truth in European sources. Why? Because they're most of the times they're the ones that's actually doing the groundwork.
Hmm.
Either whether it's because of economics or whatever, we're not physically able to do it, but they're able to do it.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So we gotta take what they bring to us, but then we have to start to vet that, right?
Hmm.
So when you vet that, you might say, "Yeah, I see what they say here, but I don't. I disagree with what it says here." That's why I respect a lot of what Smash Rockwell does, because even
Definitely.
though he goes into the TLA, he'll say, "You know what? I see what those Germans wrote here, but this is what I've studied, and this is what it should say."
Hmm.
Now, ain't nobody calling him a revisionist.
Right. I mean, yeah.
but they'll call me one if I say, the Bible says this right here. This is what these church fathers put in here, but that ain't what should be here. And you know for a fact that Mark chapter 16, verses 9 through whatever,
They
wasn't in
added
the
that shit.
original text. So
Erasmus
somebody
added that
revised it.
shit. Like I mean, like it's crazy. I hate Revelations and all that. I'm like, once you understand how it was created, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, like why y'all what's the problem? And that's
It's definitely
because
a revisionist a revisionist text.
it's a revisionist text. Anytime you omit something or add something to
Bad.
what was there to what was not there, you revised it,
Yep. Yep.
right? And for me and how I'm studied, I'm not obligated to hold that as truth. Once I come into the knowledge that that's what happened, I'm no
Once you
longer
know better.
obligated to hold to that, and I'm not gonna and I'm not gonna bring that to you as fact.
Yeah.
See, that's intellectual dishonesty.
It is.
So
It is.
I don't. I try to stay away. Not a lot of people don't agree with my arguments or understand my art. That's because 9 times out of 10, bro, I'm reading what you're not reading.
Mm-hmm. You
I'm
don't bring
studying.
much. You don't bring much speculation. You bring primary sources. Really, if it's not
Yeah,
something that we can, go look up for sure and
yeah,
verify, you're not
yeah,
really gonna bring it up. So,
yeah. And sometimes, I might want some. I might want something to say something, but if it
mm-hmm.
don't say it, what I'm gonna do?
We're not gonna read into it. Yeah, we're just gonna just read it for what it
You see
is.
what I'm saying? What I'm gonna do?
Contextualize. So,
You see what I'm saying? So I don't. You know,
mm-hmm.
I don't. I don't hold the view of the Bible that way because I don't. Some people have to do it because they needed to understand why their life is the way that it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they didn't have the Bible, they wouldn't know who to blame.
Mm-hmm.
They'll blame
See, I
everybody
think I
and
think
everything
it's a
but
tool.
themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
think you see it as a tool. You're not indoctrinated. I don't think like most people are, as far as like this is what it says. Like you're able to take it for what it is. If there's something that contradicts it historically, I think you would go with what historically instead of you know.
Yeah, because if you're telling me if what you're reading in the Bible, and when I say that, I'm talking about outside of the dogma. I don't even deal with
Mhm.
that, right? I don't even deal with that. But if you tell me everything, if I'm looking at it, everything else in there, if I say that it's true, if I say this factual, then I shouldn't have difficulty or as much difficulty finding an extra biblical source that agrees with it.
Right, right. That agrees with it.
You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
like so that's how I view the text. Do
And
that
you know
mean I
what?
have to throw it away? No. Why would I have to throw it away?
And you know what? Just like with the Mobite Stella,
Hmm.
you get there. You generally just get the perspective of the victorious one.
That's right.
You know,
Exactly.
that's really what you get in the Bible. You may get their the event may happen, but you may be just getting their interpret, because a lot of times I think even that instance you brought up in Kadesh, if we read the Egyptian text,
Hmm.
they act like they actually won that battle
Yeah,
when really it was more.
they won that battle,
Yeah,
but they did it.
it was a
You know,
draw.
it was a draw pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so it was
in the Bible, I keep telling people like the Bible is written by a specific.
propaganda.
It's written by a
Propaganda.
specific, a specific group of people who
Hmm.
were tired of getting smacked around.
Hmm. Hmm.
They're tired of getting smacked around. They're tired of being in going into captivity for 400 years here, 200 years there, another 200 years there. Like they're tired of that. So what you think they're gonna say?
Uh-huh.
We deserve to be downtrodden like this?
Nah.
They're gonna tell you, yeah, we may have been the least, but now we're the greatest. We the least, now we're the chosen. What you think they're gonna say?
Yeah. Rewriting that stuff. Revisionist.
What you think they gonna say? But is there
Revisionist.
some is can I say is there some truth in what they're reading and what they're recording, yes, can I say
Yeah.
this person is? If I can verify, yeah, this person that we know Hezekiah was the king. We
Mm-hmm.
have evidence for that.
Mm-hmm.
So is that a lie? No,
No.
right? But can we say, his lineage, only goes back to, so we don't have that type of physical evidence for
Right.
Abraham. That's why I
Right.
wouldn't debate the young brother Humble. He wanted to debate
Mhm.
me, was Abraham a real person? If you ask me my position, I would say yeah, but can I debate that?
Can you
I can
prove
only
it?
debate it for an indirect argument.
Now, I would say Abraham was more of a title. Could we find somebody in history that could identify with the biblical figure Abraham? Possibly,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
right?
It's indirect.
Corresponding to a time period that where Abraham may have lived. We could
Yeah.
look at the Beni Hassan mural and say that the Abisha or whatever the may possibly could have been Abraham. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there are
So
some arguments out here that have actually
yeah,
tried to make that claim that
yeah.
Abisha that you
Hmm.
see in there that actually is Abraham, right? There's some
Hmm.
arguments to that,
Exactly.
some etymological arguments that they made, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And will it line up? That's why I mean we know that they were coming in here during that time period during the
Hmm.
famine. That's what the biblical narrative says about Abraham. He came down in this way because of famine. That's really what was going on, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
So can we make those correlations, or can we say that's a cultural memory?
Right. Yeah.
More than
Yeah.
likely, it's probably a
Hmm.
cultural memory of
Hmm.
something that actually did happen,
That's something I did. Yeah, for sure.
you know? But
Yeah, that's a
can
good conversation.
can we say with this actual individual, like you just can't. So I can make an indirect argument because I remember when I first came into this community, one of the biggest arguments they used to make about why Abraham wasn't a real person, they go into the Bible where it talks about Abraham and it says Abraham had camels. He was traveling with camels.
We know camels don't exist in that time period.
And they would say camels don't exist in the time era, but Dravidians did like a distant relationship to a camel, right? Or sort of not say
Hmm.
distant, but a relationship to a camel.
Or the
Well,
two
guess
hump
what they found
camels.
a couple of years ago? They went down into those areas in the Levant where Abraham would have traveled near where modern day ancient Haran is, right down in there,
Hmm.
and they found these giant motifs of camels carved in the rock.
Right.
So guess
I
what they
remember.
started doing? People stopped making that argument.
Yeah. Yeah. As they
But but
discover as we
but
discover
but
more. Yeah.
exactly. But guess what? That's still not direct evidence of Abraham.
No.
I can make an indirect argument based on the scripture,
Hmm.
but I can't make a direct argument. But does that mean he did not exist? No, it doesn't.
Hmm.
It just means I don't have the evidence for it,
Hmm.
right? What we would consider archaeological evidence, anthropological evidence. We don't have that now. In some, I think in the Mari tablets, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken,
Right.
they talk about a Abraham, I believe, or Abram, like
Hmm.
you know, in the Bubasite gate. It talks
Yeah.
about the field of Abram.
Yeah, and it talks about how the kings make that it was a specific path that Abraham went through. That it was.
Yes,
Yeah, so
yeah. So why
yeah,
would
I
they?
mean,
So who would be making that up?
yeah, nobody.
You see what I'm saying? They could have put anybody's name in there. Why Abram?
Hmm.
And I tell people if you really want to like start digging into it, they say, well, his name was Abraham. No, the Bible
No.
says his name was Abram and it was changed to Abraham. And the only people that would have been calling him Abraham as his descendants.
Hmm. Right.
No one else
Because
outside of that would have been calling him Abraham because now Abraham is a title given to a person who's the head descendants of that lineage of people.
particularly, yeah, exactly.
But
And the Ham
Abram,
wasn't added until you came into the Levant.
exactly. And the Ham has a significance, right? It's just a significance that actually tells you this is Abraham of the many or the multitude, right?
Uh-huh.
Or
Uh-huh.
or those of the ancestor of that generation, right? These are the people of that these many generations. So, like,
Patriarchal.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly. So,
uh-huh.
but that still doesn't give us scientific evidence that Abraham
Mhm. This person actually lived as a actual.
actually,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
see what I'm saying? So, like,
Mhm.
you can make a bunch of you can make a bunch of arguments based like Genesis chapter 14, right? It talks about the five kings that Abraham went to war with, right?
Right.
Um, I remember I had a debate with Chris about Chedorlaomer, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
King Chedorlaomer. Like, yeah, I show evidence that they've actually found that king in cuneiform writings. They found
Oh
his
yeah,
name. So
it's great Assyrian and Babylonian
yeah,
text. Yeah, like that's a
exactly.
good. Oh, that's where I go for my primary sources a lot.
Yeah.
To the
And so,
Babylonian and Assyrian.
yep, exactly. Exactly. So I know he was a real person. So the Bible
Mhm.
actually does, based on the timeline, actually puts Abraham in the time when Chedorlaomer would have been around. They would have been contemporaries.
You know what, Yara? And I was crazy because I was just reading this yesterday. I was just, and this is how I'm just like learning more. It's like I'm just going through the different edicts. I was reading the edict of Cyrus yesterday. I was
Mm-hmm.
reading the different edicts of Darius, and it literally tells how they were in the Bible, where it talks about the disbursements and how Ezra was sent back. And it literally tells how they, went and made the edit
Yep.
to send them back.
Yep. To send
So
it
it's
back.
like it's historically, it's like
Right.
so. A lot of
Yeah.
times Hebrews just don't have good arguments, but like
They
if
don't
they
have good
actually know,
arguments, right? And that's why in Isaiah chapter 45, Cyrus, who's a non-Israelite, is referred to as a Messiah.
Mhm.
Why?
Yep.
Because he actually saved Israel from their enemies and allowed them to go back and build that wall,
They did.
even though,
The Persians saved. Yeah, the Persians were the
yeah,
ones who basically liberated them from from the
exactly.
Syrians.
Exactly. And it lines up. And so this is why I say, even with that, even though, and see, here's what people, like I say, they don't read. Even though Cyrus gives that edict, it doesn't happen in his lifetime.
No,
King Darius
Darius,
has to
yes,
come and allow them to
yes,
actual do it. And they have
because
to come and treat him and say, look, King Cyrus said we can do it.
yeah, because the people was crazy is that, and this is a good conversation. The people that were trying to stop them were their very own the Sumerians.
Was the
When they sent back
Sumerians.
when they went back to build the temple, the people they didn't want to let them help them build it, and they
Yep.
was like they damn near told on the people. Like
Yep. 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 And
that's
see, listen.
crazy.
And listen, also in that edict, this is why I say that's why you have to get rid of. That's why I don't deal with the dogma. You'll spend 100 years
Mhm,
arguing who walked on water. But if you go
mhm,
into these extra biblical sources and you
mhm,
line it up and you start saying, okay, yeah, that happened, that happened. We can show this in 100. That's what I was saying. I was telling
mhm,
somebody before. I was like, when you look at that particular part of history,
mhm.
you can clearly see where um you can clearly see where um during those times,
Everybody
uh,
was.
yeah, that's what was happening. And then listen to
Mhm,
this, right? So a part of the edict that Cyrus gives and King
mhm.
Darius actually sort of almost kind of adds to it a little bit. He
He did
said,
because
give
he
them
said,
all
"Make
the money they
yep,
need.
yep."
And guess what? And guess what he did? He
Mhm.
said, look, they need people to help them. And guess who he sent to help them? The
Yeah.
captives who tried to enslave the Israelites. He said, y'all send them back and help them build. And so when I think I was telling Bakwash, I'm going to call you out because you tried to argue with me on this. When he was
Mhm,
asking me about Isaiah in the prophecies in Isaiah, there's certain things happen. When was our enemy was going to be under our feet? I said that
for
happened
sure. This is
under
the person,
King Darius and King Cyrus
Ezra.
edict. It
Yep,
happened
yep,
already.
yeah, yeah.
It
Yeah.
happened already. You can go to the
Made them
extra
their
biblical
footstool.
source and read it.
But they'll say, oh, you're not an Israelite. You don't believe what the Bible says. Oh, I believe exactly what that says because I can show it to you right here.
Yep, in real history, in real
In
time.
real history. They listen, they sent those people, they sent the enemies of Israel back after the Persians defeated them. They sent them back and said, go help them build that city.
And pay them.
And pay. Exactly.
Pay them to do it.
And pay,
And gave
and I said,
and gave them back all the gold.
yep.
Gave them back the Ark of the Covenant.
Yep.
Gave them
Yep.
back all they shit.
Give it back. And that's what it says. So when Isaiah says, and everything shall be restored to you, that's what happened.
That's what happened.
They wrote it right there, bro. So when you got these super brews telling me, oh no, see, that ain't happened yet, because this gonna happen in the future when Jesus come back, he gonna make everybody valid. No, he not, bro. That ain't what it's telling you. Stop
That ain't
doing
what it said. Yeah.
Stop doing that. That's not right. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
You gotta
that's
reach
why
into.
I'm not the most popular Israelite. But I don't
Yep.
give a damn about the being the most popular Israelite because I can read.
Probably the most smartest.
You see what I'm saying? Because I
That's a
can read.
difference.
So and I don't have to lay down being an Israelite because I've already told you I'm an Israelite through conversion. I don't have to
Mhm.
argue. I don't have to argue. That's my
Mhm.
choice.
Yeah. And real quick before I get off, because I was supposed to get
Yeah.
off about 3 hours ago, but we started talking.
Yeah, I
But
gotta jump on too.
Real
Darius,
quick,
I
a
was reading about
word
them
from
edicts. Go ahead.
our
Before they enter the
sponsors.
Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
This is tomorrow, 7 p.m. Don't miss it. Elder Yara will be stepping into Argument Alley prime time tomorrow. Be there. Back to you, gentlemen.
Nah, yeah, he snapped with your shit.
Hey man, he
With the
cold with
glut.
that, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. Much love to A1, man. He killed that, bro. Like
I like that
that's
suit.
a talent, bro. That's a talent, bro. I hope you figure out how to make that into a business if you haven't already, man.
We got
Graphic
one right
design.
here, baby. This is it.
Yeah, yeah, because bro, hey, listen, bro. Like that's powerful right there, bro. That's powerful.
Appreciate
But
you, man.
yeah,
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Hey
real
man, I
quick,
gotta
yeah,
jump off, man.
right. Oh yeah, I was just gonna end it with this real quick.
Uh-huh.
Definitely enjoyed the bill. Yeah, right. We were just the conversation kind of just flowed. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
definitely enjoyed it. But yeah, them the Darius I discovered
Mhm.
in regards to like the per unct, right? Even with he sent back the Ezra, he also gave permission for the Egyptian temples to be rebuilt as well. So
That's a fact.
that's something that I was just reading up on too. So I mean, information to me is is learning new information is exciting. So I mean, I just like
That's
to
a
read,
fact.
but
That's a fact. And then too, that Darius was not an actual. It's a title.
mm,
People don't realize that Darius is a title. It's a title.
hmm
So
hmm
because you'll see he had another name, right? Just like King Solomon had another name,
right,
like just
exactly.
like the Egyptians, they had they had throne names, so they had different names, and people gave them different names, right? You ask people who Jedediah was, they won't know who that is, but that's Solomon's real name in the text, right? So,
hmm hmm
but people will be like, who was that? So that's why I say, like,
Well,
I
definitely.
I don't chase the name Solomon because you're not gonna find that name in extra biblical sources that way. You're gonna find something that equates to that throne name of the person of the region or operating in that time that best fits what this person should have or should not have been doing possibly
Mhm.
according to the biblical narrative. You're not going to find Solomon because only Israelites would have been referred to him like that,
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
not
That's a
the
good
other
point.
nations. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I appreciate it, man. Good bill, bro. And shout out to A1, man. Shout out to you, man. Hey, I'll be here tomorrow, man, 7 p.m., man, sharp, and get it in, no doubt,
I will be ready for you.
no doubt. Oh, and I'm looking for you too, Pan Demons. Come on in here, bro. I'll see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Show up.
I'm gonna tell him you put an
Peace.
APB out on him that he better be there.
Shalom, fam.
Shalom. Have a good day. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. We 8.5 hours in. I done ran around the city for about 4 hours. I'm back at the house. My stream didn't miss a beat. Hold on 1 second, though. I'm gonna go to a word from our sponsors while I let my dog in. Today at 7 p.m., you can check this debate out with me and Swab Boss.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave Boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained? Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
where infinity gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon'
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
I'm thinking I'm talking. I'm straight muted. I was about to say I'm about to go get ready for my debate tonight against Suave Boss at 7 p.m.
Oh, it's going down.
Make sure you're there. 7 p.m. I'll be mopping the floor with Suave Boss. I'm about to top my rounds right now. Make sure everything is tight and right. I'm going to end this with the song by Connie Son, Same Heart. I usually listen to him on Spotify, but you can check him out on all platforms. Head on over to Facebook. Tell him A1 sent you and give him some positive vibes. Again, this is Connie Son, Same Heart, and I'll see y'all tonight at 7. And remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Peace.
We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hate, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in front. I told younger nigga make him something. You told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother. Even through it all, still know that I love you. But every second I think I trust you. I'm dead. I'm smart in the game. You made it hard in the game. game. I'm loving, I started the lane. I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain and they draw like a martyr with flame. How far I done came, you was not part of the blame. You was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it. They the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it. Till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hate. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty Mac. And you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart. And I would've never honed in the level. Think about letting that thing spark. Knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.